Good morning, King.
Go. How are you?
Good, thank you. I'll be projecting. If you can just give me the right name.
Come again?
I'm saying I'll be projecting the presentation. I'm just asking for sharing rights.
Who, you?
Yes.
Okay. Did you read that we said we shall start all the at 10 because from 9:30 to 10 the research work will be giving an overview to the members and then all the people will join at 10.
Oh, okay.
Fine.
So should we join at 10? With the
Sorry?
other... So are you suggesting we join at 10 maybe?
Yes.
Okay.
Not unless you'll just be there and then you keep quiet.
Okay. It's fine. Let me tell the guys. I said they must join now at 09:20. It's fine. Let me just tell them on the side. Then we'll decide whether we stay or whether we rather join at 10. Okay. Bye. Thank you, King.
Sure. Nobis.
Hi, Braking.
Kunjani? How are you?
Braking,
How are
you?
you? Huh?
Oh, you know, but we're unmuted.
How are you? Nobis. Yeah. Yeah.
Uyandiva ne-Braking.
Ngiyakube ngifuna ukuthi phakama kancane. Ngilo. Huh? Are you fine? Nobis. Nobis.
Ngiyathetha kodwa ngikuva. Khame ndiyosela amanzi okanye ndiyofuna iglasi yamanzi.
Listen. Come on. Yes. Bengithi ngicela anifundanga kahle email bengithi ngicela join at 10.
Hey, Braking, andikakuva ke. Andiyazi ke noba umuted.
Can you hear me? Come on. Yeah, please, you can join at 10. Yeah. Sure.
Sawubona Braking.
Good morning, Sawona. Ntate Malimacha.
Dangi ba.
Are you fine?
I'm good and you, Braki?
Are you fine?
I'm very perfect, Braki. And you?
You seem very far away. How far are you?
Ilana, Cape Town. I'm here in Cape Town.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm approaching my desk. I'm going to sit on my desk until you finish with us.
Okay.
Yeah, because you want to hold us hostage, Namshan.
That's all right.
Yeah, we are all yours today.
Miss Williams? I'm fine. Yourself? No, that's good. Mm.
Morning, King. Morning, King. Morning, Mr. Kunene.
Good morning, Mr. Kruger.
How are you?
I'm good and you?
I'm great. I withdraw my apology, please. Just
Okay.
let it be noted. Otherwise, I'll sit the whole day at work and then on the record it show I apologized.
Okay. So you change your mind.
Yeah, well, I need a break from that work I did in the province. So I thought I will come down for the president. So I might
Oh,
as well join the committee today as well.
so are you in Cape
Just
Town?
take a 2-day break, eh?
Are you in Cape Town?
I'm in Cape Town, yeah. I'll sit here in my little housey in the village.
Okay. No, that
All
yeah.
right.
Well,
Okay, how was the oversight?
no, it was great. Though
Okay.
it was
Eye openers again, I suppose.
a long driving. Yeah.
Yeah. It's vast areas, eh?
Yeah. Mm.
Yeah. So King, this half an hour before 10, what is this about again?
Is this one that we agreed upon about the research work?
Oh, okay.
Research,
All right. So we getting a report from the research
yeah.
team. Okay, no problem. Thank you.
Yeah, welcome.
Braking,
Hello.
can you check if I can share? I can share my presentation.
Yes, I made you a co-host to share.
Okay, let me just go there quickly.
Good morning.
Morning, Chair.
Morning, colleagues. Morning, honorable members.
Morning, Chair.
Yeah, I've been struggling to come in. The gadget kept on saying to me, host has joined. We've let them know you are here, but the host did not welcome me. At long last, I'm in the meeting. Let's not waste time because we have a long program today, and even the research has got a lot to tell us. Let me say you're welcome into this. It's like a committee study group before we start with our actual meeting with the department and the entities. The researcher, are you ready, ma? If ever
Yes,
you're ready, if ever you're ready, try to come in. You have only 30 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, colleagues. I am just going to shoot straight. The Chairperson asked me basically to just mainly look at the challenges in the performance of the department and its entities. So I will start by just saying this is the overall performance. It's not in your slides. I just summarized that the department missed 15% of its targets, which means underperformance on 4 targets, and then 2.8% under spending on its budget, and then 24.4% vacancy rate. So that is the performance by program. The issue there is the inconsistency. You see there's 100% performance on program 1, followed by an underspending on the budget, which is supposed to support the performance, underspending of 5.5%. The target of 5% variance has been missed there, and then a high vacancy rate of 13.5% on that program. So there's a misallocation of resources that I noted on the programs. And then these are the challenges. I focus there basically on although 100% of the targets have been met, the issue for me is that the department, apologies, members, I didn't see that my camera is off. Just make sure. Anyway, let me not focus on that. So the challenge there for me is that even though they receive they've achieved 100%, on that indicator, there's an issue of enterprises not being paid on time by government departments, and even the private sector, even though the numbers are not there for the private sector. For instance, this year, the government owes, at the end of the financial year, the National Treasury reports that there was an increase from 6.8 billion to 10.7 billion in the total value of invoices that were older than 30 days unpaid by National and provincial governments. So the issue there is the department needs to demonstrate a genuine commitment to addressing this issue, because they on page 81 of the annual report, they are saying that the department, the payment of invoices is embedded in the relevant officials' performance agreements that are closely monitored on a monthly basis. An internal supply chain management circular was also issued in January 2024 to all department employees, providing guidance on the process that needs to be followed in receiving invoices in order to ensure that these are paid within 30 days. So there needs to be a demonstration of a genuine commitment to addressing this issue. What programs has the department implemented to advocate for SMMEs and cooperatives and emphasize the importance of timely payment to creditors in both the public and private sectors? Because that 10.7 billion, that 10.7 billion is a lot of money. So moving on to the next slide. The performance reporting is a concern. The department reports on the right-hand side that 11.8% reduction in vacancy rate towards filling of the approved organizational structure, against a target of 5% reduction in vacancy rate towards filling the organizational structure. The concern there is that DPSA, if you see on the left-hand side, the DPSA says that the average vacancy rate in respect of funded posts should be at most 10%. So they are measuring themselves against a 5% reduction. So and then we have the people, entrepreneurs with people living with disabilities. The issue there is that there are so many numbers that are bandied about in the annual performance plan, the annual report. So we need consistency there, because shifting goals and targets undermines oversight and accountability. Though it might look like a minor issue, but how does Parliament ensure that it tracks the performance, especially on the vacancy rate? It tracks it effectively, and this makes it challenging to assess progress and can make results appear favorable, even though things are not what they seem to be. So yeah, and then the next one, that is the circular that was sent by the DPSA to make sure, if you go there, can you see the arrow, that the average vacancy rate in respect of funded posts to at most 10%, and the median period it takes to fill in vacancies should be 6 months. We move on to the second program. There was
Recording
a lot of
in progress.
Performance indicators. They only achieved 40% underperformance, 60% of the targets. So there were more targets that were missed than the targets that were achieved. Budget expenditure, they spent 84% of the budget on 40% of the targets, using 65% of the human resources, of the human resources that are available at their disposal. So that's the inconsistency there, that it's not proportional, the misallocation of resources. And then under performance in program 2, the main issue there is that monitoring reports on the incubation support program improvement plan was approved by the executive, was supposed to be approved by the executive committee. The department reports that it missed this target because of challenges with the content of the report. And the question there, if they missed the target with the challenges with the content of the report, the question is, under the issues of consideration, this raises questions about the department's capacity to monitor the performance of incubators. How do they monitor? Do they have enough capacity, sufficient quality capacity to monitor the incubators? And then the second one there, B, it is not clear why there were delays in the introduction of the business amendment bill, because this process started in 2021. And then in 2022, they started reviewing the bill, and this was also in the State of the Nation address. 2023 APP, they made a commitment to introduce the bill by the end of 2023, 2024. And then in 2024, they are saying that the bill has been postponed to the end of this financial year. So what is exactly happening there? They mentioned that there was legal opinion that was issued by the Office of the State Law Advisor. So we need more information on that legal opinion and more detail on the progress of the bill. Next slide. Program 2. 5 against 7 targets were met there, and they raised the following issues have been raised. Manguzi Market Stalls project was not completed due to outstanding matters that included electrical and plumbing installation. The avocado oil processing facility and expansion project had also the building. There were challenges with the building materials that were yet to be delivered to the site. And the issue there is, didn't the department conduct its due diligence before supporting these projects and in order to make sure that everything is above board and they are able to support the projects adequately? What are the challenges there? If the due diligence was not conducted, why not? So we move on to the next one, performance program 3, development finance. 85% of the targets were achieved. And then 99.3% expenditure of the budget. There was a high vacancy rate there too. Development finance underperformed and underspent the funds allocated to the craft customized sector program, contributed 650,000 to the underspending as funds were not transferred to the trade and investment project in KwaZulu-Natal. 300,000 as their co-founding was withdrawn, and this is divided into 300,000 as the co-founding was withdrawn, and to the Free State Development Corporation, 350,000 was not spent due to compliance issues. Number 2, in the blended finance sub-program, the budget there was initially 1.3 billion, but it was reduced by 568 million to 754 million, while funding for the next program for enterprise development sub-program was increased by more than 400 million. So the issue there is, what factors led to this huge adjustment in the budget? Secondly, in terms of the craft customized sector program, this marks the second consecutive year in which the department has underperformed in this program. 2023, the reason for underperformance was due to a low uptake of the craft customized sector program. Upon reflection, where is the department falling short in implementing this program, and why does it not plan ahead for such challenges? What steps will the department take to ensure that the funds reach all intended crafters going forward? And then that is the next program, program 4, enterprise development. There was no underperformance there. But the issues for consideration relate to the following. The department met all its targets, yet underspending increased compared to the previous year from 1.9 million to 4.9 million in the current in the year under review. Why does the department require? So this question is basically, I'm also thinking that this is what the National Treasury would ask them. Why does the department require an additional 4.9 million if it can achieve all its targets without using these funds? Yet we know that the department needs to close a credit gap of about 350 billion, yet there are funds that still remain unspent. Second one is the Red Tape Reduction Awareness Program. It is not a new initiative, as the department has been implementing this since 2015. After nearly a decade of operation, what clear evidence does the department have that its red tape reduction program is effective and must be carried on? For instance, is there proof of improvements in client services, user friendliness, tender processes, registration support, cost effectiveness, reduction in turnaround times? Has there been an improvement in those aspects? So overall, there's an issue with underspending. Overall underspending compared to last year more than doubled, rising from 19 million in the previous financial year to 44.5 million. Compensation of employees contributed 21 million or 49%, which was the highest underspending due to vacant posts. The National Treasury cost containment measures are concerning because the credit gap of 350 million, because of the credit gap of 350 million in the small enterprise sector. The Portfolio Committee has been advocating for an increase in the budgets department. However, if we carry on underspending even after cost containment measures have been implemented, this is a concern. And that is the vacancy rate from 2016 to 2024, from 16%. This year's vacancy rate is the second highest, is the highest vacancy rate in 9 years, 1 to 3 years, in 9 years. So it is concerning. And that is the underspending. I was just comparing there to the previous financial years. There's been a growth from 19 million to about 44.5 million. Progress on matters arising from SONA. The department needs to report on the National Skills Fund. The National Skills Fund, the SONA stated that the National Skills Fund will provide 800 million to develop skills in the digital and technology sector through an innovative model that links payment for training to employment. In response, the minister said that DSBD is partnering with National Skills Fund to train 14,000 entrepreneurs and unemployed graduates wishing to venture into business. An amount of 594 million had been approved. So we need progress on that. We need progress on the SA SME Fund, which it was stated that it would work. It was the SA SME Fund is working to establish a 10 billion fund to support SMME growth. Government is looking at the possibility of providing 2.5 billion for the fund and for the balance of 7.5 billion to be raised from the private sector. We need progress on that. We need progress on the Just Energy Transition Investment Plan of 1.5 trillion rand. We need to find out what is happening in terms of SMMEs. How are SMMEs being supported in that regard? And then I will hand over to our content advisor, Mr. Gumede, to just say a few words on matters arising from the recent oversight trip to the Northern Cape. Over to you, Swoon.
Thanks. Morning, Chairperson, morning, honorable members and colleagues. Chair, we just added two slides in Nobisa's presentation with regards to some of the highlights visit, one of which relates to the incubation program. The committee needs to scale up oversight of incubation program. The program requires cosmetic changes. Chairperson, we are not going to recommend that the incubation program must scrap completely, but there should be changes to align with the mandate of the department. Two, it's to make IMEDP more impactful. The department should stop just distributing assets and don't make follow-up in terms of the impact, be it the training, be it the equipment, utensils, and so forth. The assistance from the department should translate into increased sales or revenue of the particular beneficiary. 3, it's around the MFIs, honorable members. We have made numerous recommendations around this particular one. I think what we need to do going forward is to ensure implementation of the recommendations going forward. Next one, Nabs. Next slide, Nabs.
Yes, I've moved. I have.
Okay.
Can you see it?
Yes, Chair. Also around the issue of ECS, that the role of the department is the commercialization aspect, but there's still a thin line between what the Department of Small Business Development is expected to do and what the Department of Arts and Culture is also expected to do. There's really a thin line. And for your benefit, we are going to make recommendations that there should be a clear distinction who does what between the two departments. Also, the utilization of PPAs, these are provincial investment promotion agencies like in Northern Cape. It's not making sense why the department will pay a service provider, a consultant, to assist the CSP beneficiaries. Yet you have Seda, providing exactly the same service of training. So this is one area, honorable members, that we think out of the oversight visit, we may need to follow up with the department to clear up and make a recommendation for implementation by the department. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Sue. And now we are going to move on to the next presentation, which is sefa. I think I've got 10 minutes.
You've got 8 minutes, researcher.
Can you see the next slide, Chairperson? Overview of sefa and Seda.
If you can continue, I'm sure. Yes, I do have it. I see it.
Okay. All right. Let me move on to the next one. Okay, now this is sefa. The challenge is there with sefa. The outlook for sefa is concerning, almost with the entity underperforming on 70% of its developmental impact targets, particularly in broadening access to finance to historically disadvantaged groups. And then sefa fell short of its goals on key indicators such as approvals and disbursements, especially to youth, people living with disabilities, and township and rural enterprises. The most significant shortfall was in the disbursements to township enterprises, where less than half of the available funds were utilized. Only 266 million was disbursed instead of 540 million. So that is an overview of the underperformance on approvals and disbursements. The number of SMMEs financed, they performed well there on the number of jobs facilitated. Keep an eye on that. I've got something that I will mention in the next slide. So what happens there with those numbers, where they performed well, is that there is direct lending and there's wholesale lending. There's poor performance on direct lending. Direct lending is allocated a lion's share of approvals, but there are better outcomes in the wholesale lending. A total of 312 SMMEs were supported through direct lending, and these enterprises created or facilitated the creation of 3,880 job opportunities, versus the microfinance program. These are the small informal sector programs, entrepreneurs. In comparison, Microfinance programs provided finance to 77,286 SMM businesses and facilitated 78,819 jobs with less funds. So the department and sefa, they need to look at their funding model, because they are getting more from very small informal businesses, more than the direct model, the direct funding model there. Moving on to the next slide, the other issue is the turnaround times. Direct lending, sefa reports that the turnaround time was 88 days against a target of 30 days. So 88 days is nearly 3 months. Applications were processed, took them 3 months instead of a month. And then the wholesale lending, sefa reports that turnaround times, the turnaround time was 131 days, approximately 4.5 months against a target of 50 days. That is too long. And then the research findings, how is the department and sefa board going to ensure that the new entity does not inherit the negative legacy issues? What were the terms of reference, and what were the recommendations and progress on the criminal investigation and disciplinary action? So if you look there on the right-hand side, sefa reports on that challenges arose due to unethical conduct by sefa clients and some of the officials. So those are the questions that need to be asked. I move on to the next slide. The other issue is minimal support to the Northern Cape. You will see that the Northern Cape, only 88 SMMEs were financed, they disbursed only 23 million, and only 146 jobs were facilitated. Why is sefa providing such limited support to the Northern Cape? Has the agency carried out a needs assessment to better understand the challenges and requirements for its support in the region? What steps has the department and sefa taken to enhance its service delivery in the Northern Cape, so that next time they can report on an improved performance in this regard? Then we move on quickly to just additional slides on Seda. These slides were not there because Seda performed well. However, these are the issues for consideration: awareness and outreach. Awareness of Seda's programs and services among small business owners remains relatively low. Seda's services often do not reach all potential entrepreneurs, especially in remote rural areas. Greater marketing and outreach efforts are needed, especially in rural areas, to ensure that more entrepreneurs understand how Seda can support their growth and development. And then other issues of red tape. Entrepreneurs often struggle to meet the criteria for grants or find the processes cumbersome. Entrepreneurs often face delays when seeking assistance or access to certain services and funding. Delays can be particularly detrimental to small businesses that operate in fast-paced environments or require urgent support for tenders. Impact assessment. Quality of impact and effectiveness. A lack of in-depth performance tracking hinders Seda's ability to adapt and improve its services based on feedback and outcomes. Finally, this is important. This is a very important aspect. Seda offers a range of services, but the quality and consistency of these services can vary from one office to another. This variability can affect the experience of entrepreneurs, with some receiving high quality support and others experiencing less effective assistance. So there's a need for the standardization of the processes and training for staff across different branches, and on an ongoing basis. So that is the end, Chairperson. Thank you very much. I hope that has informed the members are informed and ready to exercise effective oversight on the department and its entities. Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Snoop. Over to you, Chairperson.
Can you stop sharing, Navis? Chairperson?
What's supposed to happen now?
Hey, Chair?
What's supposed to happen? I want to check what's supposed to happen so that when we call her, we don't disrupt the program this side.
Okay. Can you turn from the WhatsApp, the Namta put it in the WhatsApp? Okay. Yes. Yes, she's done. We were waiting for you. Just move out and start to log in again. So on our role members, we're trying to link the chairperson.
Where do I raise my hand? Angazi ukuthi le system isebenza kanjani. Please, before we start, help me.
Oh,
Where is that?
You go to there's an icon that says more, and then you click there. It will, no. I'm talking to Honorable Mafakhan. Try to move out and then check.
Honorable Mafakhan, you go to reactions. There's an icon there that says reactions. You click there and then you can raise your hand. You'll see there are options and then you click on the option of raising your hand.
Oh, the reaction. I thought it's gonna start giving you hearts. Thank you.
Honorable Carol, I think Braking is trying to assist Chairperson to join the platform.
Hello. I am back. I am back to the meeting. Are you done, researcher?
Yes, Chairperson, she is done. We've been waiting for you, and then I see the hand of Honorable Mafakhan, and now will be because the department is on the waiting room, so we'll start admitting them.
Okay, let's allow the Honorable Mafakani to say whatever she wants to say, but Honorable Member, it is time for department to come in now and the entities. I don't know if ever it's not a burning issue, maybe you can allow the secretary to welcome the department and the entities. Honorable Mafakani.
It's a burning issue, Chair. I just wanted to say, to put it on record that we are not late for the meeting. we were not on the mailing list for the link. So myself and Ugogo Nchaba, we were late due to the reasons of not receiving the meeting link. Yeah, so
Oh.
that's what I wanted to put. Yeah, that's all I wanted to put on record, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. We are sorry for that. Next time they will have to check thoroughly if ever all the members are in the meeting, especially when it comes to Zoom. And then if the members are not in the meeting, I would request that Mtate Dodo and Namta assist each other in checking on the whereabouts of the members. Yeah, Zoom meeting has got its own challenges. So, Secretary, let me say to the honorable researcher and the yes, you are honorables. Our researcher and the content advisor, let me really thank you for the good work that you're doing in order to assist the members of the committee. I'm sure when we'll be listening to the presentation, it will be helping because we'll be able to check thoroughly on the challenges and know how to then interrogate their presentations. Thank you very much. We really recommend the good work that you're doing. It says that our 30 minutes is not enough, but anyhow, you tried your level best. Thank you very much. Secretary, the department in the meeting?
I haven't yet admitted them, Chair. They are in the waiting room, so I was waiting for you to indicate when members are done. Because I can see the end of Honorable Singh. I don't know what is it on this matter or there's a hand from Honorable Singh.
Okay, let's allow the Honorable Singh to say something. Honorable members, if ever there is something that is really burning, I would allow you to say it because we are now delaying the presentation of the department. Honorable Singh, over to you.
Thank you, and good morning, Chair, and good morning to all. Just a very quick comment. Thank you to the researcher for those notes. I picked up similar issues when I was going through the reports. So, Chair, I think we must be very mindful when we're going through the recommendations and make sure that we all add our recommendations as a committee to ensure that we just don't adopt the reports as is without making any further recommendations, Chair. In light of what I myself have picked up, what the content advisor referred to about issues that we picked up when we went on the oversight visits, and what the researcher has said. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Singh. I've heard you, but I am against you when you're saying we don't adopt the report. We will have to adopt it, maybe with some recommendations or amendment.
Chairperson,
Yes.
sorry, Chair. I said I am agreeing that we must adopt it. We must add the recommendations. That's what I said. I'm agreeing with you. I didn't say we must.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay. Thank you. Now that we are in the same path, and I don't know, King, do we have any other hand? Don't want to close the honorable members out.
No, Chair.
Okay, thank you very, very much, honorable members, for
just to give a guidance, Chair. Normally, when the department is presenting, it is not the responsibility of the committee to adopt the report because they are giving you a briefing. You note the report, and then because the committee is still going to develop its own report based on the briefing that has been received.
Okay.
Yeah, so the committee notes that the report has been developed, the committee has been briefed, and then the committee it's developing it. That is why we're doing the BRRR report. That's the report of the committee.
Okay.
That should be adopted by the committee. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. That was an eye-opener. I'm sure now me and the Honorable Singh are not having any problem anymore after this clarification. I'm sure the honorable members will allow me then to welcome the department in our meeting. Let's welcome them if ever the members does not have anything to raise.
Yes,
Thank you
Chair,
very much.
I'm just admitting them now.
Okay, you'll then alert me if ever I'm supposed to start with the meeting.
Chair,
Yes, Secretary.
you can start the meeting.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, honorable members, and good morning to our department and the entities. I'm sure today we have the presence of the minister in our meeting. Good morning, honorable minister, and your colleagues from the department. I would want to take this opportunity and say I am opening this meeting officially so that we can continue with the issue of the day. And then before we can go into all these other items on the program and also to adopt the agenda, I would want to say, honorable members and colleagues, we had a problem whereby we heard that our children died because of what happened in our small businesses in Soweto, in Limpopo, and so on and so on. So I would want to wish to open today's meeting with a short statement concerning the recent scourge of food poisoning cases reported in Naledi, Soweto, that has led to the loss of innocent lives. The Portfolio Committee of Small Business Development is saddened by these developments. Just yesterday, it was reported that more than 70 pupils from various schools in the West Rand received medical treatment for suspected food poisoning. While last week, a group of 35 pupils were rushed to Malamulele Hospital in my province in Limpopo for suspected food poisoning after they complained of headaches and stomach cramps and started vomiting. As a committee responsible for overseeing the department in charge of supporting informal trading and spaza shops, we have responsibility to call on the law enforcement authorities to ensure that municipal bylaws are implemented fully. The inspection of non-compliant spaza shops should be intensified, and all those found on the wrong side of the law are apprehended and prosecuted. We are devastated the tragic loss of lives in Soweto. Our thoughts and prayers are with the affected families. May the departed souls rest in peace. I would like to request the member committee and guests to observe a moment of silence in honor of the memory of the deceased. Let's have a moment of silence, honorable members and our guests. May their souls rest in peace. I thank you. On our program, we have an item on apologies. King, we are in your hands.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, Minister, the Deputy. Good morning, the DG and the DDGs, and then good morning, the CEOs of the two entities, and good morning, colleagues. Chairperson, fortunately or unfortunately, I haven't received any apology except of Honorable Ngobeni, who indicated that she is held up in the whips for a meeting. Should that meeting conclude earlier while we're still continuing, she will join later. And then secondly, it will be the apology of the minister. I think the chairperson will address that the minister requested that as she is expected to go to cabinet at 11, she would like that she be given a space before any presentation so that she can introduce her team and be able to make time for the cabinet meeting. So those are the apologies that is for Honorable Ngobeni. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay,
Sorry,
thank you very much.
Sorry,
Thank
Chair.
you. Who is this?
It's Dodo.
Okay.
Just to also say the Honorable Webster also sent us an apology for this, for not coming to this meeting. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you very much on the apologies that we have received. I hope we are going to then consider and adopt our meeting agenda with consideration that after this, we are going to allow the Honorable Minister to talk to the committee and also to thank her for availing herself in the meeting. There is a saying that we cannot praise a fish for swimming, but we really, I really want to say, I really praise her for giving us this time, because we've heard that in our legacy report that ministers were never attending this meeting on Wednesdays, but space. So after this consideration, I would request that she take us through before she leaves at 11 o'clock. Can we adopt the agenda? Is there any hand? I see the Honorable Kruger. Over to you, Honorable Kruger.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. We I propose that we adopt the agenda with one small correction. I think the break, I don't know what type of break is that. If we can just go to that item where we need a break on, comfort break. I don't know what is that, but I presume it's a comfort break. But with that correction, I propose that we accept the agenda. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Kruger. It's been rectified. It's comfort break. I'm sure it deals with lunch, because our meeting today is going to end around 3 o'clock. So we cannot just sit the whole day without having lunch. Otherwise, others will get sick if we are not on fasting and prayer today. Okay, the Honorable Member Sapo, I see your hand.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to you and honorable members in the meeting, and greetings to the Minister and the Department. Lord Chair, I move to support the move of the adoption of the agenda. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Sapo. Honorable Minister, welcome, and over to you, ma.
Good morning, Chairperson and honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, Deputy Minister, and the entire delegation of our portfolio and other members that may have joined our meeting. The Chairperson, thank you first. Let me thank the committee for agreeing to allow me space before I leave for the next assignment. We are here today as the portfolio to present our annual report as the department specifically, and of course, the new agency will still report as Seda and sefa. I must say, honorable members, that we had ended the sixth administration on a very good footing, having created the broad policy and strategic frameworks to begin unlocking the economic potential of small enterprises of our country. This includes us having completed the country's third iteration MSME strategy, what we call the National Integrated Small Enterprise Development Strategic Framework, which all critical stakeholders in the small enterprise ecosystem supported. We also amended our enabling legislation during the 2023 and 2024 financial year. The National Small Enterprise Amendment Act has been signed into law, as we have reported to the Portfolio Committee, and indeed it has been well received by the ecosystem and generated new hope amongst the entrepreneurs. Again, as we've reported in the National Small Enterprise Act, we sought to establish a one-stop shop small enterprise support agency, wherein we integrated sefa, Seda, and the CBDA into the new agency that we have, Small Enterprise Development and Finance Agency. As we reported, honorable members, the agency started operating on the 1st of October. We did brief to say in September, this is what will happen in October. Indeed, the board has been appointed. They have just approved their startup structure, and they'll be trying to address the challenges in terms of filling in the macro structure so that work does not delay anymore. Again, in the Act is the establishment of an Office of the Small Enterprise Ombuds in order to address unfair practices towards MSMEs and cooperatives, whilst also empowering the minister to declare certain trading practices in relation to MSMEs as unfair trading practices. In this regard, honorable members, we have written to the Speaker to kickstart the process of the recruitment, as we all know that the ombuds will therefore be employed or appointed through a process that is going to be led by the Portfolio Committee. We await a response, as we have not received anything up to now. In our annual report, we outlined the contribution that our department and the entities have really tried to do or make. And we've also made to government's priority of achieving faster and more inclusive economic growth through the provision of enabling support to small enterprises. Honorable Chair and members, a lot was achieved by the portfolio in the year under review. We have improved our annual performance, where in this year, we have achieved 85% of performance targets, and the team will detail where we were at previously. We've managed to maintain our clean audit opinion with no findings for both the annual financial statements and performance information. We spent 98.2% of the final budget, which is 2.529 billion, amounting to 2.485 billion, and recorded no fruitless and wasteful expenditure. We paid all valid creditors promptly within an average of 6 days. We reduced our vacancy rate by 11.8% towards filling the approved organizational structure, something that still we also want to address in this financial year to make sure that even that we have to fill in the entire approved structure, except for the positions National Treasury could not fund us for. We supported 20,509 MSMEs and cooperatives as part of TREP through our agencies. We developed the MSME and cooperatives funding policy, which has been approved by Cabinet and also allows for the establishment of the fund of funds and the development of a movable asset registry so that our people can be able to use their livestock, their cars, and any other valuable item they have when they need to borrow money from the financial institutions. And again, work has commenced in terms of a workshop that is training all the relevant bodies that are responsible for this. We will soon be announcing together with Minister Tau and National Treasury the amount that will go to the fund of funds, which we are now calling the transformational funds, a joint fund by DTIC, ourselves, and National Treasury. Through Seda, we've supported 30,084 people with entrepreneurship awareness, because it is important that we continue focusing on that side of providing a non-financial support. We've taken 2,608 enterprises to international market readiness programs, and 438 enterprises to international trade missions and export support. And we are proud to report that includes some cooperatives who are now able to export their programs to more than 6 different countries on the services that we started with them, and we started them from scratch. Through sefa, we've disbursed 2.39 billion rands to 80,040 SMMEs through the year, which facilitated 98,378 jobs in the economy. And of course, majority of that, which is about 1.6, went to enterprises owned by the majority of our country. 811 million was dispersed to enterprises that are owned by women, and youth-owned businesses received 327 million. And again, we continue to say we do want to see improvement. Some of the funds did go to people with disabilities. We have indeed laid a solid foundation, and we believe we are well positioned to scale financial and non-financial support to small enterprises during the 7th administration. Working as the leadership team with the Deputy Minister, Ms. Jane Sithole, and the newly appointed Director-General, Ms. Thulisile Manzini, as well as the new board of SEDFA that is led by the chairperson and administratively the acting CEO. I would like to acknowledge the work of the small business portfolio under the leadership of the late Honorable Chair Violet Sewela, and the contribution they made in providing oversight and direction to the DSBD portfolio during the year under review. I'm aware that the honorable members seated here all have their best interest in ensuring that the department becomes successful in order to deliver to the aspirations of our people in this new 7th administration. Already, we have seen the advice that we continue to receive every time we come to the portfolio committee, and we really appreciate your contribution, honorable members. I have with me a very competent technical team, which is here led by the Director General and the acting CEO of SEDFA, who politically will be led by the Deputy Minister and the Chair, as they will be providing details of what we have achieved, as well as reasons where we've missed our targets. We are looking forward to a constructive engagement with the committee. Chairperson, allow me to end there and say you can continue with the business. It was important that I give highlight of this work that we have done in order to make sure that the committee can have an appreciation, though still to receive the details of the nitty-gritties of what we went through. Thank you once more, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for what you have just told the committee now. It was a good address, and we are looking for the small businesses to be receiving much support than what Seda did. I've heard you in your presentation whereby you said 30,000 small business people has been supported. So we are looking to see more support in all the provinces, whereby because this to me, when we were doing our oversight visit in the Northern Cape recently, I've noticed that we have the small businesses as the backbone of the economy. So if people can be able to be assisted and do as they are doing now, truly speaking, Minister, your department would have assisted men who are in need. But before we allow you to go, Ma, I would want to give members chance to talk to you with regard to what you've said so many things about the ombudsman office, so many things. I'm sure the members would want to have a bite before you leave. Unless if they say no, they are fine, they will talk to the the Deputy Minister and the DG and the team. Honorable members, am I right, or should we proceed? Okay, I don't see a hand. I don't see a hand. On that note, then, would want to thank you, Honorable Minister, and say thank you for availing yourself in our meeting. Okay, we are going to continue with our program. I'm going to allow whereby we'll be receiving a briefing on the 2023-24 annual performance of the Department of Small Business Development and his entities by the Auditor-General of South Africa and Deloitte. Over to you.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members, the Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, DG, and all of the executive leadership that's on the call today. My name is Kumari Naika. I'm the Deputy Business Unit Leader from the Auditor-General that's leading the delegation at today's engagement. I am joined by my fellow colleagues. I have Sediso Chipe. Sediso, if you can just turn on your camera so everyone can see who they will be engaging with. So Sediso oversees the audit of the department as well as the Seda audit. I'm also joined by Mr. Herschel Khanna, the partner from Deloitte, who oversees the audit of sefa, as well as our stakeholder liaison manager, which is Makapoi Griffiths, who will, I'm sure you are quite a favorite Makapoi. She normally comes through as part of all of our engagements. Chairperson, today's discussion is an important one. We are coming to you with our audit outcomes for the 2023-2024 audit cycle. As part of the engagement, we really try to equip you with the key matters that should be directing your focus from a financial management perspective as well as from a performance perspective. It's important, and you would remember when we engaged earlier in September, when we did the induction to you, we did introduce to you our what we envisioned in terms of our strategic plan, in terms of our culture shift, where our objective is really to have a more stronger and direct and consistent impact on improving the lived realities of South Africans. We achieve this by sustainably and efficiently partnering with both our auditees as well as our stakeholders that we've plotted along that accountability ecosystem to enable that shift in the culture to one that is characterized by performance, accountability, transparency, as well as institutional integrity. Through our insights, we're trying to drive that influence to have then that positive impact. Now, Sediso is going to take you through the presentation on the outcomes. I'm going to hand over to him, Chairperson, with your permission.
Okay, he may take us through. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable members. As Kumari had mentioned, my name is Sediso Chipe, and I am responsible for DSBD as well as Seda. So just to start our conversation, Chair, I won't go into grave detail with regards to the vision and mission, noting that we did have an extensive engagement regarding the role of the Auditor-General and what we're seeking to then achieve with regards to accountability. The key area, Chair, that I would want to elevate is the importance of this session. So a session of this nature fits directly into the accountability ecosystem and how each party within the accountability ecosystem has a role to play, including ourselves. So as we then come today and we deliberate on the outcomes that are then coming out from the work that we have done, we then will provide insights that we believe will be of critical importance for yourselves as the oversight structure. And we'll also leave you with recommendations that when once implemented will then be able to foster a greater impact with regards to the work that the portfolio is then doing, and which we believe will then lead to greater benefits for the citizens that are ultimately then utilizing and benefiting from the services of the portfolio. So that's currently what we're then seeking to achieve in this presentation. And when we leave, and the last thing that we'll then enforce or provide will be recommendations that can then be taken forward and tracked going into the future. When we then start speaking to slide 5, because I think it's quite clear who the portfolio member, the auditees are within this portfolio. In slide 5, our key area that we wanted to elevate here, Chair, is during the induction session, as well as in the prior portfolio committee meeting, we did request or provide 5 recommendations that we believe would need to be implemented at the portfolio level, and as such, those would then seek to have that impact from a citizenry lens. The 5 areas that we did elevate was with regards to the vacancies, as we had identified quite a lot of vacancies within the portfolio. We then from a Seda as well as the department perspective, the credibility of the performance report was an area that required attention, and therefore it was important that appropriate processes were put in place to ensure that there's credibility with regards to that reporting. The achievement of targets was an area that was elevated as an area of concern, and therefore it was important that the implementation of action plans was elevated within the portfolio so that we could then see improvements in that space. Then lastly, with regards to the recommendations that we then landed with the accounting office and authorities from a sefa perspective, these were primarily with regards to adherences with the IFRS standards, so that there's credibility with relating to the financial set of the statements, as well as ensuring that there are set processes to ensure there's a monitoring of compliance with laws and regulations. So when we then, in this slide, we begin to then speak to the reflections, and this then fits well with what the Honourable Minister had mentioned earlier, as we did note that from a department perspective, there has been a drive to fill these vacancies, and understanding that we are working in a period where there is a restructure, firstly with regards to the overall portfolio, but ultimately we're also sitting in a space where the cost containment measures have negatively impacted this initiative. With that then said, we still have noted traction with regards to filling of these key posts, where there is an acting DG currently, as well as 2 deputy director DDGs that were appointed, and one is currently then still vacant as at the end of 2022-2023. That is an area that we'll continue to then track going forward. However, we do note that there has been traction with regards to the filling of those vacant posts. When looking at the department, specifically around the issues that we had identified in the reporting for performance information, the department has then implemented measures to ensure that we don't have repeat findings regarding performance information. That those measures have worked, and we have then through our current year audit program not identified duplicates in the reporting. But when we then speak about Seda, which is the other entity that did have challenges with regards to credibility of reporting, we have continued to see duplicates in the reporting from a performance information perspective. So that is an indicator that more needs to be done with regards to ensuring that adequate systems are put in place to ensure that there's credibility with the reporting. We've also further identified usefulness issues regarding key indicators within the reporting for Seda specifically. Chair, honourable members, with regards to the achievement of planned targets, the Minister did mention that there has been an improvement at an overall level, especially at a department and Seda performance reports. That is correct, and we'll speak to it in greater detail further down the report. And that was primarily due to the fact that there has been oversight groups that have been developed within the portfolio to ensure that there's an improvement and an increased awareness to ensure that we do see further participation from the small businesses and encourage their applications. That has then led to an increase in the performance achievement of the targets. Lastly, when referring to the non-compliances as well as the IFRS requirements, Chair and honourable members, I will speak to the outcome of sefa further down the report. However, the key thing that we wanted to land in this slide is the fact that the action plans that had been implemented were not effective, as we did identify repeat findings specifically around the non-compliances in the Companies Act, as well as we did identify that there were errors in the IFRS in the financial statements specifically for sefa. These were not material in the sense that they didn't affect the financial the audit report. However, these are areas that we would then elevate as something that the management would then need to ensure they fit processes in place so that we don't see these repeats on a year-to-year basis. When we then speak to the overall outcome, Chair, in slide 6, we are quite clear here that the audit outcome for the portfolio has remained relatively stagnant. And we can see that in the year-to-year comparison from 22 to 2023, where from a DSBD perspective, the audit outcome has remained unqualified with no findings, which is really a testament to strong leadership culture, a strong financial and performance management processes, and effective governance structures. So we commend management and the executive authority, as well as yourselves as the oversight structure, around the good practices that have been implemented in the department to ensure that the credibility of financial statements, a credibility of performance reporting and compliance with laws and regulations. When we then look at Seda and sefa, there hasn't been movement as well in those spaces, and primarily in both of the areas, Chair and honourable members, we did note that these are repeat findings that are continuing to hinder the improvement in these areas. As I've mentioned, from a Seda perspective, the key area that has hindered Seda from achieving clean administration and credibility in their reporting is ultimately the credibility of their performance reports. So in the current year, we did note that there was an introduction of the AOPO reporting system. However, the implementation of that system did not alleviate the duplicates and the errors that we had previously then identified in the prior year. So those similar issues then did arise, and that has then led to the audit outcome not then improving from a Seda perspective. We did further, as I've mentioned earlier, identify usefulness challenges with regards to the indicators, key indicators at Seda. From a sefa perspective, the repeat finding that we did identify was regarding to non-compliance with Section 45 of the Companies Act, which related to the loans that are then provided to the related companies, which require a special resolution, and that was something that wasn't then achieved in the current year, and as such, it then led to a non-compliance. I did speak to the practices that we believe are good practices to ensure this clean administration and the maintenance of a clean administration from a DSBD perspective, and we then encourage the management and the executive authority and yourself as well as the portfolio committee to continue to do those, as clean administration is something that we should all be aspiring to. And with regards to the root causes for the stagnation, it is important that effective action plans are then implemented so that we do not find ourselves in a situation of repeat findings and repeat non-compliances. The importance then on adequate systems to monitor those laws and regulations are critical, Chair, and that is something that we are elevating specifically from a sefa perspective and ultimately from an oversight of the mechanisms to ensure credible reporting is something that we are then elevating as something of critical importance for Seda around the performance information. When we then speak to the overall culture, Chair, I think I have elevated the key areas that have lifted as a result of our audit function. However, maybe I could reference back to the engagement that we had in August as well, where we did elevate that the key targets and the achievement of key targets was an area of concern. As I've mentioned earlier, we have seen an improvement in that regard, where from a department perspective, 85% of the key targets have then been met, and that is something that is something that we're seeking to achieve when we then landed our message, not only with you but also with management, and that is something that is positive. However, more work would need to be done with regards to ensuring that all of these key targets are then ultimately met. From a sefa perspective, from a key target perspective, we did note that a substantial amount of the key targets were not ultimately met. When we speak to some of the root causes, Chair, I did already elevate in the previous slide what the root causes were, specifically dealing with the reporting from a sefa and a Seda perspective around the credibility of performance, and we've linked that directly to oversight that is required from a Seda perspective to ensure that there's credibility in the performance information. Then, secondly, from a sefa perspective, it's about ensuring that we do have systems in place that can assist in identifying errors, but also then preventing them from a reporting perspective. And then there's a monitoring mechanism around laws and regulations, especially the Companies Act, to then alleviate the repeat findings that we then identify. When we reference back to the achievement of the key targets now, some of the root causes that were lifted around why we weren't able to achieve all of the targets. When we speak about the department itself, the department had undertaken to have the business amendment bill that was meant to have been submitted to the minister. So in the current year, that wasn't achieved, and that was primarily due to the fact that the Office of the Chief State Law Attorneys hadn't certified the bill at the period. So what then they required, they did provide a conditional certification in Q4, and that was primarily due to the fact that there was a need to redraft certain clauses, which then delayed the approval and the approval of that bill. That is something that is currently then that was to be undertaken post year end, and therefore we will continue to then monitor the finalization of this from a department perspective. And then secondly, from a sefa perspective, Chair and honourable members, capacity constraints was an area that was elevated as a core root cause for them not being able to achieve on their key targets. primarily relating to the board and the board credit and investment committee not curating for the first half of the year. They had further tightened the credit management processes in order to improve the quality of their book and prevent any elements of fraud. And that then had an impact on the non-achievement of approvals. Now, as a committee, I did indicate earlier that I would provide recommendations for the committee in order to then see what can be done to remedy some of these challenges that are then existing within the portfolio. We have landed at 3 key recommendations. Firstly, is then to provide oversight around the implementation of the processes. These processes are the ones that would be necessary to ensure that the performance information is supported and is credible from a Seda perspective. And then secondly, to continue to monitor the filling of the remaining vacancies, understanding and noting what the minister had mentioned, the honourable minister had mentioned regarding the pending merger or the imminent merger, and noting the instruction note. Then lastly, the continued monitoring of the achievement of the KPIs, which will be done through the implementation of action plans to foster greater impact on the lives of our overall citizenry. So that's the overall snap picture, honourable members, of the performance around the portfolio. When I move to slide 9, I now begin to get into greater detail around the reflections of the NTSF targets. The portfolio is responsible for 6 of the NTSF targets, and those are then driven at the portfolio level. 4 of the 6 have currently then been achieved. The 2 that haven't been achieved speak specifically to the establishment of the funding policy, the SMMEs and cooperative funding policy, as well as the implementation of the SMME focused localization policy, which will then lead to the procuring of 1,000 designated local products for SMMEs, and that was supposed to have been achieved by 31 March 2024. With regards to the tracking of those 2, the first one around the funding policy, this had been tracked for quite a while, honourable members. And what has then ultimately happened is that the comments window had been reopened in December 2023, following the cabinet approval and the publishing of the initial public comments in April 23. And as it stands right now, the final comments and the final inputs that were received from the public comments were only received at the end of March 2024. So that then meant that they were unable. The department was not able to then finalize this process as at March 2024, which then led to the non-achievement. However, this is something that is currently in progress. Then, when we look at the second one around the 1,000 local products, the department had linked in excess of 1,000 products that were then produced by SMMEs. And those were then linked to wholesalers. However, not all of these products were ultimately then listed by the retailers and wholesalers. So what the department then undertook to do is to engage the retailers, wholesalers, and ultimately other markets to ensure that they could then improve the coordination and the collaboration to ensure that the SMMEs and cooperatives are able to then comply and have successful listings. So that is something that is currently then being done by the department. These 2 are the only 2 that are then outstanding, and what our recommendation therefore is to ensure that these actions are then fast-tracked so that we can see greater impact on the ground, as we do understand that the achievement of such targets do have a positive impact on the lives of the citizenry and efficiency with regards to service delivery. Chair and honorable members, as we move to performance information, I have provided quite extensive submissions already earlier around the improvements, and I think the honorable minister has also indicated as such that we have noted improvements in the spaces of the Department of Small Business as well as Seda in the current year around the achievement of key service delivery targets. And what we've then noted is from a department perspective, they have moved from 53% in the prior year up to 85%, which is commendable. There are still areas, as I've mentioned earlier, that can be improved, and there's commitment then from a management perspective to then improve the achievement even going forward. From a Seda perspective, we have noted achievement, 100% achievement in key service delivery targets, which is up again from an 81% in the prior year, which is good. And the discipline then of ensuring that these indicators are then met is something that is commendable. Then lastly, I did mention some of the reasons why we did have challenges, or we have noted challenges with regards to the achievement of targets, specifically from a sefa perspective around their key targets. We do note that there has been disbursements that have been made. However, the disbursements in themselves didn't meet the targets that were set out at the beginning of the year. And as such, we then continue to see, or we did note that there was a non-achievement. We did, in the previous slide, honorable members, elevate the reasons for non-achievement. So I will not touch them now, but again, it does touch on capacity constraints as one of the core areas that have contributed to sefa not meeting their targets there. Honorable members, with regards to the disbursements from a spaza shop program perspective, we do note, and in the engagement that we had in August, we did speak about the oversight visit that was done by the portfolio committee in November, in March last year, from a Northwest perspective, and we had indicated that we would come back and provide you with how we were able to respond to the observations here. We did have extensive deliberations with management with regards to the spaza shop support program, and it was identified here that there has been quite a few actions that have been implemented from a management perspective regarding what was identified and what was elevated from the oversight visit. Some of which undertaken were awareness drives to ensure that the beneficiaries that had not then accessed the additional spaza shop amount of 7,000 were then aware, and these were then driven both from a sefa, the bank, and the beneficiary perspective. And those, as it stands now, as at the end of this financial year, we then did see that the bank has also then contacted the beneficiaries to ensure that they are aware of the additional credit. And where we were, of the 6 that were those beneficiaries, only 3 had then not utilized the additional allocation. From our side, as an audit office, what we then do is we ultimately then respond to risk of material misstatements and specifically speaking to the financial statements themselves. So what then we would consider in our risk-based approach is we would then consider both the qualitative and the quantitative factors, and also elevate the importance of the question around fraudulent risk. Those had been incorporated then in our assessment of grants and disbursements, which then enabled for a heightened disbursements testing procedures that were then done around the disbursements of goods, around not only limited to the spaza shops, but all disbursements. So that is what we've then done from the work that we then did in the current year around disbursements. We didn't then identify material issues that were of concern around the disbursements around all of the programs from a sefa lens. What we then do note, honourable members, is that sefa has developed an action plan to respond to these findings. And what we'll then do as well going into the future is we will then continue to monitor this action plan and provide feedback on any of the achievement that is then done with relating back to that specific action plan. When, as part of the work that we then did, honourable members, we then also went to conduct site visits, specifically around, we conducted about 55 site visits, over the provinces. And this then, again, dovetails nicely from what the Minister had mentioned around the work that had been done from a department and entities perspective, specifically around the TREP program. And I would like to give this example of what we then saw when we went into the site visits. We conducted 55 of them, and one of which was we went to Mthatha in the Eastern Cape, where there was a refurbishment of the KwaNtozonke market, which is one of the markets that where ultimately the cooperatives and SMMEs would then be able to sell, traditional attire, church uniform, etc. And that is one of the programs that was successfully then implemented. So we have noted that this structure has been completed, handed over, and as such is currently then being utilized as a marketplace. So that is an indicator of a successfully implemented project. We do note, however, that more needs to be done as the desire on the ground is for more and more support, especially from a SMME perspective. However, I just wanted to then dovetail back to the comments by the Minister that were made earlier around the work that is being done on the ground, and this is an indicator through the site visits that we then conducted that there is traction that is being realized on the ground with regards to support. Just to close out on the financial statements as well as performance reporting and compliance, honourable members, the quality of financial statements, specifically from the portfolio perspective, has traditionally been one that is quite good, and that has primarily not changed. Yes, we did identify misstatements, both from a Seda and the sefa perspective. However, those were not material, as I've mentioned. So the quality of the financial statements that are then provided for audit purposes are at the right level, and we then also commend the DSBD as we then didn't identify we then did not identify material misstatements in any of their books either. So the culture of good quality financial statements is one that exists within the department and the portfolio. Where we do find challenges is primarily around performance information, but I have already landed that in the earlier slides. But on slide 15, what we're just elevating here is the fact that we did identify issues around the performance reporting from a Seda perspective. And I can see there's a slight error on the slide, honourable members, where we're saying after the audit adjustments, we're showing sefa twice. The one in red is actually Seda, which is then indicating that within Seda we have identified repeat findings, as I've mentioned, around the duplication of performance reporting, and that is an area that is of concern. Action will be required in order to ensure that there's credibility in the reporting as such. We do understand that it was the first year of implementation of the system, However, just more will need to be done to ensure that the outcome and the output of the work that is of the reports that are then generated from this system are credible, as we do understand that it is important for decision making around the portfolio, and therefore there's great importance around the credibility of that information. Similar issues weren't identified at DSBD and sefa, as I've previously then mentioned, Chair. When dealing with compliance, I'll deal with compliance holistically. This is speaking to slide 16, 17, as well as slide 18, Chair and honorable members. What we are indicating is that from a compliance perspective, we did identify that there is a non-compliance that was lifted from a sefa perspective relating specifically to the loan, and the absence of the special resolution. That is a repeat finding, and therefore there is a need for increased oversight specifically in that area. However, when we then begin to speak to aspects like irregular expenditure and fruitless and wasteful expenditure, we have then noted a downward trend in slide 17 that then shows that irregular expenditure in the committee in the portfolio is then going down, which is a very good sign. The nature of the issues that or the things that were leading to irregular expenditure in the current year, in the main was 130,000 with regards to expenditure that was made on an expired lease agreement. So, but the key takeaway from this slide, as well as the next one, is the fact that there is a downward trend towards irregular expenditure, which is speaking to a good culture that is developed within the portfolio around treatment of irregular expenditure and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Chair, in slide 18, a similar picture then arises again around irregular expenditure, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. So I won't necessarily go into grave detail with regards to this, as the amounts again are quite low, and really, if I look at the largest amount, it was as a result of cancelled travel plans, which then led to certain costs being incurred without then with those additional costs then ultimately then being incurred as a result of those fines being cancelled. The same picture then continues to perpetuate when we look at the consequence management and how the portfolio is dealing with irregular expenditure, honorable members. So the downward trend then continues to remain. So in the current year, we did identify that there was a condonation with regards to irregular expenditure, which then indicates that the appropriate steps have then been implemented from a portfolio perspective to deal with the balance. I think it was 6.4 million at the beginning of the year. And so a substantive amount of that has then been condoned. The one that hasn't been condoned from a DSBD perspective is currently then undergoing investigation. So the investigation element is part of the steps that are required for us to then, for the department to ultimately then condone. And part of that, so as it stands right now, the acting DG has initiated the investigation process, and will then be able to follow up on the outcome of this investigation in the next cycle. The one area, Chair, where we did see an increase with regards to consequence management was in the fruitless and wasteful, and we reflect that in slide 20. The reason for why we then see this increase is as a result of an investigation that was finalized in the current year. The investigation then did indicate that there were set deliverables that were required based on the MOU between Seda and the incubator, and as such, those deliverables were not then provided, and what the outcome of that investigation then indicated was that there was a need that there would then be fruitless and wasteful expenditure relating specifically to the payments that were made to that incubator, which is worth 5 million. So that was the increase that we then saw, the increase that we then saw in the current year around fruitless and wasteful expenditure. But this was not relating to expenditure that was paid in the current year. It was related to prior year expenditure. However, as we move into the next cycle, Chair, actions would then be required from management and executive authority to ensure that the appropriate actions around fruitless and wasteful expenditure are then undertaken, linked back to the recently concluded investigation. Honourable members, I won't touch on the governance stability as I did mention those earlier, and as well as the Honourable Minister did mention on the advancements that have been made specifically related to stability of leadership within the portfolio. I'll then quickly then move to slide 22 and 23, where we then begin to speak about the material irregularities within the portfolio. In the current year, we haven't identified material irregularities that we'd like to then elevate to this portfolio. As you would have noted that the nature of the culture, specifically around irregular expenditure and fruitless and wasteful expenditure, is one that is commendable, and as such, we then haven't identified any material irregularities at this point, and therefore we have nothing to bring with regards to that. We did include slide 22, however, honourable members, just so that they can explain, the what material irregularities are, and what they then mean. So this is how we've then utilized the additional powers that we received from Parliament. This is how the structure then ultimately then operates. If you look at the definition in the main, the definition does speak about where there is material financial losses. And when you look at the portfolio at large, we don't have those instances that have been identified around those financial losses or misuse of public resources that we've then identified in the current year. Honourable members, we have left specific recommendations. As I've said, I'm nearing the end of the slides now. The root causes that and the key recommendations that we have left with the accounting officer, the accounting officer and accounting authority, have been quite consistent to what the message that we've landed throughout this presentation have been. And those have primarily been with regards to ensuring that the appropriate systems are in place around performance information, as well as mechanisms to ensure that there's appropriate oversight around the achievement of targets, and lastly around the systems to ensure that there's credibility in the performance, in the financial information, as well as monitoring of the compliance with laws and regulations. So those are the recommendations we did elevate in our management reports and our engagements then with management. However, for a committee perspective, what we then wanted to leave you with are three key recommendations that again is just being reinforced in slide 26 around what we believe would need to be done to ensure that there's appropriate oversight in with regards to the performance in the portfolio. Those would be the implementation then of providing oversight around the implementation of these processes that management would then be implementing to ensure there's reliable and credible information for performance and financial statements. Then to continue to then monitor the filling of the vacancies, and lastly, to just ensure that appropriate actions are put in place that we can continue to see the improvement in achieving of key targets within the portfolio. Honourable members, that is the presentation that we have with regards to the audit outcomes for the portfolio. Honourable Chair, if you could allow for me to give Harshal Kana an opportunity to just speak to salient issues, maybe relating specifically to sefa, and then we can hand over back to you, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Okay, you may continue.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thank you to the AG. I will speak specifically to sefa, as I'm signing audit partner from Deloitte on the sefa audit. There's four matters I just want to provide some additional context around. The first one is the restatement that we've noted regarding to the IFRS reporting. This was a technical matter, and I can confirm to this committee that there was no instances of fraud or management override of controlled with regards to the processing of these transactions. It was merely the classification and a disclosure matter which we've raised. From a non-compliance with the Companies Act perspective, I can confirm that management via the board have passed a special resolution effective from 1 April 2024 for the granting of any future loans. Obviously, a special resolution cannot be applied retrospectively, and hence it was applied from hence it was passed with an effective date of 1 April 2024. So I do not expect that this non-compliance relating to Section 45 of the Companies Act continue for the current financial year, whether it be within sefa or the new sefa entity. Honorable Chair, the sponsorship program, we've had a lot of conversations around that. I can confirm, particularly for the Northwest issue that was raised, that either the banks, being Nedbank and Standard Bank, or sefa have made contact with the majority of the recipients, and the money has been dispersed. But I'm sure that the CEO and CFO in their update, so you can provide some more context around that. The last one is around the MTSF targets. You will note that we reported only on the key targets. Those are obviously not all the targets that have been met. So while we do acknowledge that 30% was only complied with regards to the key targets, and overall 55% was achieved with regards to all targets. But so just wanted to provide that context. But that's it from a sefa perspective, Madam Chair. The matters noted by the AG have obviously been communicated. I'm happy to take any questions on sefa.
Person, we can hand back now to you, and we can then take the questions on the presentation.
Thank you very, very much for the presentation. Honorable members, over to you. It is time now to deliberate on the presentation, give recommendations where they are due, and also to ask questions if ever you have any. Can you assist me with those who raise their hand? On my side, I don't see anything. Or maybe I should check if...
Yes, I'm also checking.
Oh, I see the hand of Honorable Malemaja. That will be the first one to take a bite in the presentation. If ever we have those members who are unable to raise their hands because of this technology, they might shout and let me know if ever they would want to say something. For now, let's allow the Honorable Malemaja the space to say whatever he wants to say. Over to you, Honorable Malemaja.
No, thanks, Chair. Let me take this opportunity to also greet everybody, starting with the Chair, the department led by the Minister in absentia, our staff. Further, welcome the presentation by the entity sefa. It's just this disclaimer must be noted that as much as we pull the effort and everything, it is also difficult, especially to note that we are going for merger, or we are for merger. Now we want to tell you what is it that you must improve and what you must not do. As much as we acknowledge the what you call the achievements, but it must be noted that this merger, it will depend on your legacy, what you are going to be giving to us, that you are known for have done 1, 2, 3 before prior the merger. The other thing, Chairperson, that really it is a problem, especially when you see the figures, the achievement and everything. But that is not necessarily talking to what you call, to the impact of the entity on the ground. How do we then ensure that if we say we got 100%, this is 100% that we are happy with in terms of the target, but on the ground, do we also translate to say the area that we have targeted, which must be Northwest, which can be Limpopo certain section, it too got rid of the poverty and the starvation in the streets. When we talk of these jobs, many of them, which measures do we have in place to go and verify that our efforts is creating permanent jobs? Our effort is ensuring that these businesses, yes, they are sustainable and they can compete with others. Why I'm mentioning this, it'd be very problematic for us to have a serious problem of the spaza shops that are not owned by the South Africans. Yet we, as the people who are supposed to empower the South Africans to have those spaza shops, but you find, for instance, that the assistance we are giving to our people is not necessarily having any impact and empowering them to can compete with these non-South Africans. As we all know that none of us here has a right to go and evict, and we know the process of the law, the constitution, including the regulations and the Municipal Act. It takes forever to say these people are not qualifying, we are going to get the relevant stakeholders to assist to take them out. The best way, well as we are wasting there, will be through competition that we beat these people in their own game by ensuring that the people we are saying we are assisting them and they are playing a major role. I'm giving this example generally, not necessarily being specific, on the basis that I'm saying if the results are not necessarily matching the impact on the ground, it's where the people are going to judge us on. And it gives me a lot of problem on that. Before the last, is the issue of those who are getting the assistance is good. Those who don't get, what measures do we have in place to ensure that they qualify too? Do we have sufficient enough community outreach program that make us to be known that we are all out to push, if not to assist everybody, or it's only within ourselves? But if we can have such programs and we take such program to the people, it can assist. But if we have sefa that is good on ensuring that people are not complying, and you too, you come and tell us as a portfolio committee that no, we received 1,000 applications, only 8 passed, and you think that we are happy. We will not be happy with that. We will be happy when you come to us and say, of the 800 which did not make it, we made sure that we organized community meetings with them or stakeholder meeting with them. Let me say stakeholder with them because they are our stakeholder. And we ensured that in the next 3 months, all their papers are right. It can be correct that at some stage we have to return the money back, yet we are supposed to give the money out. So, Chair, I said, let me raise all this, not necessarily criticizing, but saying these are the things that must be said openly so that entities that are supposed to assist in job creation, they do and do it in a quality manner. And we must be known. So if we are not known to the people, it's good as we are just going to people that we favor. And when their intent tells us that, we think that they're attacking us. But if we are having proper, well-organized outreach programs that reaches every corner of this country, we will contribute to the number that is needed in terms of job creation and job opportunities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ntate Malimacha. The Honorable Kruger, you are the next.
Thank you, Chair, and also greetings to members of the committee and all of the staff members and everybody involved in today's presentations. First of all, I just want to appreciate also the previous presentations. I think it's a job well done, and we need more of those type of reports. Madam Chair, my concern is, and I think it was some of the presentations, previous presenters also concerned, is about the ability of the department to put bills together to protect SMMEs and offshore to protect our community members as well. I mean, SMMEs are the most important job creations if we listen to all the politicians in South Africa and the commentators worldwide. But when it get to legislation, we are very shy and very far behind. Just one example is and you mentioned it in the beginning of this meeting, is about the expired food that's been sold in our communities. I mean, that what happened the past 2 weeks is the tip of the iceberg, and surely there need to be protection laws to make sure that these shops don't sell this expired foods, and we need to protect our communities, but most of all, we need to put legislation in place where there can be fast and very quick responses by government to stop this nonsense. And just an example of government interference very quickly is with the Water Protection Act and what have you. They're in the process of creating a special court for those institutions that transgress the Water Protection Act and water licenses, the mines and what have you. So maybe we must start thinking in the line of a special court that will protect our community about vicious and law people that transgress the laws in small businesses, because I think it's a free for all at the moment, and we tend to keep a blind eye on that side. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We are now going to listen to Honorable Carol Mafagane. Over to you, Carol.
Thank you very much, Chair, for your indulgence. My concern is about the finances. I'm not sure if this money is reaching the intended recipient. What I've seen from where we come from last week is that these large corporations, I don't want to say white monopoly capital, because then I will be taking it another direction. But I want to say these large corporations disguise themselves as incubators. They are the ones taking a chunk of these monies from sefa, and they are then taking it to the communities, the people it's intending to go to, as microloans. So the money is not going direct to our people. It put the small business in deeper trouble than it was when it started. So that's my only concern, is that, and I hope the AG, I don't know how we can do this, where we start checking that these monies are going directly to the people and not going into these incubators or loan sharks or whatever. But the money is not going to the people, it's going to these middlemen. And that's the concern. Even the spaza shop, can you believe the 7,000 rand a spaza shop
Hello.
program? It's also shared with these, and instead, sorry?
Yeah,
Am I out of order?
now you're audible. I thought that we lost you. You may continue, Honorable Member.
Okay. We go to the ground last week to go to this spaza shop program that is meant to assist disadvantaged people. And instead of a spaza shop owner speaking, it's an incubation manager speaking. And then I ask myself to say, so this businessman in a suit is fighting for a 7,000 rand, is sharing a 7,000 rand with somebody who is disadvantaged. So I think what is important is also to put monitoring measures in place where they are going to guard against these sharks who are taking the little money that the government is trying to assist our small businesses with. And also small business enterprises must also now, this word is, it's a repeat offender. I can't say repeat offender in terms of business. I don't know we can't be lending somebody 30 million every financial year or whenever and still call that person a small business, because that's what these microfinancing incubators do. Every few years, they take a chunk of money, which they are giving to people with high interest rates, but they keep on taking from sefa. They keep on taking. When do they grow out of being small businesses? Because they need to move out of this small business program and go to big business. They must go and play in the big ocean now. They must move out of this so that we can start helping other and reach other communities. So what I'm trying to say is the large corporations are taking advantage of our disadvantaged communities who are tied up in red tapes and not qualifying maybe, and all of that. So that's my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mafogane. The other member is Honorable Matulelo. Honorable Matulelo. I don't know whether she
I think sorry, Chair, it's King. Maybe you can start with Honorable Singh, because Matriela was kicked out and then I've just readmitted him. I've just readmitted her.
Okay, Honorable Singh was the first one to take a bite. It was now the space for Honorable, I think she's back. Honorable Matulela, are you back? I can see her in the room. Okay, let's allow Honorable Singh. Honorable Singh, over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to the AG's office for that presentation. Chair, obviously to comment directly on the presentation by the AG's office, what is concerning is obviously some of the repeat findings, because that should definitely not be happening. But I think the problem here relates directly to the committees having a problem about what's happening on the ground and the impact of this department. So the AG's office has made certain recommendations, and obviously the bigger problem is with the qualitative aspects of and the impacts that it's having, and the AG's office can only do so much with regards to that. So thank you for the recommendations. What I would just like to ask them is there's thousands of beneficiaries, and I understand from an auditing perspective, it's very difficult for them to actually verify all of this. I just want to know, how did they come up with the sample of those 55 beneficiaries or projects that they actually visited? 55 is small, but I understand, maybe if I could just understand how that sample was chosen in terms of value, in terms of different programs, or exactly how was that chosen? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And Dr. King, is Mema Tulela in the house?
Yes, Chair, she's in the platform.
Okay, Honorable Matulela, over to you, ma.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. What I want to just say, I agree with my colleagues as well. Okokuqala nje into nje engifuna ukukhuluma ngayo, firstly kwi-department. Kwi-department we have experienced something very painful in Northern Cape, where the minister herself was leading the program of handing over the tools of trade to informal traders, where the amounts are not talking the same thing that we see, firstly, and also the amounts people were told that everything that they got, it's amounting to 10,000 rand. But to find out that many things were less than even 3,500, 3,000 rand in terms of checking the value of the things that were received by the people. So yes, we can see the reports and what the programs were happening, but the issue is it's very painful to witness this, because remember on AG's report that I'm going to talk to, we had a very critical issue that we wanted it to reflect in AG's report with regards to Northwest previous oversight that we did as a portfolio committee, where we found those corrupt people who gave people 3,500 rand, those plaza shop people, instead of 10,500. So 7,000 rands they were deposited in front of us when we were there, few of them, and we were very concerned that this is a trend in the entire country, that all spaza shops that reflects as if they were assisted by the department, they only received 3,500. Today, we're not talking about only the entities of the department. We're talking about the program that is done directly, that is the program of the department itself, which is, I remember the minister was here in Matatiele when she was giving some of the people the tools of trade, what. But these things are not reflecting as the amount that appears on paper on behalf of each and every beneficiary. We want to say that we wish even the AG zoom in this one with immediate effect. We want this thing to be dealt with, and whoever is robbing our people must pay back the money, and we must have a very, very, very limited time frame that says before 2 weeks, all those monies that do not reflect in these things in the entire program. We have to review the entire program, including the ones that the minister was doing recently in Gauteng and everywhere else, where even in KZN she was there. I think now in September, all of them, those similar programs must be reviewed. We want a proper report to come on the table and check. As we had said that we want also we want all the invoices. We want to see the invoices of purchase, those who purchased those things that they gave our people. Instead of 100 plastic chairs, is 60 chairs and the one pot. And then that thing is, we're told, is amounting to 10,000, but on paper is 15,000. We want all detailed reports, and we want people to take an account. We want people to account on this. We want people to be arrested on this. SIU, everyone must be involved. It's enough now. We can't be robbed everywhere, including the small business people. We're robbed on sport, and everywhere else people say they've gone to Olympics, but they didn't. But here, I'm very, very, very pained, because it's the minister that delivers those things. It's the minister that is handing over those things. Does it, this thing is less than 10,000? When she gives a particular business, she doesn't see that this thing is amounting 500 rand instead of 10,000 rand. Because it's very painful. We want people to account. We want people to be arrested. We don't want any corruption in this department. I just wanted to say that. Also, I'm giving that to the AG's report to say we want everyone. We were told that people will be arrested, but we don't know where is that process in terms of people of Seda who are involved in corruption. Now, we want people to be arrested in these ones. We did see in Northern Cape, the corruption is happening. And also, we have seen some similar handing over of things that were happening after that, even in September this year. We want all of those things. The AG must go and investigate all those things. We want people to be behind the bus. Mababotshwe abanzi bobubi, mababotshwe abantu benza corruption. If ever it means that the department must go back to because we've been raising this thing. If ever it means that the department must go back to trade and industry, let it be. Because we can't be allowing this department, while we are sitting in this portfolio committee, that it must be a home of corruption now and again. We've been so patient about these things. I think, Chair, I've alluded all my grievances. The very, very, very critical one is the corruption that is done by the department itself, not even the entities. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, what is happening now? Okay, thank you very much, honorable members, for raising your questions and your frustration. And I'm happy that our last speaker said a mouthful, but we're still having an item on the item number 7, briefing on the 2023-24 annual performance report of the Seda. And also we will be listening to the department on their annual performance report. I think what I was going to request to all of you honorable members is to direct your questions on the presentation of the AG. because this one's what we have seen in the Northern Cape, it still need an investigation, and we'll still need an explanation from the department, because we are not even sure whether, because it is the department program, we're not even sure whether the minister was there or she was not there. But what we need now is an explanation to them. Now I'm going to request the AG to respond to only the issues that they hear that it's relevant to their presentation. And maybe because the Seda and small business can hear that members are still burning in all the discrepancies that we've seen in the Northern Cape. I would be happy if they can touch on those, even if you are supposed to get a 6 months time in order to investigate on what we have seen in the Northern Cape. And truly speaking, Honorable Matulela, allow me to say this: we are going to go back to the Northern Cape and check if ever what we have requested truly is being implemented. But for now, I would want to redirect our meeting to the AG's report. AG, over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. And I know that a lot of the questions that came through, the best place officials would be then the department, because most of them were then directed towards the department and the entity. I think the one question that related directly to the content of our presentation was around how we arrived at a sample size of 55 in terms of the visits that we did. I know Tsidiso will provide an explanation in respect of that number. However, we do have a specific methodology that we do follow. Then we have that as part of that methodology. We also then have a determination of specific sample sizes for all of the items that we audit. But Tsidiso, I'd like for you to come in here and give some specific details regarding how we determine which of those visits we conducted as part of the 2023-24 audit cycle. And just before I do hand over to Tsidiso, on the last member's comment regarding those specific areas of concern in the Northern Cape, we can, as part of our audit process for 24-25, we can pick that up, that specific matter as part of it, so we are able to direct some specific focus on those specific concerns, so that when we do come back to you for 24-25, we can then reflect in regard to any material findings that have come through regarding that specific matter. But I would like for Tsidiso to just come in and give some of the specific criteria we used in terms of assessing those 55 site visits that we conducted. Tsidiso?
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Kumari, and thank you for the questions, honorable members. So with regards to the sample and where we then ultimately then went to, so again, our work would be related to the financial statements primarily, and then secondly would be the performance information, and those are the two areas that then contribute to the determination of the locations and the samples. What we then considered was the transfers and subsidies as an entry point, as well as the performance, where we then utilize the rand value that then informs the sample selection itself. We primarily look at elements like your high value items as a consideration, as well as the locations, noting that, and we took this again from some of the insights that we considered following the PC oversight report, where we then looked at the specific locations, focusing more on the remote areas, where we then found ourselves then going to places like Ntansane, Tata, etc. Mamelodi as the areas and the projects that we then ultimately then go look into. So the informant to our approach is our methodology, which does incorporate a sample and a random sample. However, those were further drilled down by the qualitative factors that led us to the specific projects that we then went to. Thanks, Kumari. I don't think there were any other questions when I look through the document here that speaks specifically to us. I do understand, however, there was a comment that was mentioned around the difficulty that can then arise as a result of the merger. Understanding that during this period, there would be a need for stabilization, as the minister had mentioned, Honorable Minister had mentioned earlier. The structure, for example, around the new entities currently then being finalized, and once that is then done, the recommendations that we ultimately then still lifting will then find expression will then come into effect around capacitating that entity as well. So thank you, Kumari. I'll hand over back to you.
Thank you, Sidi. So, Chair, before I hand back to you, just on the new entity, you would note throughout this presentation, we are highlighting root causes that have then impacted in terms of that outcomes. So we've also then given details on what the focus needs to be from whether it's the accounting authorities, where their focus must be directed. I think it's very important as the processes are underway in terms of the setup of the new entity, sefa. It's important that those type of control deficiencies that we've highlighted throughout the presentation are closed, and that there are proper then mechanisms put in place to ensure that whatever challenges and control deficiencies were then identified as part of the separate entity, Seda and sefa, those are then closed and properly addressed as you then move into the new entity space. We can then hand back to you, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you very, very much. Thank you for the way in which you have handled the deliberations of the honorable members. I would like to say, if ever maybe you don't have any other commitment immediately after your presentation, you can stay in the meeting so that you listen to the briefing by Seda and also the department, because it is all our responsibility. All of us are involved, as you said in your presentation. We have the responsibility to see that the budget of the department goes to the relevant people. So if you can stay, if ever you don't have anything to do, you are welcome to stay in our meeting so that you listen to the presentation, the other presentations. We are now going to be addressed on the briefing on the 2023-24 annual performance report of the Seda. But before that, honorable members, allow me to acknowledge and welcome the new chairperson of New Small Enterprise Development Finance Agency, which is the sefa, Mrs. Nonzuzo Makanda. She is not acting, she is the chairperson. Welcome, Mrs. Makanda, welcome, and we wish you all the best in your new responsibility as the chairperson of sefa. I'm sure you'll hear that this committee is up and running. They want to see the disadvantaged group being advantaged. They want to see those who are suffering being relieved from those suffering and be able to enjoy the good life. Looking for as a committee that deals with small businesses. So I'm sure now that you are the chairperson, you're going to make sure that all our queries are being answered. We are now going to allow you to assist us with the briefing. Over to Seda.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to the honorable members and all the colleagues on the call. Chair, first of all, maybe because I'm attending the committee for the first time, if you would allow me to show my face, and if through you, Chair, just for the members to see who's talking. That, Chair, I am indeed a human being and not a robot. If you can see my face on a lighter note, this is my face, Chairperson. Thank you very much. I'm going to switch off my camera now. I don't know if the members have seen my face.
Thank you. You look very beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
No,
Thank you.
thank you so much. Indeed, you are beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you, honorable members. Chair, because this is my first meeting in the committee, Chair. I was very much closer to the matters in my previous portfolio as audit chair. I presided over these challenges that have been raised by the members, and most of them are not new to me. I'm familiar with some of these issues, and of course, the good things that we will definitely be focusing on and trying to prioritize them and the urgent matters. We know, Chair, as the entity, now that we've started on the 1st of October, and we are trying to familiarize ourselves with the new environment, but having been mindful of what has transpired and the foundation that we are standing on, which is what is going to be tabled this morning before yourselves for both entities, sefa and as well as Seda. And Chairperson, I must stress it that we are taking all the concerns and the feedback from the committee, and committing myself, Chairperson, that we will be visible. We will be taking the feedback from the oversight structures, and we will be working together with our shareholder, the department, in making sure that all the matters that are regarded as urgent and key coming from this platform are getting the attention that they deserve, and they are prioritized to address the needs of the MSMEs at large. And of course, the ecosystem as well, because as an entity, there's other structures. We're operating in an ecosystem that is very vibrant and very well informed, and it's big enough for us to also tap into it in terms of getting expertise and learning and seeing what works, what others are doing, that maybe we are falling behind, so that we can improve as an entity. Having said that, Chair, on the agenda items, I will hand over to the CEO, acting CEO, Mr. Ngosko Nambata, who will be dealing with the presentation for both Seda and sefa, to just take us through the annual reports. And I think the auditors have touched on our audit reports, and we are noting the outcomes and the findings, and we are prioritizing them as we move forward, so that those findings don't come back as repeat findings. So, Chairperson, I'd like to take this opportunity then through you to hand over to the acting CEO and thank the committee for the warm welcome. And I look forward to making it rain with yourselves and just being visible from the agency's side in supporting the work of the committee. Thank you.
Before you go, do you mind to show your face? Just to show your face, and then we'll allow you to go. People must see you.
Thank you, Chair. This is my face. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my dear one. Okay.
Thank you. Bye.
We can continue, ma.
All right, thank you. I'll switch off the camera now, Chair, and hand back to the acting CEO. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Over to you, Mr. Mbata. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Still just a minute before 12. Good morning, Honorable Chair and Honorable members. I'm just checking, if my screen is visible.
Yes, we do have the
Yes, sure,
presentation.
yes, sure, yeah.
It's visible.
Okay. Thank you.
Hello.
Thanks, Chair, and members. I'm using two screens here, so I was just making sure that everything flows accordingly. Apologies for that. As I said, my name is Kosko Nambata. I will just open the video. I mean the video so that I can really confirm that it is indeed me, Chairperson. Our Chairperson, with your permission, I will close the video for bandwidth purposes. I will be doing both the presentations, the Seda and the sefa presentation as the acting CEO of sefa.
Your video is closed. Did you try and open it?
Yes, I did, Chair.
Yes. Now we've seen. Thank you very much. It's
Thank
you.
you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Thanks, members. I will then take the committee members through the report and the performance of Seda, and then again do the sefa report later. Chairperson, just to run through the overview or the outline, I would really touch on different programs, but emphasizing more on program 1, program 2, and program 3, and less on program 4, but touching mainly or trying mainly to summarize what has been achieved by the entity. Program 4 mainly because it's more admin and internally focused program. I will do some highlights on the issues of governance and highlights on HR, and then the CFO would deal with the financial information. Then I would just deal with the PFMA compliance. The chair said AG has also engaged on our audit outcomes. So I'll try to do that, Chairperson, so that I'm also not long. If you allow, Chair, the issues of the mission, vision, and values, if you agree that I skip, but just emphasizing that really the mission is to promote entrepreneurship and facilitate the development of small enterprises. And what I want to emphasize on this is the part that says by providing customized business support services that result in business growth and sustainability. And this is what the mission of Seda is in terms of those customized business support services, to ensure that each client receives a unique business support service that they require, instead of it being generic. And this is the journey we've been undertaking, and we're moving closer towards really making sure that everything we do is customized. I know in the past we've been doing a lot of generic work, but we are moving and in line with the mission that we have. This slide, Chairperson, speaks to just organization overview and our pillars. I would take that as read, and this slide talks to the services that are being offered to various groups of SMMEs. For survivalists, you can see these issues of business planning, awareness, startup advice, business registrations, entrepreneurship awareness, and that's what the organization offers to survivalists or new businesses and micro enterprises. For small businesses, we're dealing small and medium. We're dealing with real issues of access to market, incubation, business mentoring, quality and standards, which I would also touch on. Quality standard testing, I will touch on during the discussion around the performance, where we really are making sure that the products that are produced by the SMMEs and cooperatives or small enterprises at large are of quality, and they meet the standards of the market, so that they are able to sell those products. Those products are certified, SAPS approved that needs that to be done. Generally, compliance and packaging and all those things is what we then offer to clients, and then helping them with their access to finance. And I would just leave it there, just summarizing those two, Chairperson. To the end of, until the end of March 2024, which is the financial year that we are presenting, Seda had 53 branches across the country, and access points of 64. And then we also were in co-location with other stakeholders on 57 co-locations, including municipalities. And then we had 110 incubators. This emphasizes the reach of the entity, and also it's a good base for the new merged entity called sefa, where, for example, sefa would have had only 11 branches across the country, but once we merge, these branches will have the services of sefa, Seda, and CBDA, which would enable our SMMEs and cooperatives then to access our services even on a much more bigger scale than before, so that that one-stop shop concept that the minister spoke about is then achieved through then, for example, a client not being told that now that you've been assisted by Seda, now you must go to another office for sefa or CBDA to get assistance. We are planning that in a short period of time, we will then have all these services in one, in all the different offices, but that is going to take us some few months to get into as we facilitate the merged entity and making sure that all services are seamless. I would talk to just the performance highlight of Seda. The AG has spoken about it, that we're tracking 24 indicators for the year, and we're able to meet the 100% of those indicators with and noting the performance information issues. We talked to our systems. We did indeed introduce a new system during the last financial year, post-testing it, and we are clear in terms of what we need to do now to ensure that these problems are problems of the past, because they were teething problems when we introduced the new system. Almost the members would remember, but before we were reporting in the previous committee members, to the previous committee members, that we were developing a system which we've since completed, and now we started using it during the third quarter of the financial year, and we are at the point where we really understand what we need to do to make sure that the performance information issues don't persist any longer. From a performance dashboard, which is what I'll focus on for today, given the 100% performance of the organization, we're able to reach 94,584 solid SMMEs during the previous financial year. And on all these targets, as you can see, they are green, which confirms the 100% achievement of the targets. On entrepreneurship awareness, we're doing we had aimed for 20,000 SMMEs. We're able to achieve 30,084 in that space, and our shift now and our emphasis is no longer going to be on the big numbers, but be on the impact. We're channeling all the most of the resources that we have to making impactful contribution and meaningful contribution to the SMMEs. And as we come back and refine these numbers for the next year's APP, that will be the biggest theme that we'll be showing, so that then at least we put more resources into some of these programs and achieve quite more from an impact point of view. On the rural township and rural based clients, we had targeted 18,000. We're able to do business development support on 23,549. And on the cooperatives program, which is the program that we had that we started last year as an organization with a target of 40 co-ops, we're able to do 93 co-ops, and that's a program that we're currently procuring the equipment and handing over. And on clients that we've been able to take to trade missions, this is where we take clients to different countries where they showcase their products and able to sell their products that they are manufacturing here in South Africa. We aimed to apologies, Chairperson. I think there's a I'm not even moving my screen. Just moved on its own. Oh, I'm back, Chair. Apologies and members. Then moving on to the incubation, we did 1,800. We had 1,800 as a target. We were able to do 2,264. Productivity improvement, 20. We had a target of 1,000. We were able to do 2,035. So I would not really bore the members with just reading because most of these targets were achieved, including the jobs created and the jobs sustained. This slide really talks to Seda's contribution to revised MTSF. And this is just what we have been contributing as an entity and what we contributed in the previous financial year in terms of the MTSF targets. Last year, we contributed 94,000 SMEs to the whole target of 5 years. And we also contributed 30,000 entrepreneurs that are participating in the business awareness sessions, and then 208 SMEs that were participating in the export. So towards reaching the 5-year target, this is the work that we did. And also on the incubators, we did 110 incubators, as AG has shown that those targets were really met. And also the next one shows our contribution towards the MTSF target, the contributions we did last year on the women-owned businesses, where we really provided business development support services in various forms, from advice to business plans, to access to markets, to branding, to everything that we provide, 47,733 SMMEs, and then also 32,414 youth businesses just in the previous financial year. And we touched with 5,044 businesses owned by persons with disabilities, and that is our contribution as Seda towards the portfolio targets. Chairperson, on program per program, I won't repeat what I've spoken about under the summary. I'll just go straight to what was not mentioned on the summary page, which is under here, measuring ourselves against the targets. I've spoken about awareness. Under the summary, I spoke about the township-based business and road businesses. I want to focus on just this last one, which is the co-ops, which I know that I also did touch on, but we were able to achieve the 93 versus the target of 40. On the number of SMEs and cooperatives supported participating in local market, we had a target during the financial year of 2,500. We were able to achieve 2,370. This is us now dealing with support to SMEs to access local market opportunities through different methods that we're using. And that talks to us linking them with the private sector for these businesses to participate in the ASD partnerships, where they're able to provide goods and services to privately owned companies. But also we did what we call pop-up markets, which is one of our biggest programs that we run throughout the country, where we really create actual markets for these businesses to come and sell their businesses in very attractive locations, where then they come and showcase their product, and they're able then to sell some of their products. And we do witness some of the clients selling everything that they would have brought with them into the pop-up market. And these are real markets that we create for these businesses, just so that they get, and we invite different partners. Also, we invite private sector and corporate to come in and also have a look at these products. And that's where the ASD partnership conversations also do take place. And we find that some of these clients are taken to provide those goods and services to private sector, but also there's private individuals that walk into the market, because we do publicize on local media, local radios, that we will have a pop-up market of SMMEs and cooperatives, and we do attract quite large numbers of clients that come to purchase. Last one we had, I think, was 2 weeks ago in Ngwatuguza, where really it was a success. The rest market readiness. I've spoken about it, and this is where we prepare these clients for them to, on the international market readiness, for them to be able to sell their products overseas. So it starts here before they go on trade missions. We start by preparing these clients to say, if you want to sell a product in China, for example, this is what you must have. This is how your packaging must look like. This is how the content of the product should have or contain. So what the content should contain. This is so basically looking at the regulations and the laws that apply to international countries on this particular product that the clients are producing, and making sure then that they will prepare them and fund them through the steps or through the stages of getting them ready to sell their products. When they're ready, that is the only time we take them then to the international trade fairs for them to sell their products in the international trade fair. So we don't just pick anyone for those. So we pick up the clients that we've been training, and they're able then to go training and also getting them ready through packaging and product contents and everything to get them to the international market. And that's work that we do, which is probably one of the expensive work that we do, but it is important that we encourage that we encourage exports. And this is what the preparation looks like, as I have indicated. Under the incubation program, we're able to achieve. We have our incubators across the country, and we have SMMEs that are in those incubators. With a target of 1,800, we're able to achieve 2,268 SMMEs that are being incubated. And this is the big part of the work that the new entity has to focus on, because then the issue is now, where do these SMMEs go post their 3-year incubation period, and how then do we get to fund these SMMEs? And this integration then of Seda, sefa, and CPD into one entity would enable us to look deeply and make sure that then SMMEs don't just go through incubation and they're left like that, but they are then funded in terms of the ideas, and they're able then to make a living and also make wealth or create wealth throughout the spaces that we operate within. And that integration then will allow us, where entities are no longer operating individually on their own, but they're integrated, and that's a big part of our strategy. And this talks to productivity improvement. I explained what we do under quality improvement in terms of just making sure that there is training to the SMMEs, focusing on quality management systems, including issues of your HACCP compliance, SAPS, all those things. We deal with them under this intervention. And we had clients, about 2,767 of our clients, going through this process, making sure then that their products are, they meet the minimum standards, and also they are certified. And we achieved in that target. And again, productivity improvement. We are collaborating with Productivity SA on this indicator, while making sure that, because the biggest challenge is always the issue of how do we make sure that SMMEs manage their production very well, and that the wastages are minimal, and that they're able to make sure that there's efficiencies in their production process, because those are the things that determines whether the client will be successful in running their business or not. Those savings that they can achieve through sometimes it's just through looking at the production process and rearranging it in a manner that it will make sure that they produce more products, within a short period of time. And those are the basic things that the clients are taken through. And then we see this improvement, and we then follow up and track the improvement to say, if before our intervention, this is how your efficiencies were, how do they then look like post our interventions? And that's the work that we do together with the partners that we have, including on the quality, the SAPS and so forth, that we partner with, and other partners in that work. I would not touch much on the administration program for Chairperson, because it's more of internal, the systems that building the ecosystem, which we're able to do, and being innovative and implementing innovative ideas, and the systems that we had said we're going to implement, and what we're able to implement, which is way more because as Seda, we've been focusing on innovation, but also on digitizing our systems and processes to ensure that our clients are able to reach us with minimal effort. And that journey continues because we're not at the end of it. We're still improving on that. And the customer and maybe the last one I talked to is just employee satisfaction survey. And we achieved 7% on employee satisfaction, more than what we had achieved in the previous year. In the midst of the merger, we're able to ensure that our employees are kept happy and that they are satisfied, Chairperson. So I'll then ask the CFO through you, Chair, through a permission to take us through the actual, Mr. Mabane, to take us through the actual budget and how we link performance to budget, and also the actual numbers in the finance, if the Chair permits.
He may continue. He is allowed. Can continue.
Thanks, Chair. Elias?
Thank you, Chairperson. Good day, the honorable members. I'll take you through the Seda's budget and the financial performance. On the screen, we are indicating the total budget expenditure for the financial year, which was 1.5 billion. From the 1.5 billion, we have spent an amount of 1.2 billion. That resulted in the underspending of 279 million. I will then explain on the slide for the statement of comparatives and budget, the actual detail and the fully how we have ended up with the underspending. However, on the screen, we are showing the budget allocated per program, whereby the main allocation of our budget went to the enterprise development, which include the work of all the 9 provincial government. The budget was 824 million, and then we have spent 726. The main reason for the underspending on the enterprise development was on the asset assist. I will elaborate on that. Then for the technology program, which also includes the technology transfer assistance and the incubation and the quality and standard and productivity, we have allocated the budget of 165 million, and we have spent quite well there, whereby we spent 158, resulting in the variance of 7.5 thousand. Then for the impact and sustainability, which is program 3, the budget was 295 million, and we have spent 129 with the variance of 166. And then included in the 166 is the product market new program that we have received. I will then elaborate when I present the statement of our comparatives. And then under the administrative, from the budget of 213, which mainly include the payment of the leases of all the 53 branches that we have, and the provincial office and the national office. That is our main expenses on the administrative, as we are leasing mainly the office spaces. We have spent also quite well there, whereby we spent an amount of 207 million. And then comparing to the 22-23 financial year, we have almost spent all our budget in that financial year. However, I will take the committee through in the next slide. Then we may move to the next slide, CEO.
On the finances, yes, it is.
Yes, next slide. Thank you, the CEO. On the slide, go to previous slide. The previous one. Previous one again.
Okay. Is it fine?
Go, yes, on this one. Thank
Okay.
you. On this slide, we are reporting the comparison of the budget versus the actual. We have started the budget with an allocation of 1 billion, which is 1053. The mainly allocation of the 1.05 billion is the 80% of this funding. The 843 million come from the vote allocation, which amounted to 80% of the initial budget that we have at the beginning of the year. Then with the balance, mainly the external earnings of 194 million, that is from the project that Seda has sourced and is implementing with their partners and the stakeholders in the ecosystem. Mainly, we have been working with the SETAs, the National Skills Fund, the provincial and the local government. Then the budget was adjusted on the revenue side during the year as we have received an amount of 470 million in the last quarter, whereby the 250 million was for the asset assist, the 50 million was for the general dealers, then 170 million was for the product market, and then the cooperative development support program received 73 million. Hence, we have then adjusted our total revenue by a net amount of 446 during the year. And then we closed the year with the final budget of 1.5 billion. And then from the 1.5 billion on the revenue side, we were able to recognize or to receive an amount of 1.4 billion, and that is 99.6% of the revenue that we have targeted for. We were able to achieve it. Then I'll move to the expenses side. On the administrative expenses, we have underspent by a smaller percentage, which is 3.46% from the admin cost of 171 that we have finally closed. We were able to spend 165.8 million. Then on the depreciation, impairment, and amortization, which is non-cash transactions, we have then under by an amount of 1.64%. From the 15 million, we were able to also spend 15 million. Then the losses on sale and write-off of asset, we do not budget for it. Then I'll move to the personnel cost. From the budget of 433.1 million, we were able to spend 428.892 million. That resulted in a smaller variance of less than 1%, which is 0.99. Then on the program and project, whereby we have adjusted the budget and closed with the final budget of 868 million, we were able to spend 598.6 million. And then thereby we have underspent by 31%, resulting in the 269 in financial value. And the main reason for that is that during Q4 of the financial year, Seda have received additional funding, which was mainly was transferred from sefa, but it went through the appropriation bill process, which was only finalized in Q4. And then we then received that 470 million. Then from the 470 million, 250 was allocated for the asset assist. We were able to spend 196 million during the last quarter. And then the other balance was for the general dealer program, which was 50 million, and the product market budget, which was 170 million. These general dealers and product market are infrastructure related, and they require the time to be implemented, and they also require the collaboration with the municipalities, as we have to find the proper location where these product market are going to be installed. Then as a result, we ended up with the surplus, and then we had then made an application to National Treasury to retain this surplus. We have then received the responses from the National Treasury, whereby they have approved that this budget will be retained, and then it will form part of the budget that will be transferred to the new entity sefa. And then we have also resumed where with the implementing of this project by the end of the financial year, we will then have implemented them as we received the approval of the National Treasury. Thanks, CE. Then the next slide, we are showing the segment reporting, the split of the budget per the provinces. We have then spent the total, from the total budget of the 1.2 billion, we have spent 1.1 billion on the provincial offices, and then that gives us the 91.46% of the total budget. It went into the provinces. Then we can move to the next slide. Thanks, CEO. On the next slide is the statement of the financial position of Seda. Mainly, Seda does not maintain a higher balance sheet as we are service-oriented. However, due to the surplus that we have, we then ended up with the cash surplus or cash in the bank of 626 million, which has increased from the 82 million that we have received or we ended up in the financial year 22-23. Then from the total net asset of Seda, from the previous financial year, we closed with a deficit of 7.6 million. And then this year, as a result of the surplus, then the Seda's total net asset has improved, whereby we're closing with the net asset of 276. As I have explained, that the main portion is from the cash, and then we received an approval from the National Treasury to spend it in the current financial year 24-25. Thanks, CE. We can move to the next slide. Thank you. Then the next slide, we are showing the calculation of the cash surplus that we have declared, and as we have submitted it to National Treasury for the approval. We closed with the cash in the bank of 626 million. We then have the advances and the receivable of 150.9 million. Then we have the liabilities of the 499. These liabilities, mainly we have accrued or generated them in the last quarter as we were closing. It also included the 196 million that we have implemented for the asset assist in the last quarter. And then we closed with the cash surplus of 277. That is the amount that National Treasury has approved. Then on the irregular and fruitless expenditure, as the auditors have also touched base on that we have improved compared to the previous financial year. We had 2 leases totaling 139,000, whereby the leases were expired. One was for the building in Gauteng and one was for the building in KZN. Then for the fruitless and wasteful expenditure of the current financial year, we also generated an amount of 1,363. That was also caused by the expired lease, whereby the landlord has charged us the interest. And then it should also be noted that in all this irregular expenditure and the fruitless and wasteful, we have implemented the consequence management as required by the National Treasury, and we followed the National Treasury process to condone them. Then the last part is the events after the reporting period, the activities as required. We are just reporting that the new board has been appointed effective from May to replace the current board that was there at the financial year end. And then also we had the acting CEO during the financial year or before the previous reporting period where there was a change. And then we also reported that the president has assented the bill into the law on the 18th of July, whereby the National Small Business or National Small Enterprise Amendment Act was then published. Thanks, CEO. I have explained this irregular expenditure amounting to 239,000. Thank you. Then the next slide, we are reporting on our performance on the payment of the suppliers within the 30 days. This is required by the National Treasury. From the total invoices that we have received, which were valid, we received 12,484 invoices, totaling an amount of 761 million. We were able to pay within the 30 days period the 12,472 invoices, and then the invoices that were paid after 30 days amounted to 12. And we have also implemented the consequence management really in relation to the late payment of the invoices. In terms of the percentages, 99.96% of the invoices that we have received were paid within the 30 days regulated period.
Thanks, Sefo. The AG, Honorable Chair, and the members did touch on the audit outcomes and the unqualified opinion, and we will not be repeating those. I wanted to just, thanks, Elias. I wanted to just make sure that from a governance point of view, Chairperson assured the committee that the way board committees and board subcommittees, and this slide just details the attendance of the members in terms of those committees, where some, you can see the board chair attended 12 board meetings and was part of the REMCO 3 meetings, and Amalgamation Committee, which was preparing for the merger, about 8 meetings. But I won't go into details, but just showing that governance did prevail within the organization, with all committees, subcommittees, and board committees being attended by the members. And this slide just talks to the merger, and that has since happened from the 1st of October. If the chairperson allows, would like to end there, as we have really covered, or maybe under the issues of, there was an issue around HR that has been raised because of the of the coming merger. I must say that the entity and the HR team worked very hard, to make sure that there are replacements to continue the work. Hence, the organization was able to achieve 100% or in terms of performance, even though we're replacing those employees with short-term 1-year contracts, but the entity was able to then function, and mainly because of the different type of skill set that is required at Seda, which is also different kind of skill set that is required by sefa, which makes it difficult for sefa, for example, to operate efficiently when offering short-term contracts. But I will touch on those ones when I get to the presentation about sefa. Chairperson, the financial information has been presented. If the members will then, the chair and the members allow, I will end there with the presentation of Seda.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the presentation. Though what we have seen in the Northern Cape, as my 2 honorable members have alluded to earlier on, when they were interrogating the presentation by the AG, they've made they made sure that they raise the frustration that we met in the Northern Cape. And I see on your performance dashboard, you are talking about 94.584 people which got help from your department or from your agency, though you did not indicate as to where did these people got help, whether they are in other provinces, excluding the Northern Cape that you recently did, or is it included in? And the other thing on the 1,000 people who received the support, 260,000. And then I was asking myself, because the monies, is in your presentation, it's very good that you are dishing out a lot of money in order to assist the needy. But my question is, are you sure that this money is indeed left in the hands of the people who deserve it? I'm asking this because last time I even forwarded our minister a picture of one other granny who applied for a guest stove, four guest stove plates and a fridge. But shame, the poor woman, and she's doing catering, which was going to end up assisting the family. But the poor woman got two suspense, got two the older Ben Maris that cost 200 rand each. And then she got a small microwave. Actually, it was like it was a present to the old woman for her birthday, not the equipments that she requested. So I'm checking if ever Northern Cape is included in this. If ever it is included, on your spending geographical locations, you showed us all the provinces that were assisted, Northern Province included. So my question is, do you guys really do monitoring? Do you follow the money that you have forwarded to these people, or try to assist these people with? Do you really monitor what happened? Do you really, woman, the money that you are receiving is a lot. But the way the money is assisting the people on the ground is a different story altogether. Anyhow, let me allow the honorable members to interrogate your report. I don't see any hand. Maybe they're still coming. Okay, now I see the hands. I see the hand of Comrade Carol Mafahane, and then Honorable Singh, Honorable Matsolo Molotsani, Honorable Sapo, Honorable Kate Bilangulu. I see their hands in that order, honorable members.
Chair, my hand is up.
It's not appearing in here, but then there's no problem. You'll speak after Honorable Kate. Oh yeah, now I see your hand. I'm sorry, actually, because I started from the bottom. You're going to be the first one, but anyhow, you'll speak after Honorable Kate. Let us allow Honorable Mafahane to come in. Honorable Carol, over to you, ma'am. I don't know what is happening. Can you hear me, Honorable Carol Mafahane? Okay. Honorable Singh, come in as we are still waiting for the Honorable Member Mafahane. I don't know whether she's muted, or is it Honorable Carol?
No, it's Member
Honorable
Singh.
Okay. Honorable, okay. But over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think, I'm not going to repeat a lot of the concerns that have been already raised. Hopefully that has been taken and notes have been made of that. of particular concern is I think there is general consensus that the impact on the ground is not the impact we want to see. And that is what we've got to address. So I heard the presenter saying that they will be looking at more in future, not just as at the numbers, but also on the impact that we are actually having. Because one of the concerns I have is when we talk about number of jobs facilitated, number of jobs retained, and that kind of thing, and we do it per year, I'm not exactly sure how we count certain things. For example, we say that certain incubators, we were told that people are there and they go through a 3-year program. So how many times are they counted? Because it's one person that's going for 3 years. So I'm just wondering, in every year, are they counted, or they counted just once because it's one person? So there are various concerns that I have. So my direct question is, if you want to measure the impact, as the presenter said, and I think that's what the committee wants to see as well, then for that to happen, you need to also then have the will to actually change your targets to not just be numerical targets, for your targets to be the targets that will assess the impacts. So if one of the major challenges that we have at the moment is unemployment, and we are saying that this employment is meant to come from pretty much our department and the interventions that we can put forth, then our targets should be jobs, should be decent jobs, should be sustained jobs. And I would like to know if those targets are now going to be changed forward so we are measuring the right things. The second thing is, I know people have concerns about, if somebody has 30 million rand turnover, they're not a small business. However, in terms of the definitions, we are SMMEs, we have small, medium, and micro enterprises. I think perhaps in your reporting, because the greatest number of jobs, I think, will be created by the medium and micro enterprises, the small and medium enterprises, which are trying to get into the category of large business. And the impetus, because they probably, most likely, they are viable at the moment. They just need that push and that assistance to get them across to the next level. So perhaps in the reporting, there could be a breakdown of your interventions in the different categories of businesses, of small, medium, and micro enterprises, cooperatives, and that kind of thing. Thank you, Chair.
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Singh. Honorable Carol, are you available now? Okay, maybe this was a legacy hand, but I can't hear. Okay, Honorable Molozane. Come in, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, honorable members and officials from Seda and sefa. Chairperson, I think I have a few questions. On program 1, they said that they have SMMEs that were assisted through ESD partnership. But now I just want to check how many are still supplying private companies after being assisted through ESD. In fact, are they tracking them to check if they are still there, they are still working or not? On the incubation program, Chair, on the incubation program, because now SMME cannot be incubated for forever. Just want to check, after incubation, what are they doing to those SMMEs? How many of them are still in operation till up to now? And are they able to create any employment where they are operating now? The other issue on the budget, Chair, underspending. I didn't hear why or what did they explaining regarding the underspending. And always they will talk about the target was this number, and then what they've performed more than what they were supposed to do. Like if target is 10 and then they will talk about 15 and so forth. Is that not affecting the budget at the long run, Chair, when they perform more than what they've budgeted for? And then the allocation of the issue of the expired lease. They just said that they have penalties regarding the expired lease, where the lease expired and then they had to pay. Are they not tracking their lease agreement to check their lease before the expiry date comes? Because it would cost the department money, because if the lease expired and they are not even aware, it costs us money. Why can't they track the lease maybe 3 months before the lease expired? They start with the new lease contract. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Ms. Molotani. Over to Honorable Sapo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. My network is really not good where I am, but I'm really hoping that I will be able to submit my points without interruptions. Chair, I think the latter speaker covered me in some of the things that I wanted to raise. But firstly, to start from the point of understanding, I really, Chair, don't hear the explanation. For me, it's more of excuses. You know, number of departments and entities are complaining about the number of the allocation that they are receiving. Now you have an entity that is very critical, but underspending in areas where they're supposed to perform in order to change the lives of the people. Really, for me, Chair, this is just an excuse. It is not an explanation. And really, we must look into it to make sure that it doesn't happen again. Because if you will then underspend on the basis that this particular category requires a lot of time and a lot of work before you implement all those things that were considered as an explanation. For me, really, Chair, it doesn't hold any water. It's just that people that were supposed to do the job, they didn't do. That is for me, finish and clear. It's just excuse for me. The second thing, Chair, I just want to check on the incubation centers. At the beginning of the presentation, it was indicated that we have 110 incubation centers. I just want to check, Chair, how many of them are functional? I'm not asking functionality in terms of, yes, you can open the door in the morning, there are people inside, but in terms of doing the work that is relevant and producing what they're supposed to produce out of 110. I just want to check their functionality. The third thing, Chair, is what the latter speaker was raising in terms of the incubation and the overachieving. You know, I was checking some of areas, the target was 500, and then they ended up achieving 2,108. I'm asking myself, yes, it's good when performance is there. It's good, we must appreciate and clap hands, but we must be worried when really the overachievement raises concern in terms of, definitely it has financial implications. I heard the CEO later on saying, yes, it's expensive, but we had to do it. Now I'm asking myself, if we overachieved in this area with 2.1, and there are financial implications that are considered as expensive, then what was supposed to be done with those finances that were not done but they ended up landing to areas where they are overachieved. It's good to perform, it's good to achieve a target, but really we must check on the impact. And aligning myself to what was raised by Honorable Singh to say, how many times are these incubatees accounted for? Is it on a yearly basis, or is it over the period of 3 years? Numbers are huge. And after we went to Northern Cape, now we are receiving this report with such huge numbers. I'm just asking myself, really, is it what is being submitted to us equal to the work that is on the ground? I am concerned, Chair. I don't want to lie. And yes, in terms of performance, Seda performed. But in terms of what is happening in the ground and the impact that they're supposed to make, for me, it's a really a different story. The last thing, Chair, is on the monitoring of the incubatees after 3 years. Just want to check out of those that they managed to assist with is your 2.108. How many of them are really trying or successful to establish their own businesses post the incubation program? I just want to check so that we can be able to see whether these incubations are really working, or we need to revisit the incubation concept itself at some stage. Those are the things that I wanted to raise, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sapo. You're reminding me of something. We were there doing the oversight visit, but we did not have representatives from the department. The big ones who was going to respond to the questions or receive the frustrations with us as we were receiving them. They were going to join us in buying the painkillers, but they were not there. Next time, we are not going to take an excuse. We would want to be joined by them so that they see that what we are seeing on the ground is not what they are presenting on the papers. Honorable Member Kate, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I just want to check with the presenters as to how often do they monitor the entities or the client, bearing in mind what we have seen recently when we were at the Northern Cape. In our arrival, the indication was that those people haven't met or haven't seen anyone to assist them or to monitor what they are doing. So I just want to check with these ones, how often do they monitor those clients or the entities? And again, you did mention the issue of 40% of women, meaning those that are benefiting or those that have benefited. Are these women not fronted? It sounds as a good number because it's 104,000. And I have learned when we were there that in some other areas, the assistance that they got is only branding. In this 104,000 number, how many women didn't receive money, but only receive branding of boards or branding of their whether project or naming of their project? While I was still on that one of women, vis-a-vis the issue of disabled persons, how many did you assist? And also the youth, because I've seen the number of women, but I didn't see the number of disabled person and the youth. Lastly, Chair, the issue of giving money or assisting them. Do they have enough time to do workshops or to train those people, because what we observed there, they do receive the issues. Some received the issues that they asked for, but some they didn't receive what they've asked for. But it's like those people, they don't know even where to start. And why are they preferring to give something done to first workshop the people, and in making sure that at the end of the day, they must know what is expected out of them, and also to know that they are not going to receive time and again, but they must have a point where they are able to sustain themselves. On their dashboard, they indicated that number of 94,584 as the supported SMMEs and co-ops. What was the target? Because we only see that number. And on their reports, when I check, he was indicating then the issue of 27 indicators. But I've seen all the targets, they are overachieved. On the overachievement, is there no financial implications? And I've noticed that even in the department. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Kate. Maybe on the tools that they are issuing onto these people, they should really indeed do monitoring. When you were talking, I remembered a youth called Lemrang Siklabi. You know, that boy received nice equipment, but because there was no monitoring, there was no training, every day what Lemrang and the mother is doing on the equipment is to clean them and put them nicely, as if they're waiting for the department to come and collect them one day. They're not assisting those people. Actually, it's a burden onto them. Honorable Malemacha, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Let me start here, because normally it's good to represent the workers, but not necessarily dealing with their rights. The report says we must mind less in terms of the merger. All is donkey-woolly. That's what the report it says. But from the experience, we are aware that normally in many mergers that one has observed is that they be casualties on the side of the workers. Others are demoted, others are forced for early leave, others are forced to take what they really don't necessarily make, and it's a matter of take it or leave it. Would you kindly give us your labor absorption plan and the kind of the contract that we are going to give them, influenced by the experience we are having with you, where you are good in giving the short-term contracts? I think that question is very clear. On the payments of suppliers within 30 days, Chair, I want to emphasize that one life is too many. This is things that makes our people to even think that and we see many of them firing again because they think that they are really lucky on this earth. If this number 12 may be any other number, is not covered on the 30 days notice, what do you think as the person who's supposed to pay, as to who and how are they going to leave those people, because you did not pay them? If this is our stance that we take 30 days to pay every business, and we know that payment is the life of every business, therefore, why these ones are not paid in time, in 30 days? Talk to us, and what is it that has happened? Because we don't want any business to collapse. And I'm still saying that one life is too many. One business in the community of any rural area is too much. If you think by closing a supermarket as an example, you are dealing with the owner, you are dealing with a lot of people who are depending on that particular supermarket. So that goes to the very same business where it did not get its money within 30 days. And others got, for that matter. Chairperson, this consequence management on whatever actions happen, it must also go to those that they really understand. And it must not just end here. I think we must advocate that it be a serious offense. You decided to sit down, draft a plan and put budget on it and say, this is my plan and this is the money I want. You come here, we give you that money. You come and tell us, no, I did not spend that money. Don't you think that is crime enough that you can be prosecuted? Because you planned. It's not us who came with the plan. It's your own plan, but you can't execute it to the latter. Chairperson, I'm not convinced with the explanation on that underspending. I want them to come now and tell us how best are they going to avoid this going forward. Match or not match, they are still the same people in the same department. And it's a pity, Chair. One would suggest that where you don't have answers, don't thumbsuck. We request the chair to give you 7 days to 14 days to put those answers in writing. And we will go through those answers. And if we are not satisfied, you will have to come for the second time. Because it's no good to come here, then we praise you or else others. You are used to these harsh words, then you go back, you are happy. You must understand we are here because the people want us to come and be here, influence laws, bills, so that they change their life and their living conditions on the ground. So it's very painful that somebody does not see any crime out of what he did as supposed to have been done differently to improve the life and the living conditions of these people. The issue of incubators is good that the AG, you will think that statement, it braces you. But the very same AG is very worried about the quality and the impact of the various incubators. Many of my colleagues are saying, what measures do we have in place to ensure that you don't necessarily go and see the quality of them and the impact of them and the growth within these incubators? When are we going to see one of them being a business mogul of the country that we can be proud of and say, this is X started here and it's our product and we are happy and it's doing well. It's competing internationally. It's benefiting as the AFC-TFCA agreement. Comrade Kate, you covered me on the indicators. Lot of questions there. Go through that route of Comrade Kate and answer me on that one. Chairperson, the report when it starts with a very good cosmetic to say awareness. And this is where lies my passion. I want them when they answer, they tell us how many awareness have been conducted in the last financial year and this year, and where. It must not be that we had so and so numbers of awareness. No, we want to know where, because we are not necessarily in Cape Town, we are in the whole South Africa. Noting the population of this country, and Chairperson, if indeed we want to have impact, it's high time that we are also tired of hundreds. Whereas them, when they want money, they talk millions and billions. When are we going to say so much millions we've managed to meet? And I'm not saying give the money. We've managed to meet in a form of awareness. Out of so much millions or so many millions, this is what we can talk. People come here, take trillion, billion. They come here and say, we have got a target of 3, we met 2. Then they put in percentage. If you are full enough, you will read that as 98%. No one ever went to Pick and Pay or any shop and buy using the percentage. We use the live money. You take $1 million, you must give the $1 million back. So that will be mine. And thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Malemacha. Honorable Carol.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. I'm having a very difficult day with the network. Mine, I will start with the department. Department, I know it's here, all of them today, they are here. Department, I just want to register. I don't know if it's me, because I'm Honorable Carol Mafahani from MK. And I know I'm speaking for Honorable Nchaba of MK as well. I want to register our dissatisfaction with you for not showing up at Northern Cape. I hope it's the last time where we go to a site visit and the people with the answers are not there. We almost looked like we didn't know whether we are coming or going. And it's because of this department. And we don't want a repeat of that. The next time it happens, I must just warn you, I'm very petty. We're going to write a letter to the chairs and to the speaker and to everybody. We will even leak it to the media and let them know that this department is not interested in this committee. And I know exactly why the department did not show up at Northern Cape. They didn't show up because of the situation we found at Northern Cape. What we found at Northern Cape is why you ran away from Northern Cape. We found a program that you did in April of 10,000 rands, where you gave, and why I say you did it, it was done by national department. You bypassed the region, you bypassed the province of Northern Cape. It was done, reported straight to national. That project, 10,000 rands were given to community members to buy material for any form of business. No research was done. It was just community meetings, I'm sure were called. Do you want money? Yes, here. Do you want money? Yes, here. Service providers went in, exploited business people. And in some cases, they exploited genuine business people. There's a lady with a farm there, 2 hectares of a farm, who was given a grivai, a wheelbarrow, 2 hectares of a farm, and she was given a very small Jojo tank. Yet on her name, different figures are written. There was a huge mismanagement of funds there, and it was done by the department. The province knew nothing about it. The region, sefa, Seda, they knew nothing about it. They were as surprised as we were. We are talking about people who were bought pots, low grade, never mind the pots, low grade pots that you get there at the China city for 200 rand, 300 rand. Yet 15,000 rand were claimed on their names. And this was done in April. How convenient that local a project like that was done in April, where the department issued such a huge amount of money and people received hair dryers. And when it's time to answer, you are nowhere to be found. And I hope it's the last time. Next time, there's an oversight king and the department is not coming. We are also not going. Or while we are there, we will call media and say, we are here, the department is not here, we are therefore leaving. And I know we will leave us as MK. So I just wanted to register that to the Department of Small Business and Development. And my next one, the next one is to say, I think the issue of incubators we are all raising, and it's worrying. The disguise of big corporations taking money and giving to unsuspecting. I'm going to say unsuspecting because our people are not told of the processes of sefa. I'm just going to give you a live instance. The lady put through an application with sefa for asset assistance. There are few forms, maybe few things missing on her form. And 2 weeks later, she's told, sorry, we can't give you the funding because it's closed. So I'm not seeing a willing to assist, a willing to assist people from departments, from sefa. So thank God now there's a merger, it's an enterprise. So maybe they'll come with new things and new ways of doing things. So there will be more willingness to assist our people. And no rush business, because this rush business of deadlines and red tapes is what now opens the window for loan sharks and the bigger corporation to now come with these incubations and micro and big and try to take all the money and then take it directly back to them on a higher percent. And I was so sad when one of the ladies there in one of our meetings proudly stood up and say, I was assisted me by sefa. They gave me a loan with 20%, on a 20% interest rate. You can see that there's lack of information passed down. Should even the consultants in the sefa offices, they are not fully equipped to assist. So we need to start even in the office where these people are submitting their forms. They need to clearly explain to our people, if it doesn't say sefa, I pull milago sefa, something else. So that we assist, so that this small business and development serves its purpose. It goes to the right people. Because Ukero can come, now he's got all the experience, he's got all of this, can come and apply and get all these grants. And then exploit. So it's not serving the purpose. We needed to serve the purpose. We need to do the direct financing. And that's what I'm trying, I want to stress. Let's do the direct financing and also the training. We can't give them money or even machinery without training. I mean, so sad that we go there proudly, hi, mina bangiphe istofu, bangiphe ini, but it's sitting in the dining room, there's no material now that I got it. So we need to intensify on training. Before we give you, let's take you through on how to run a basic business or how to keep your books. Before we give you the spaza shop funding, let's give you a basic bookkeeping course, so that you are able to know that Mali business is not your money. So that's my contribution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mafagani. I want to check with the honorable members because we were now eating on our comfort break, and we still have sefa and the department to do the presentation. Do we do? Do you go for break, or do we allow them to do the presentation and then come and respond at the same time? I know that one. Should I take a decision?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's go for break. When we come back, we'll allow a briefing by the department and Seda, and at the end of the day, they will then respond to all of our questions. It is now 1:20. How long should we then go for break? Secretary, you may assist on that one, on the time.
Okay, there's a hand from my Honorable Sapo, but
Honorable Sapo,
according to Lonite.
over to you, ma. Honorable Sapo.
Thank you very much. Yes, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair. I wanted to propose that let's take a 30 minutes break. However,
Okay.
when we come back, let's allow Seda to respond on our questions so that we don't lose track, and then we allow those that haven't yet presented to present thereafter. That was my proposal, Chair.
Okay, proposal taken, ma. So we'll have a 30 minutes break. What time are we coming back, Secretary? Honorable Sapo, assist. It is now 1:20.
So at 30 minutes, then it will be at 13:50.
Okay, 10:02. Okay, let's go for break, honorable members, and we then come back. I don't know, where is Honorable Matulela? Is she still in the meeting?
I'm here, Mama.
Okay, thank you.
And I wonder what I'm going to do with the whole 30 minutes.
We are going for break. Let's go for break. Thank you very much.
Just that the network is dealing with me.
Search for a better place. Look for a better station.
Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon, honorable members. Good afternoon. It is now 10 to 2, as we have agreed. Are all the members back to the room? Honorable members, are you back to the room?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, Chair, I'm
you.
here.
Yes,
Wow,
Chair.
thank you very much. I am happy that you are all time conscious. Can I check if the Deputy Minister is back?
The Deputy
Susan, are you
Minister,
back?
the Deputy Minister is here, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, if you are here, I know your department is also here. There was a suggestion that we allow Seda to respond to all the questions, and I'm sure they have prepared so well because they even had a break before their responses. And I would request that they don't hide behind anything. They must just come clean. And in the meantime, I have a request to the department. When they are going to give us the presentation, Honorable Deputy Minister, and yourself, I know you're still new here, but wa tseba gobane phura ke thoka ka ra dinawa and ga e gona re dinawa ka moka di right, so you must just also take a responsibility. You know why I'm saying this? Before they do the presentation, I was thinking, since I came here in Parliament, we were doing the oversight visit in all the different provinces. We never had an oversight visit without the representation of the minister. If the minister was not there, it would be the deputy minister. If the deputy minister and the minister are not there, they will talk to the MEC in the same province, whereby the MEC will come with all the members of the portfolio committee in the legislature to accompany us in order to do our oversight visit. But on this one, we were wrongly, I don't know how I can put it, but it was wrong of the department not to accompany us. And to my surprise, we had a meeting in the evening when we arrived there. We had a briefing from the department, but in the morning when we were starting to do our work, they were not there. I remember we even requested the PLO from the office of the minister to check on the department. We requested him to call them, but they did not come. Please, department, this is a cry from all of us that we were wronged. We were like orphans in the Northern Cape. So, Seda, I'll request you to respond to the questions, and thereafter it will be a presentation from the department and sefa. The department must start by responding to our questions as to how, why did they decide not to come and join the oversight visit. If ever we are not satisfied with the response, I will request them to go home because they also did not join us there. We have all the powers to do whatever we want to do. This cannot happen again. I'm sure they will prepare the responses. Over to Seda with the responses. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair and honorable members. We will respond to the questions that were raised by the members. There were questions that were grouped together, like, for example, around the budget, and so we'll try and respond to them at the same time instead of responding at different times if the chair allows, so that we do not repeat ourselves and save time. And that is through your permission, Chairperson. I'll start maybe from the top. Just maybe talking about, and would not, Chairperson, I promise that we will not hide. Where we don't have an answer, we'll say that we need to provide more work and do it and request to write a response. And I wanted Chairperson just to start from the top in terms of the services that we offer in responding to some of the questions raised by the members. Indeed, from a Seda perspective, we do not offer cash into to the SMMEs. We do buy products for the SMMEs. However, on the issue of the IMDP, which is the program of the department, and the issues of different kinds of products, the 3,000, 10,000, because that product is offered by the department. I do, however, understand that Seda officials did assist the members in visiting some of the clients in the Northern Cape. So that I don't provide incorrect information, I'll request that maybe that response on the IMDP and the issues of the quality of the products, the ports, and all those things, the department will respond to, because that's a program run by the department. So from our side, we do have a few products that really talk to buying assets, which is the asset assist, which mainly talk to 250,000 rand, up to 250,000 rand worth of equipment per client, which is a program that we're running for the first time in the previous financial year. And we are we've procured some, and we're busy finalizing procurement on some of the goods. So we will then be doing monitoring on those projects 6 months after. So our processes are that once we implement the program, we then go back 6 months after to do improvement assessment to see how the business is doing. But sometimes we do go even before the 6 months, but the maximum is 6 months in terms of what we offer. So in terms of the asset, hence I was saying the low value assets are offered through the IMDP program of the department. So we'll be doing those visits on this program called Asset Assist that we have offered in the current financial year. And we'll also then be doing visits to the cooperatives that we funded, because we also, as Seda, were given that project to fund cooperatives in the year that is under review for the first time as well. So we'll be doing monitoring on those programs, but we are purchasing the equipment for example, for the cooperatives. Some we're purchasing tractors, some we're purchasing various farming equipment for them. And as I said, we then in that procurement stage, and we're delivering those equipment, and we'll do the monitoring. And that was just high level in terms of how we do what we do in terms of providing the services and which one belong to Seda. Then specifically on how do we then measure and evaluate the jobs. What we do then, for example, let's say we do asset assist, we provide equipment. Maybe let's say we provide all the farming equipment for a startup business. The farmer then says this assistance will result in 6 or 7 jobs for this business. We don't count those jobs when we buy the equipment. We only count those jobs 6 months later when we come to do assessment, and to see if those jobs are there. And there we get the names, we see the employees, we get to then sign off that indeed these were the jobs that have resulted from the assessment, from the assistance that we have done. We also and that's how we do then count the jobs, and we differentiate our jobs between jobs created in terms of our APP and jobs that we have sustained. And that's how we know then through these visits that the jobs that are there are still sustainable jobs. And in terms of our reporting, we did report that we had 10,364 sustainable jobs, because we do those 6 monthly, and the client would then have have filled the jobs form, and someone having gone there to look at the operations and looking and seeing the employees, and we do those visits, and sometimes they are surprise visits, so then we can get to understand exactly what is happening and if those things are real or not real. And then we separate the sustainable jobs, which is 10,000 in this case for the year, compared to the jobs that we created, which is about 5,000. Braking, you muted me. It says the host muted me. Apologies, Chair. I think that was a mistake. So we then, that's how we differentiate, and the mechanisms that we apply to differentiate between the new jobs. So we count the new jobs 6 months of intervention, then we follow up again 6 monthly to see if those jobs are sustainable. And if jobs have reduced, what we count and account for is a reduced number. If the program is not resulted into a lot of jobs as promised, we only count what we found within each business. And that's how we then monitor the jobs from the processes, the approved processes point of view. We do take the suggestion that talks to separating the different categories of SMMEs, and we will then look into that and implement so that then we are able to separate when we do reporting in the near future. There was also a question about how many clients are still in the ASD. That's the only question that Chairperson would request through the permission of you and the members, that we then, because if we're always to answer as of today or end of the month, I'll be making a mistake to go back, because what we do, these clients, they entered the ASD contracts with the clients. Some are 6 months, some are 12 months, some are more. So we have to go and see, out of all the partners that we have, ranging from the different mines that we have ASD partners with, and everyone, how many are still in the ASD program, because there is visits that are done, and we need to just make sure that we collect all the information based on the visits that are done now, and maybe do more visits to those that were not due yet, and maybe provide an answer to how many are still within the ASD platforms. That would be the request on that one. Captain, I would like to deal with the issue of the budget. Seda, when we started the financial year in April 2023, we had a budget of just above $1 billion, 1.05 billion. In May, there was through the budget vote, that Seda would get an additional 470 million for the year. That was in May. And that money will be reallocated from a sefa budget. And to get the budget moved from sefa to Seda on the township businesses took us up until January 2024. Where the department was following the National Treasury regulations of how to move budgets, and the response is delayed from National Treasury as well. So the funds that we were supposed to get in May or June, we only received them in January 2024, mid-January, with only 2.5 months to finish the financial year. And these are the funds then that spoke to us providing asset assist to clients. And that meant we then advertised for asset assist, for example, adjudicate and approve. So we did the asset assist, which was the allocation out of the 4.7 that we received in mid-January 2024 with 2.5 months to end the financial year. We then advertised, went to the market. Hence, also some of the clients saying the call was closed. We had to close the call so that we can adjudicate and try and make sure that we spend the money within the financial year instead of the money being taken away by the National Treasury. So we opened and closed the calls, we adjudicated. Out of that 250 million that was for asset assist, we were able to adjudicate and spend 196 million out of the 250 million within that 2.5 months through a tightened process of adjudicating and making sure that we dedicate our time. Even during Easter period, we're still adjudicating to make sure that we close the financial year with the approvals. We were then able to do that. 196 million of the 250 million was then spent within the short period of time. Hence, some of the clients who did not qualify were told that we've closed and they did not qualify. But what we then did, we said the branches must then take these clients that did not qualify, that did not submit the right document, and assist them. Because we'll be opening another window in the new financial year, which is now currently. In the next few weeks or next month, we'll be opening a window. We close, we adjudicate for the asset assist and make sure that we do that in time and we're able to spend this money plus the funds that we got back from Treasury. The balance of the first event, that 470 million that we received in January, mid-January, was 170 for product markets, which talked to building building structures, which we were not able to and not do between January and March, because that talked to designing the structures, going on tender and so we're not able then to spend that money because we're supposed to do 7 product markets across the country, and that then the building part of it was not possible. So then we had to return the money to National Treasury. We had explained we had to explain to them why we couldn't spend that money. That was 170 million for product markets, and as a result, they've agreed to return this money. So we're doing everything to make sure then that we get into the real partnerships and to commit those funds, so that we don't have a similar situation of the money going back in the current financial year. Yes, we haven't received that money. The indications are we'll be receiving that money sometime in November, so that we are able then to explore ways of committing it. And also talking to Gerard Diller, revamp the 50 million of that, which then also meant we do at least assess the status of the general dealers before we could even go on tender, because that also talks to revamping. Those are long-term projects. So that then resulted in the underspending of the 200 and something million that we are reporting, which talk to us being able to perform the long-term targets. On the original budget that we were given of 1.05 billion, we're able to spend that budget because we had that money throughout the financial year, resulting in our spending, including the asset assist that we did in a short period of time of 1.2 billion. That's where then the underspending comes in. And as I said, I would just lay it bare so that there is no excuses around what we're able to do and why the money was not spent by us, given when we then received the funds, given to the lengthy process with the National Treasury to move the money to Seda. And I don't want to maybe say more around that, but I'm hoping that it does clarify. And then the issue of us being able to overachieve on some of the targets. The CFO, when he was explaining the expenditure in terms of what we pay for the staff members, which include the business advisors that we have, that advises the client and execute some of this work, because not all of the work is done through acquisition or paying an SP. Some of the work we do it through our business advisors. For example, when we're doing business awareness classes, we're doing training. We have a training. Also, we have training, qualified training employees within the organization who do, or who then execute some of the training that we are doing, instead of us always going. So we have a combination of the service providers plus internal employees, and we're able to stretch the employees to give us more within a given period of time. Yes, there are interventions that are more expensive than others, but we do every intervention that we provide, there's a budget that we do in the beginning of the year. So we know that on this intervention, it costs us 50,000 per intervention. So if we're going to do so many, we're going to spend so much. And then how do we then leverage more resources to then do more within those interventions is what then we provide through our internal employees. But I was just covering the issue of how we ended up with money not spent. And I wanted to say that actually for a period before that, we as Seda, we had spent all the money that we were given, and there was nothing that actually we had overspent in the year before, because we always on this motto that says we must be able to provide the services to our clients and we shouldn't have money left behind, and we will continue on such. On the issues of the invoices, I wanted to just agree with Honorable Member Malemaja that indeed it's not acceptable that there is invoices that are not being paid out. We indicated that we had about 12,484 invoices that we received and processed in the previous financial year. Out of the 12,484, 12,472 were processed on time within 30 days, with only 12 that that exceeded 20 days, which is not, we don't condone that. That's why the employees that were involved in not processing those invoices, the 7 invoices came from Northern Cape. We issued a warning to the employee that didn't pay those invoices on time. 1 invoices came from Cape Town, unfortunately from Western Cape. Fortunately, by the time we're instituting the consequence management, the employee had left, but they would have received also their warning, and so did the invoices in the national office. So we do take the invoice issue serious. So the invoices that were paid on time amounted to 761,666,000 rand, and those that were not paid on time, which are 12, amounted to 34,000 rand, and that's what then we gave employees warning for. But we'll continue to ensure that all invoices are paid on time. But we do give take consequence measures and give employees warning so that when they continue, then this can accumulate and eventually they will exit the system. On the issues of the leases, Chairperson, as I move towards closing, the issues of leases, we do have a system. We do start the process 8 months prior to the lease expiring. We've been having a challenge over the past 3 years, whereby because we are merging the entities and we need to make a strategic decision on whether the current locations that we have are the right locations for our SMEs to access us. And as a result of that, we then moved to a decision to not renew the contracts beyond the period. Initially, it was 24 months. And then as we move closer towards the merger, we're renewing the contracts only for a period of 12 months, because we want to, at some point, look at all our locations and be able to say, we need to move from here because the point or the branch is not servicing the people that we are targeting. Some of them, if they're in town, it's difficult for our township and rural businesses to get into town and they have to pay money. How do we then in the near future move those offices? So because of that, then the landlords for the 2 Gauteng and KZN leases that we had to pay for, and the issue is that our employees still occupied the offices, but we're not able to renew on time because the landlord took longer to agree to the 12 months lease that we were proposing. And eventually when they agreed, it was beyond the time. And that was the reason that caused the delay, as they viewed the 12 months and as not a palatable period, but also moving to other premises would have taken even much more time, but also would have costed us more in terms of capital expenditure to even move the offices and, set up new offices and all that. Hence, we got to the point where we were, where the lease was not renewed on time. Chairperson, on the issue of the incubators, I want to agree that it's been a debate in terms of the board and us as management of the entity. And it is also the reason why we are finalizing the process of tendering in terms of going out on a study to look at the impact of the incubators, and even though, in terms of the jobs that are created, we do not count them every year through incubation and SMEs through working, we only count the new ones. However, in terms of the model, and DSBD is also dealing with the issue of the incubation model and how do we do it differently. But there is a study looking at the impact and looking at the impact across all incubators that we are currently commissioning, and will therefore, once done, share those results. I wanted to just also, Chairperson, as I close, indeed, we do provide branding as part of what we offer our clients as a product, so that then they become visible to their potential customers, but we do not offer cash to the customers ourselves. All our products is what we do on their behalf. And we then in the year did about 47,733 support to women-owned businesses, and 2,414 businesses that we supported were youth, and businesses owned by persons with disability were 5,044 in terms of answering to the question that was answered. How do you know then that these women-owned businesses are not front? We do check of the documentation from a CIPC, so the compliance documents basically, but also we are able to, when we go back to the business that we've supported 6 months later, have some questions that would talk to the business itself, and understanding if the person understands the business even before we provide the funding through the business advisors that we have, so that at least we can ascertain whether the person understands the business that they are bringing or not. Obviously, fronting becomes a very difficult issue even in South Africa to find out and to detect, but we do have those compliance steps that we take, including the client presenting and taking us through the entire business model prior to us providing a service. If the client is well equipped, then from a compliance point of view, it becomes difficult, and also from a business point of view, it becomes difficult for us to detect. But we are sure that some of them would have picked up as we continue to do some of the site visit. But this is a difficult subject even across the country at large. As I indicated, the issues of, for example, on the spaza shops, Seda, we're running a program together with WNR where before we provide funding to the spaza shops in terms of stock, we train clients on stock management, and that's what Seda has been doing. And this is what we are certain that when we bring those things across as merged entity, we will then consolidate all these things into one program where training then happens, and post-training then services are being offered, as we've been doing through our wholesale and retail SETA program. That program is funded rather by the wholesale and retail SETA that's implemented by Seda at this point in time. So we're looking to bring those programs then across to the merged entity, because it is important that when we offer funding, entities are trained. We also have resolved that from a SEFA point of view, when we do program-based lending going forward, we will then be able to say SMEs that don't have experience are trained before, because we'll be focusing more on the entrepreneur and making sure that the business model is what we develop ourselves, but the entrepreneur then we need to come in and plug in, but we train that entrepreneur before we fund. These are the things that we'll be implementing. They will take some time to implement, but we are looking forward to the new entity and the new financial year to implement most of these things that are part of our strategy of the new entity. I think I wanted to close with the issue of incubators and intermediaries. I'm aware that members have mentioned the incubators and intermediaries, which are the partners that we have interchangeably. We only, from a SEFA point of view, lend money to the intermediaries to provide funding to the SMMEs, but the concerns of the committee are noted, and we do not give money to the incubators to lend money unless if that particular incubator is a lender by definition, and then that becomes a different conversation. But I hope, Chairperson, I have responded to most of the question with the question on ESD, because the Honorable Moletsane asked for specifics in terms of how do you know how many are still operating, and we need to look at their contracts and revisit and then provide that in writing. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the responses that you have given to this committee. Though, I don't think what you are responding to is in relation with what is happening in the Northern Cape, where we recently visited. For example, we had a presentation from Mr. Robert, who stays in he was running Veculin, if ever my spelling is correct, holding. It was a PTY Ltd. This poor man. I'll say poor man because now he was supposed to be rich, but he's still poor because he received a funding of 3.5 million, whereby me and you now, as we speak, he is poor, does not have anything. The shop has been closed, it's been sold with the stock that was inside because of he did not manage the business very well, and he couldn't even pay money for rental. So now if you're saying you're training them with finances and visiting them, you're doing the monitoring, I'm sure it's in other provinces. You are not including the Northern Cape. And then now my request would be that let it be a uniform in all the provinces. Whatever you're doing in Limpopo, you must do it in Mpumalanga. Whatever you're doing in Western Cape, you must do it in Eastern Cape. Whatever you're doing in another province, you must do it in all other provinces. Otherwise, it will be a song that is not even going to help us. One other official said to us one day, I don't know whether he was drunk or sober. He said to us, politicians will talk, 5 years will lapse and then they will go. And then we'll be joined by other politicians. They will start from the beginning, lament, and 5 years will pass and then they will go. I think we forget one thing. These people does not belong to us. They belong to the Creator. They belong to God. And one day, people will be punished. People will go to jail. We'll see them in court. Whether you go to attend a court wearing a suit with a tie or a nice two-piece, but at the end of the day, people will go to jail. And one day, they won't see heaven because of how we treat these people. It's fine. It's fine. We have heard you, but Mina, I'm not satisfied. It is now the time for sefa presentation. Over to you, sefa.
Thanks, Chair. I will also be doing the sefa presentation. Thank you, Chair. King, if you may allow me to share.
Yes, yes, sir, you are still a co-host.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair and members. I will be taking you through the presentation, the annual report of the Small Enterprise Finance Agency. Just focusing on the performance highlights and the financial performance, and again touching on the issues of human resource governance and priorities at a very, very high level. Chairperson, and the honorable members, I therefore start presenting the performance. I will not dwell much, Chairperson, through a permission on the vision, mission, and values. I would take that as having been read by the committee members.
Let me request you. Let me request you to start with your vision and mission and values, so that you remind yourself as to whatever you're going to do the presentation today. Does it go hand in glove with what you say? Because it looks like it's, at the end of the day, it's just something that is been written, but in practice is nothing. Please start with your vision.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. I will then start from the top, just dealing with each slide as it comes. So, Chairperson, from a sefa point of view, our vision is to be a leading catalyst for development of sustainable small and medium and micro enterprises, including cooperatives. And we do that through providing finance or financial solutions to the clients, and simplified. Then us as an entity taking a leading role in providing finance to the small, medium, micro businesses and cooperatives at large within South Africa. And our mission is to provide accessible financing in an efficient and sustainable manner to SMMEs and cooperatives through South Africa. And it goes indeed with what our vision has been set up. How do we do that? We do that by providing loan and credit facilities to SMMEs and cooperatives, which is what we'll be reporting on today in terms of how much funding in terms of loan and other facilities we've provided to SMEs and cooperatives. So I'll touch on that in terms of our reporting, providing credit guarantees, which is what we do through our Kula Credit Guarantee KCG subsidiary. We'll also be touching on that. And I'm aware that through the Northern Cape visit, the members requested to meet the actual entities that we provide guarantees to, as opposed to the end user beneficiaries, and we'll then arrange that it happens like that even in the next visits. But that's the work that we do. We're providing guarantees to various institutions so that they can then on lend as well. And then we also provide support, or we're supporting the institutions, institutional strengthening of financial intermediaries. So basically, we need to then make sure that those financial intermediaries that we are working with or that we're providing funding to, so that they're able to on lend, they also are ready to do so, and they're fit and proper to do that work that they need to do. And again, we do our funding through co-funding with different partners or raising funds through different partners that we're partnering with, either be department or be private sector. For example, the fund we have with BP, and others that we have. So we are able to go and fundraise and increase our partnerships so that we can have more money, and with an understanding that the fiscal the government money is limited, so we can't always rely on what we are being provided, but we are able to go and fundraise and raise more money for the businesses, and then us then being able to provide innovative financial product through various partners, and that's what we also do as well through our partners, be it the MFIs and the likes. And then how do we then, the last part is monitoring the effectiveness and impact of our financing, our credit guarantees, and our capacity development initiatives through the post-investment unit. Then we deal with the values, and these are the guiding principles. And one of them talks to us acting with speed and agency, which is Gyasheshwa. We have a lot of work to do around putting the systems to ensure then that we're able to deliver services at an efficient and a short period of time, which we haven't been able to do so. And one of the key priorities of the new entity is investing in IT, so that then we're able to respond quickly and provide funding to our clients within a short period of time. And passion for development also comes in integrity, transparency. That's why in other matters, we are dealing decisively with certain issues that are taking place that are against the law. And we have some cases that we've opened for people who are or either as employees or clients who are trying to defraud the company. And then lastly is innovation, which is continuously trying to make sure that we're able to deliver the services to the clients in better ways. Hence, the decision to say we need everything of ours as we move forward need to be backed by a system that is able to respond to clients and client queries at a touch of the button. There is no reason why, for example, we can't fund a purchase order in a short period of time. And that would take us to have a lot of agreements with the partners that are providing clients with purchase orders, so that we know that the purchase orders are credible. And when we fund these purchase orders, for example, if we say our turnaround time is 48 hours or is 2 days, it becomes that period. And we've seen like the likes of your Borderland doing it, even though they're dealing with clients that have purchase orders from within the entities, and which makes it easy for them to fund. But we're moving towards that direction. Chairperson, then is the next slide. It just talks to the policies and legislation in terms of what is governing our operations, which then I am not sure if Chair also on this one you would like me to go through line by line, your guidance.
No. I want you to talk to your visions, missions, and values. On the others, I don't have a problem.
Okay,
You
thanks,
may do the
Chair.
presentation as yes.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yes. So I will take it, Chairperson, through you as read. Then the next slide talks about how the economy impacts the SMMEs. I think we've also presented to the committee around the issue of sensitivity of the economy, the growth, the issues of load shedding and so forth, and on how those impact the SMMEs. And I think my statement even before was when the economy sneezes, the SMEs catches flu. So which means we need then to really, relook at the different models and make sure that we support these businesses and we don't just foreclose when they're not doing well, but we assist them. And I did take your input, Chairperson, that we need to apply uniformity across everywhere we are, so that then we are known for the same thing across all clients, and we will then be executing accordingly as advised. This slide just talks to our model, where we're saying we're doing as an entity what we offer from a developmental focus from this line to the left, and here from a commercial focus. But that the slide just talks to how we then do I'm just being distracted by the message that comes through. How we then do lending. We do it through wholesale lending, which is what we're talking about through our partners and intermediaries. And then we do direct lending products, which is the element of our business that we've been struggling with from an impairment point of view and from loan repayment point of view, where most of our clients, especially when we started implementing the township and rural program, we realized that it is becoming very difficult for our clients to repay us. But we do have the direct lending channel where we lend direct, and we would be looking forward to strengthening that through proper due diligences, and also making sure that a particular part of the lending below 250, we do not provide loans. We assist those businesses to start up through the grant funding that we have, and gradually grow them in the near future. The rest is credit guarantees and fund management, and those are underpinned by our credit risk and our post-investment management. This is just our reach. I was talking about our offices, that currently we have 11 offices, and we do co-locate with other partners, but the MET entity will bring us quite a better reach, because from a Seda point of view, already we had 53 branches that we're talking about. Chairperson, I would go through the slide in detail. I won't touch on the issues of what we've done through inception, because this conversation is a conversation that we have discussed, but what has been sefa's contribution through the MTSF period up to the end of March 2024. We've approved 8.8 billion rand worth of funding to the clients, and 9.7 billion rand dispersed, and then talking about the number of SMEs and the jobs that we're able to facilitate throughout this period, and the jobs coming to 486,436. And how much of that 9.6 distributed to black-owned companies is about 8.1 billion rand, and how much of that 9.7 billion if we distributed or paid to businesses that are owned by women is about 3.8 billion. I'm rounding up the numbers, 3.8 billion rand, and youth obtaining 1.9 billion rand of that, and persons with disability 110 million. And the rest is how we distributed that over the NTSF through the township and rural businesses, with the rural businesses getting 3.8 billion. For the year under review, which is 2023-24 financial year, we indeed approved about 1.3 billion rand and dispersed 2.2 billion rand basically. And why there's a difference is because we also carry some approvals coming in from the previous year, which we also disperse while also dispersing what we have approved in the current financial year. That resulted in number of SMMEs being financed, and this 80,000 is really as a result of us having micro businesses that we are doing through our partners in different parts, Limpopo, KZN, Eastern Cape, and parts of Mpumalanga. And we are also looking to implement some of the mechanisms on how to fund micro businesses with speed in other provinces, including the likes of the Northern Cape and so forth. But how do we then do it differently? You know, also with the cooperatives bank coming into the stable, how do we utilize that, you know, as part of our agency and then to do that work? And out of the 2 billion, then 1.6 billion was to black-owned businesses, with women-owned businesses receiving 811 million of that. And so are youth-owned businesses. But I'll get to the target because some of these targets were missed. Township and rural businesses receiving 265 million and 728 million of the 2 billion that we have financed. Our collection rate, because we offer lending in terms of loan and other facilities, so that money must be repaid by the clients, even though on some of the programs we offer blended financing, where some of, for example, the Youth Challenge Fund is a blended finance where percentage is a loan, percentage is a grant, and the manufacturing scheme that we offer, there's a percentage that is a loan and a percentage that is a grant. So we offer pure loans, but also some programs that we aim at stimulating the economy and solving the current economic challenges. We then do blended financing out of that. So from a collections point of view, what we collected from the clients in the current financial year that is under review was 73.3%, which is lower than the 74% in the previous year. And this is when we began to see most of our manufacturing book really struggled to pay us as the impact of load shedding continued in the previous financial year. And we can see that starting to ease off in the new financial year, but it's going to take them a lot of time to recover and a lot of capital injection for us to put into those businesses for them to be resuscitated and also to recover. And our portfolio at risk was at 65.1%, and the impairments were at 60.4%. In terms of our blended first default rate, in terms of the clients that default for the first time, you know, on first installment, only 8% of our clients were defaulting on that first installment. We did well on the cost to income ratio, because the lower this ratio, the better. So we're able to contain our cost. The previous year, they were 71%. We dropped that to 59% in terms of us containing our cost to income. On capital leverage, which is money that we've been able to raise in the market through KCG on capital leveraging, for every 1 rand that we provided to KCG, KCG has been able to leverage 6.61 times of that amount of money. So if we gave KCG 100 rand, they would bring back and they will leverage from the market 161 rand. And that is for us one of the mechanisms that we are applying to ensure that we leverage or we get more money with the little that we put, so that we can have the impact that we are looking for. Chairperson, these details then expand on what we've done since inception, the NTSF and the current financial year, just on a percentage basis to say on a 5-year term, where are we in terms of what we had wanted to achieve. But it breaks down these numbers. So if the chair allows me to just go straight to the current financial year in terms of what we're focusing on the current financial year, in terms of what we've been able to do. We, at the end of the financial year, as of 31st of March 2024, our book was sitting at 4.5 billion rand. And we had approvals for the year, 1.27 billion as opposed to a target of 1.53 billion rand, and the disbursements then sitting, as I had indicated, at 2 billion versus a target of 2.1 billion. We not only missed the target, but I'll go to the performance against target so that I can link this to what AG was also talking about earlier on. But this performance resulted into the 80,000 SMMEs being financed, rounding down. And as I said, there's a lot of micro businesses that we're also financing across the country. That's why the numbers, the impact numbers are this much, and also the jobs that we've been able to facilitate are that much, because there's a lot of micro lending that we do through our partners. I would then say that out of the 2 billion approvals, 1.65 billion went to black-owned businesses, and 811 million went to women-owned businesses. Youth-owned businesses then got 327 million. This was below target, but I'll go through these and the township, because they're below target, in the next slide. And rural and township businesses received 728 million of the 2 billion. So the next slide then focuses on individual performance target, taking into account that AG has spoken about our performance as an organization, except to add that even though we did not achieve 100% of these indicators, but on some, for example, on approvals, we're at 83%. On value of disbursement, we're at 93%. So, but what we achieved 100% on is then the targeted the developmental stats, which talks to the businesses financed, because we're able to finance more from a macro finance perspective. And the number of jobs then sustains, follows suit, because it also goes hand in hand with the number of businesses that we've been able to finance. And disbursements to black-owned enterprises, also we're able to reach and exceed the target, sitting at 108% of the target. To women-owned businesses, we missed the target. We're supposed to do 688 million. We did 811, which results into a 99% achievement. So we didn't do 100% there. And the youth-owned businesses, we only did 59%. I will talk to that a little bit later. And we also achieved 62% of entrepreneurs owned by or businesses owned by persons with disabilities, where we distributed 26.8 million rand into that sector. And I will talk to TRAP and the issues of the township businesses, and how the book has been really not performing. And we changed, as AG was saying, we changed ways of doing things, tightening up the measures, because that book was alone sitting at about 87% non-performing, because and these are businesses that borrow, most of them borrow less than 250,000 rand from us to start businesses in township, with Shisanyamas and everything. So they were then affected by the economy, and we were not able to collect most of the money from these businesses. Hence, we have resolved that any business requiring less than 250,000, we need to really look at a grant element for those businesses only, so then we can assist them to grow. Otherwise, they are really failing to repay, and our intention is not to put them into debt. So then you review the model, which is what we did, and how do we then continue to assist these businesses without putting them into further debt. So we couldn't continue just putting a lot of money, knowing that these businesses were really struggling, because our intention is not to bankrupt them or take them to court, but is to assist them. So we will then be changing the model and the lending model, and looking at the grant element that comes with the Seda through the asset assist in funding these businesses. And the rest, Chairperson just talked to the lead generated and the brand visibility, and also the customer satisfaction ratio. Our cost to income ratio, as I indicated, we did very well. We had said our cost to income must be 74%, but the lower the ratio, the better. So we're able to contain cost, and our cost to income were at 59%, which is 125% achievement. I spoke about capital raising, which is value of capital raised. We had 85 million, able to raise 250.6 million, rounded up from the market. In terms of our lettable area, let's talk to our cooler business properties. We achieved 92% of what we had targeted in terms of lettable area, and our collections were at 132% from the properties. We do not expect a lot of collections from this space, but we're able to exceed our target, mainly because the economy is subdued and the SMEs that are renting our properties are really going under difficult time. So we try also to work with them to ensure then that we are not that we are working together with them as opposed to working against them. There are issues that we are dealing with on some of the properties that we are trying to resolve to ensure then that the issues of rightful ownership then is resolved. And I spoke about KCG and the leverage ratio, which we're able to exceed. And our percentage growth in revenue, because we dispersed quite a lot of money, we're able to achieve 291% of the target. The target was 11, we achieved 32%, culminating to 291%. And we still struggle with the issues of impairments, as I have explained why that is a problem given the inability of the SMEs to repay. But as I said, these SMEs need quite a lot of support, and that's what we'll be focusing on going forward. I won't touch on the issues of triple BE as we are moving towards a level 4 entity also as sefa, but those things will have to redo that and deal with it from a new entity point of view. We missed on our turnaround time target. As I said, we are focusing now on acquiring systems that will ensure that we're able to track performance and also report with ease and also approve loans at quicker turnaround times, as I have given an example. The rest talks to management systems and our automation progress, which then all of those were on par. And the number of interventions, this is where we have done a lot of interventions to our clients in terms of mentorship to the clients that we funded. With a target of 190, we're able to do 202 a mentorship in terms of us contracting and getting the work done by the mentors that we have. 202 were achieved for the financial year, which assisted our clients quite a great deal to navigate the issues of economy and also load shedding that they were facing. Chairperson, I want to get to the finance section of it. As I said, these ratios the other numbers talk to the internal matters that we are dealing with ourselves, including the employee engagement index, which was at 66% versus a target of 65%, resulting in 102%, and also employees scoring at more than 3.5. So those are internal measures. What we distributed to the provinces from a provincial spread, Eastern Cape, in terms of SMEs finance, or 22,000, spending 195 million into the Eastern Cape from a disbursement point of view, facilitating 23,159 jobs. And this is because we also have the macro lenders within this province. Free State, 30 million into the economy, 975 SMEs that were funded. Gauteng, 637 million, and 10,752 jobs. KZN, 337 million to the economy, 11,210 SMEs finance. Limpopo, 229 million dispersed, 23.5 or 0.6 SMEs that were being financed, and Mpumalanga coming in with 182 million. The Northern Cape, 23 million, and this is the focus we've listened to the members, and we are looking at the new network that we are going to be having in that space. We've been clear with our employees that we need to see those ESD programs being funded with the mines, and being clear that we also need to make sure that the microfinancing also happens in the Northern Cape. And that has been our plan, and we'll continue to execute that. That's what we can inject more funding to the Northern Cape, 100 million to the Northwest Province, and 302 million in the Western Cape Province. The auditors have talked to our unqualified audit opinion, which we have maintained over the past few years. And the current year, we also received the unqualified audit opinion. Though when it came with some of the issues that the CFO will also be dealing with. Having said that, Chairperson, may I invite the CFO to then deal with the financial section. Candice, I'm not sure where would you like me to start, through Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to all of the Portfolio Committee members. My name is Candice Williams, Acting CFO at sefa during this period that CEO is presenting. I think, CE, if we can just go back to the slide on the audit opinions, I can start there.
Okay, let's just go back. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. So as our CEO said, we have received as sefa an unqualified audit opinion on both the financial statements and also the audit of performance objectives. So that's all of the indicators that we currently measure. I think just to highlight again to the Portfolio Committee, sefa has managed to maintain an unqualified audit opinion for the last 12 years, so that consecutively. This doesn't mean that the entity is perfect. There are definitely still things to work on, but it means in all material items, we have really tried to fairly present what we show in our annual financial statements and also in the performance indicators. We can go to the next slide, please. We included just a brief slide on the funding that sefa received through this 2024 period. And we did speak to some capacity challenges that we had internally. So that was both covered, I think, by the CEO, but just to highlight the environments of funding that happened in sefa. From the DSBD, sefa receives funding for specific programs, which are the Youth Challenge Fund, the Manufacturing Program, and also TREP. The initial allocation was 1.2 billion. There was a environment process where funds was returned back to the departments, and some of that went to Seda. 470 million of that 500 went to Seda. There were also funds that were reprioritized by National Treasury, and that reprioritization really happened because of the shortfall due in this and the significant unforeseen economic financial events that were affecting the national budget. So sefa there had to return 24 million of the funding that we received from DSBD to National Treasury. sefa also receives an MTEF allocation to cover operational expenses from the DTIC, and there our allocation was 261 million. 43 million of that also had to be repaid to National Treasury through the AE&E process to cover the economic unforeseeable events in the annual budget. So there was quite a big chunk of money that sefa had to reduce during the current year. On the next slide, we've covered just a snapshot of our statements of financial position, which I think I should talk to in a bit of detail. Apologies. This is our statement of financial position from the annual report. So if you have a look at sefa's financial statements, we have group results. So those are consolidated results of sefa, the company, as well as all of its subsidiaries and other entities underneath the group. And then we have the company results, which is just simply sefa on its own. I'm going to talk to the consolidated results because that really covers everything. What we did have in the current year is a restatement. I think the auditors and the AG did touch briefly on it, but the restatement was due to two things. Firstly, the group, sefa, had to implement a new international financial reporting standard, which is IFRS 17 on insurance. I'll touch on that again later, but that standard is required to be brought in retrospectively. So you have to bring it in as if it always existed in your financial statements. So you go and adjust your prior year numbers. And then we also had the adjustment on the cash, the treatments of cash that we held on behalf of third parties. But I think overall, if you look at the balance sheet for the group, total assets for the group was sitting at 7.05 billion. That's an increase of 3.71% from where we were in the prior year. And if you look then at total liabilities for the group was sitting at 5.6 billion. So the increase there was only 1.47%. The increase there, net asset value, so net overall increase, if we look at what is our equity sitting in this company or the group, net asset value increased by 175 million for the group to 1.46 billion. So overall, that means that the balance sheet of the group is very healthy, and we still managed to grow the balance sheet given the tough economic conditions and everything that is going on in the economy. The one thing that is really not good for us is the loans and advances value. So if you look at our net loan book value, the loans and advances, our loan book is currently sitting at 1.2 billion. Last year, it was sitting at 1.6 billion. So that means our net book value on our loans has decreased by 496 million. I will touch on it a bit more later, but that is really due to an overall increase in our impairment rates. Our impairment rates, as CE touched on earlier, increased from 46% to 60% in the current year. And that's being driven by non-repayments of loans. The small increase that we had in liabilities was really driven by the IFRS 17 implementation. IFRS 17 requires that you restate your provisions that you hold for insurance contracts, which I'll touch on again just now. On the next slide, we've got the statement of comprehensive income. So this is our traditional income statement. You can go to the next slide, please. On the statement of comprehensive income, this is really to try and see how did the entity perform throughout the financial period. If we have a look at the bottom line, sefa incurred a net loss for the year of 43 million, but this is an overall improvement from where we were last year. Last year, the group suffered a loss of 243 million. So you can see there's a 200 million improvement there on our loss. And this again talks to operational efficiencies that we are trying to bring in. And when we touched on the cost to income ratio that CEO presented, you can see our cost to income ratio in prior year was 67%. We managed to bring that down to 59%. If we look at total income for the group, total income increased by 21%. That's including grants from the grants that sefa receives through DSBD. If you exclude grants and you only look at other income and revenue, we managed to increase there by 32%. Most of that growth is coming from investment income. That investment income was much higher this year than what we'd initially budgeted due to the high prime rates that were predominant throughout the financial year. Our expenses, if we look at overall expenses, our expenses increased in the current year by 1.79%. So that is quite a small increase if you compare to where inflation is sitting. The biggest increase that we had in our statements of comprehensive income is coming through in the movement where we raised the impairment provision. So our impairment provision for the current year, that movement was 704 million, which is again why we are incurring losses this year is because of the impairments. Last year, the movement was only 594 million. So with us trying to grow the loan book, there will be an increase in impairments, but this year, the increase in impairments was even higher due to non-payment of loans. I think we can go to the next slide. Statements of changes in equity. I think I have basically covered that. This really shows again the net asset value. On statements of cash flows, what we can see is that sefa for the group and both the company have a positive cash flow balance at the end of the year. Our cash flow did increase at the end of the year from 3.6 billion to 4.3 billion. Next slide. I think I have basically touched on these key highlights. We can go to the next slide. I think just some other things that we did want to raise on the financial statements. I have touched briefly on the new adoption of the insurance standard. As I said, it had to be applied retrospectively, which resulted in a restatement of the prior year numbers. It also required us to remeasure the insurance liabilities. So that's the provision that we hold on insurance contracts. The new standard tries to, tries to measure all insurers in a more uniform method so that it's easier to compare insurers to each other. But obviously you don't see that specifically in the group numbers, but there is a detailed note in the financial statements that explains the full restatement and the impact of that on SEFA's group results. The auditors also did touch on funds that are held on behalf of third parties. So SEFA was appointed by various third parties to manage funds on their behalf. And that's what you also see coming through in our performance indicators for fundraising, where we try to raise additional funds for SMMEs in addition to what we receive from the departments and from the state. What we had traditionally and in prior years is that cash would be included in cash and cash equivalents, but at the same time, we also had a corresponding liability for the same amount to show that those are not our funds. We had a liability back to the third parties. There was a difference in accounting opinion, which then ultimately resulted in us de-recognizing those balances. So de-recognizing both the cash and the liability, therefore the net impact on our asset value was nil. The other one item that I wanted to highlight on the financial statements was just around the going concern assumption. So SEFA does prepare their financial statements on the IFRS basis. Except for this year, we didn't apply the going concern assumption. International financial reporting standards requires that you do an assessment of the entity's going concern every year. You need to look at a variety of different factors, but what I think it ultimately came down to is that because of the merger, we had no realistic alternative but to cease operations as SEFA, the company, because all of the operations, the assets and liabilities by operation of law transfer into the newly merged entity. But what that does mean is that we're not a going concern in terms of the technical definition of IS1. But when we look at SEFA overall, SEFA is able to pay all of its debts as they become due. If you look at our approved budgets, SEFA is both liquid and solvent, and that also comes through when you look at the net asset value of the group. Thank you.
Thank you, Candice. Chair, if I may continue, I would just do highlights on the human capital in terms of just us managing employees, and just touching maybe just on the issue of the vacancies, mainly dealing with the fact that for the past 3 years we've been employing employees on a 2-year and subsequently 1-year contract, which hindered us really as an organization from getting the best talent in the market to do the work that we do because of the specialized nature of the work. But we're grateful that the merged entities here, and will then be able to go to the market and be able to get the required skills for us to fund the entrepreneurs that we need to fund, and also to reach out to the corners of this country and spend the funds that we have. And that is what I wanted to highlight on that side. And then this just talks to the governance structure and showing that the principles of governance were upheld in the entity throughout the financial year. There were issues that the board looked through in the financial year, and we still continuing looking at that in terms of one, building a sustainable loan book, and we need to also find a balance because we don't want to be like a bank where we are not giving the SMMEs an opportunity to run their businesses, because we really our funding is based on paper that the SMME provide, and then we do our due diligence. We ask the questions, we test the SMME, we test the concept, we test the market availability, we test all those, and do all our credit and compliance matters, and then we're able to give startups an opportunity, and also helping the existing businesses to fund, which ordinarily would not get funding from the banks. So while we're trying to build a sustainable book, we're also trying to make sure that there's a balance, that we are not excluding some of the SMMEs, and that's where you also find the issues of us managing the impairments, but also funding into the economy to stimulate the economy, becomes a bigger issue. We've seen that we decided to go to fund startups, small businesses, micro and including micro and small businesses in the township and rural areas. We've seen the impairment rate going up, but we're not going to say that we're not going to fund because some of the businesses have failed, and we can see that some of them is market dynamics, that happened subsequent to the approvals, where really even the spending by the consumers becomes different as the economy continues not to provide opportunities. But we need to balance that. At the same time, providing the opportunities to the SMMEs. And we also have a big risk because we provide government funding, where after funding some of the SMMEs, because this is government funding, then they make changes even to bank accounts. We follow up with them, we visit, and we are not able to then collect the money because this government money is a risk that is inherent to what we're doing, and we continue to try and manage it to ensure that everyone then pays, and that issue of that this is a government money, SMEs are educated better, and this is what we're going to be doing going forward, so that they know that if the money is returned, we're able to fund other SMEs through recycling the same money that we receive. I was just speaking to improving the book and also reducing impairment, and also us then trying to move towards dealing with the overall cost structure. I won't talk about SEFTA because it's been a talk of the day. I've mentioned it before, and the entity is now operational with a lot of work still to do. Chairperson, having said that, I would like to thank you, yourself and the members. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Hey, that was a long presentation. Honorable members, can we take the department's presentation, and then we then deliberate at the same time, or should we talk to SEFA's presentation and thereafter go to the department? I don't know, because now our meeting was supposed to end at 3, and then it looks like we're still early in the meeting. I'm requesting for a direction to the honorable members. Okay, okay, I see Honorable Babalo, Matulela, and Memo Lutsani.
Chair, no, I wanted to say that let's have the department's presentation, then we will deliberate on all the presentations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are you supporting that, Mem Molosani?
I support that proposal, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ma. Department, over to you. But before you do the presentation, you respond to my question as to why were we orphans at the Northern Cape without your company. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairperson, and a very good afternoon to all the honorable members on the call and the Deputy Minister that I believe is also on the call. My name is Chuli Manzini, and I will be taking through the presentation of the department. However, there are a lot of issues that have been raised regarding the issue of the visit, but again, there are a lot of other issues in terms of exactly what has happened that were raised, and I have noted them. As part of the response, I just want to firstly say I want to profusely apologize that has happened. We take these processes very seriously. That is why our DDM champions for this, the provincial champions, for instance, for Northern Cape, we have DDG Mahele, who is the DDG in other areas. Yes, we do have chief directors, but I'm emphasizing the fact that we do have senior people leading the process. The mishap that has happened is something that will never, ever happen moving forward. On the first day, when it was brought to my attention by Minister's PLO, Mr. Mzezana, I immediately ensured that the other day, second day and third day, there were people that were there. And this situation will never, ever happen, because I will make sure that I preside over it. As we speak, I was busy already, I'm busy arranging for another oversight. So it's something that will never happen. And again, that is why we were able to immediately dispatch, because when we looked at the program and we knew that the portfolio committee will be going to these areas for the following reasons. For instance, for the craft CSP, we made sure that those colleagues that are supposed to attend, Abotiniko and them, they then went. For the IMEDP for the following days, Aborapopo, our colleagues, DTG Mohoto, made sure that those colleagues, they do attend. With all the other issues that are raised, which are very concerning chairperson, and I also, as a person, I take them very seriously, that we need to take the people very seriously. So I am actually looking forward to the official portfolio committee.
Manzini, my apology.
That we can actually respond and deal with these issues one pot. So from my side, I don't want to justify.
Hello, DG. Hello, DG. Hello, ma. If you can try and check, because we sometimes we lose you.
Yes,
I don't know what is the problem with the network.
I'm here. I'm here.
Oh yes. If you can try to be in one place where we can hear you. We sometimes lose you. You may continue, ma. Yes, you may continue, DG. Hello?
Yes, Chairperson, can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I will try, but should you lose me, Chair, because we didn't have electricity in my area. It's one of those bondos areas. So in case you lose me, Chair, I will ask one of the DDGs that are here, because I will ask DDG Mohoto to quickly also take over, but hopefully it won't happen. Thanks.
Okay.
Let's move to the next slide, please. Chairperson, we look at that is the outline of the report, and I'm not going to go through the outline because the slides are already there. Next slide, please, Ntuseng. The purpose of our presentation this morning, Chair, this afternoon, is to brief the Portfolio Committee on the small business development on the audited 2023-2024 annual report of the DSBD. As we know that the annual reports, why do we have to submit them? I'm not going to read sentence by sentence because of time. And again, I'll just touch on the issue of that the draft 2023-24 annual report and the audited financial statements were submitted to AGSA on the 31st of May 2024, and we had them presenting today in terms of what came out of it. And that the auditing process of the AGSA was finalized on 31 July 2024, and the audited financial and non-financial performance information was submitted to the Minister and National Treasury on 28 and 30 August, respectively, and everything was done on time. Let's proceed. Again, as part of the background, there is also a legislative and regulatory requirements, which as a department we need to conform to, and that is everything that is listed on slide 6. Please proceed. The strategic overview of the department talks about what is the mandate of this department. And I'm emphasizing that because I'm taking cue from when I heard the chairperson, so that whatever that I'm saying is in line with what is there, is that our mandate is to lead and coordinate an integrated approach to the promotion and development of entrepreneurship, small, micro, and medium enterprises and cooperatives, and to ensure an enabling legislative and policy environment to support their growth and sustainability. And the mission of the department is the coordination, integration, and mobilization of efforts and resources towards the creation of an enabling environment for the growth and sustainability of SMMEs and cooperatives. And our vision is a transformed and inclusive economy driven by sustainable, innovative SMMEs and cooperative. Let's proceed. Yes, we have the following values. I'm not going to read what is underneath, but on top there, our values for this Department of Small Business is innovation, integrity, professionalism, customer-centric, commitment, and we are a caring organization. Let's proceed. This is the strategic overview of the department, talking about the issue of our legislative and policy, the mandate and primary outputs. Let's proceed. The organizational structure of the department, I will not dwell too much into that, but it is there on page 13 on the documents that were circulated in terms of how the department is structured. Let's proceed. And on the overall performance of the department, we had 27 annual performance indicators and targets over the reporting periods that we are here for. And we achieved 23, which translate to 85% of the planned targets. And we didn't achieve 4, and it accounted for 15% that were not achieved. And this is the summary of what was achieved and what was not achieved. In administration, everything was achieved, 8 out of 8, 100%. Program 2 on sector and market development, 5 targets, 2 were achieved, 3 were not achieved. Development finance, 100% achievement, and the total of what we achieved is 85%. What was not achieved is 15%. Next slide, please. It shows the overall performance over the 5-year period from 2019 until 2023, how the department has performed in terms of what was achieved and what was not achieved. Let's proceed. And the performance highlight. What we pride ourselves in is the department, we again, that we received an unqualified audit opinion with no material findings for the period under review, which is 2023-2024 financial year. And this is what AGSA will refer to as a clean audit. In terms of paying invoices, we have paid 100% of valid invoices, which we are expected to pay under 30 days, but the department was able to process over 11,641 invoices worth 73.4 million on an average of 6 days. Again, the department, we had a 1.8% expenditure variance on annual budget, the expenditure of 2.479 billion, which is 98.2% of the final budget of 0.529 billion. We didn't have no fruitless and wasteful expenditure that was incurred during the 2022-2023 financial year. The representation for national is 50%, but the department, we managed to have a representation of women at SMS level and the period under review of 53.7%. Again, the department, we also had 3.7% representation of persons with disabilities as at 31 March 2024. The department, in partnership with our agencies, Seda and sefa at the time, we implemented 110 public engagement programs within district municipalities. These are the programs where we are able to take our services to the people. 2020. Again, another performance highlight is that the department, we continue to implement our SMME focused localization policy framework that was adopted by Cabinet during the course of 2020-2021 financial year. And again, Minister said this morning in the opening statement that a total of 285 versus the annual target that we set for ourselves of 250 products were produced and services rendered by SMMEs and cooperatives were linked to domestic market. Through the Small Enterprise Manufacturing Support Program, which in short we call it the SEMP, that aims to contribute to South Africa's localization strategy. As of 31 March 2024, since inception in 2020, this particular program, the disbursements amounted to 642.7 million, which was disbursed to 104 SMMEs, assisting in facilitating about 4,488 jobs. There was a total of 317, although we have set ourselves a target of 200, we were able to deliver 317 to SMMEs and cooperatives that were exposed to global market opportunities. On the business infrastructure side for SMMEs and cooperatives that were refurbished or built, 5 projects were completed. We did a project in Guamashu, market stalls in KZN, in Durban. We also did a Litsatsi Pty Ltd, which is the Freedom Square Retail in Mangaung. We also did Ukahlamba, Bergville in KZN, and again, Ozonke Market in Eastern Cape, Mthatha, and also the Craven Street, Kimberley in the Northern Cape. Next slide, please. 21. During the 2023, during the 2023-2024 financial year, the department will develop a consolidated report on the implementation plan of the SMMEs and the cooperative funding policy, which was approved by EXCO. We set ourselves a total annual target of 20,000 township and rural enterprises that were supposed to support financially and also non-financially. And we were able to surpass that with the number by 509. So instead of 20,000, it was 20,509. The department, we also supported 345 cooperatives financially and non-financially. We also, with our entities, supported 18,843 startup youth businesses that we supported financially and non-financially against the 10,000 set annual target. We also had an annual target of 1,333 informal business that we were supposed to support through informal and micro enterprise development program, which is the IMEDP that we spoke about in the opening, and we managed to do 2,045. The competitive SMME and cooperatives are those SMME and cooperatives supported financially and non-financially with the ability to create or sustain jobs. In this particular one, a total of 50,077 competitive SMMEs and cooperatives were supported by the 31st of March 2024. Next slide, please. Another highlight is that to amplify the efforts to reduce the issue of the regulatory burdens on small enterprises, the department set an annual target to assist 30 municipalities to roll out the red tape reduction awareness program. And on this one, a total of 55 municipalities were assisted, which was the Northwest, Mpumalanga, Eastern Cape, Free State, Gauteng, KwaZulu-Natal, Mpumalanga, to roll out the red tape reduction program by the 31st of March 2024. Again, on this one, a regulatory reform implementation plan was submitted to Minister for approval, and this is ongoing. Following the publication of the NISA strategic framework as the National Small Enterprise Support Strategy in terms of this National Small Enterprise Amendment Act by Minister in Government Gazette of February 2023, a monitoring and implementation framework as well as the action plan for the implementation and rollout of the NISA was developed and approved. The departmental EXCO also approved the following pieces of documents, which are the documents that will assist the department to be able to execute its mandate. We approved the sector focus and hybrid incubation and digital hub support strategy, the national entrepreneurship strategy, and also the township economy revitalization policy, an implementation plan, and lastly, 2 reports on the SMMEs who participated in the SMME incubation program and digital hub program. Let's proceed. There were, however, areas of underperformance, and I have mentioned them in the beginning, and these areas in detail. One, on these 4 areas, it was one, we were supposed to deliver 1 monitoring report on the incubation support program improvement plan that was supposed to be approved by EXCO against a target of 2 monitoring reports. So it was 1 that was done at the time. Another one, we were supposed to have 5 business infrastructure for SMMEs and cooperative refurbished structure for SMMEs. So we did 5. Another one, it is the business amendment bill that we keep on talking about, was supposed to be submitted to the Minister for introduction to Parliament against a target of business amendment bill submitted to the Minister. So on this one, we did not we did not deliver. We were supposed to have 1,000 crafters that were supposed to support. We have a program called the Craft Customized Sector Program. We identified 1,000, but we fell short. We only were able to do 596. So these are this slide 24 is a slide that made us not to achieve our 100%, and we ended up at 85%. Next slide, please. And what is it that then we planned to do to deal with those issues that were not done? One, on the issue of the report, the department we are ensuring that we get this particular report approved by EXCO, and noting that this is the annual. So we have moved to Q1, Q2, and we're moving to Q3, showing that there is work that is being done. But because we are here, we are reporting this as per the period when it happened. And on the 5 approved business infrastructure, when we were supposed to have 7, in terms of the action plan, is that the 2 outstanding business infrastructure projects are to be completed during the 2024-2025 financial year. On the business amendment bill, that was not done. We have actually put lots and lots of effort in this, to an extent that we even appointed a person in this particular branch to be able to assist and focus on this work. So we are very much, in terms of our program and the action plan that was developed by the DTG and team, we will be able to meet this particular target. On the 1,000 crafters, why didn't we meet, and what is it that has happened? One, this target was affected by the delay in the finalization of the memorandum of agreement that led to the delay in the first payment of the tranches, because we need to have MOAs with all these people that we are dispersing to. Secondly, the craft CSP project guidelines have been revised to align processes and improve efficiencies. All those things that made it not to be efficient, we have identified that to make sure that it is aligned. And again, furthermore, the project team, they have also increased the number of provincial and stakeholder engagement sessions as part of monitoring project implementation per quarter. And this will make us see this as reaching the target and also go beyond. Please, let's move. On the issue of thank you. On the issue, please go back to slide number 28. Thank you. On the issue of governance, we do have the issue of the risk management, dealing with issues of the risk. We have developed and implemented our risk management policy strategy. We do have the risk and ethics management charter, risk ethics management implementation plan that have been viewed and approved. And also we had the risk and ethics management unit that conducted strategic risk. And we also established a risk and ethics management committee. And during this period under review, the department, we achieved a risk maturity level of 5 score, and the score indicates the level at which DSBD has implemented the risk management processes. And on fraud and corruption, as the department, we have developed and implemented the fraud prevention and anti-corruption whistleblowing policy. The department, we have adopted and promoted a zero tolerance stance on fraud and corruption. And also in terms of our whistleblowing policy, that in the department, we encourage citizens and officials to report any fraudulent activity relating to the department to the Public Service Commission through the National Anti-Corruption Hotline. The department, we have developed and monitored the fraud and corruption risk register during the reporting period. Let's proceed. 29. On health, on minimizing conflict of interest, the risk and integrity management perspective, conflict of interest is managed through the implementation of the public service regulations as amended, and also the ethics management directive from the TPSA. We also have, as a department, developed the policies on remunerative work outside the public service, doing business with organ of state, financial disclosures, and lifestyle audit. And on this specific one, we make sure that each and every person wants to do what we call RWAP, the remunerative work outside the public service, where they submit, and we scrutinize each and every application to make sure that when we approve somebody who doesn't do any work that is in conflict with what we are doing. And during the 2023-2024 financial disclosure period, all SMS and other designated officials, they have disclosed their financial interest within the stipulated time frame. So we are one of those departments that did this 100%. And non-compliance is dealt with in accordance with the Public Service Regulation and Chapter 7 of the SMS Handbook. On the issue of the Code of Conduct, for public servants, as the Code of Conduct for public servants, it acts as a guide for employees about the ethical expectations in individual conduct and relationship with others. And also adherence to Code of Conduct was instilled through the training. New officials are required to acknowledge receipt of the copy of the Code of Conduct to ensure compliance. Next slide, please. On internal control unit, the department does not have an internal control unit per se. However, but the department controls currently implemented are based on mainly complying with existing relevant acts, regulation, and policies and procedures. Hence, we are able to comply with all the relevant prescripts. Internal audit and audit committee is in place and reports administratively to the DG and functionally to the audit committee. And the audit and risk committee was in place since during the 23-24 financial year. A risk-based audit plan was approved, and also the internal audit provided assurance on key processes, including from ethics management, performance information, human resource, and etc. Let's proceed. And then again, on the audit and risk committee report, during this particular period, the ARC combined its responsibility arising from the section that is there of the PFMA and the Treasury Regulation, and the ARC adopted appropriate formal terms of reference at its audit committee as its audit committee charter. They executed their function of the 2020-2024 financial year as supported by the EA, the accounting officer, management, and internal audit. In terms of the triple BEE compliance performance, the department also complied. 33. On human resources, let's go to the issue of the vacancy rate. Please proceed. In terms of, there is a summary. Please proceed, 35. The department, like Minister's opening statement, the department aimed for a 5% reduction in the vacancy rate in light of the significant increase in positions, with 88 new positions created. The department therefore managed, because that target of 5% was exceeded, achieving an 11.8 reduction by implementing systems and processes such as recruitment plan, regular follow-ups, and also of hiring additional resources. So we're able to surpass that 5.8. Let's proceed. And again, on women SMS, I already spoken about this in terms of the percentage that we were able to do more than the 50%, and also people with disabilities. The department, we managed to maintain a representation and above of 3%, and we increased it to 3.7%. Let's proceed. On financial performance from slide number 38, I will ask the CFO to take us from number 39. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. CFO.
Thank you, DG. And good afternoon, Honorable Chair, honorable members. My name is Simpeti Oosterwyk. I am the CFO, as DG has said. In terms of the spending on the financial resources that we were provided in order for us to be able to achieve the 85% targets, we were allocated 2.5 billion, and we were able to spend. Sorry, Chair, I am suffering from a cough that will interrupt. My apologies for that. We were able to spend 2.485 billion of that, which is 98.2%, as earlier indicated by DG, resulting in an underspending of 44.5 million, which is 1.8% of the allocated resources. Next slide, please. The same performance in terms of programs for the 23-24 financial year. Program 1, which is administration, was allocated 135.6 million. We were able to spend 128.1 million, with an underspending of 7.4 million, which in terms of percentage spending is 94.5%. Sector and market development program, we were allocated 151 million. We spent 127.6 million, with an underperformance of 23.3 million, which translates to 84.6% of the spend. And program 3, which is our development finance program, we were allocated 795 or just under 796 million. We spent 790 million, with a variance of 5.5 million, equating to 99.3% of the total allocated budget for the program. And for enterprise development, which consumes the biggest chunk of the allocated resources, we were allocated 1.447 billion. We were able to spend 1.439 billion, with a variance of 8.2 million, which translates to 99.4% of the allocated budget. If we can move to the next slide, please, Tuseni. Thank you very much. Here we're going to provide reasons for the spending per administration. As indicated earlier, administration has contributed 7.4 million in the main base due to the vacancies that DG spoke to earlier, and we also have 23.3 million that was contributed by sector market development and program. In the main, the product that DG referred to, the business infrastructure project that we refer to as product markets, contributed 18.8 million that could not be disbursed by the 31st of March on the basis of the non-compliance by one of the beneficiaries, which is, or the partners that we have, which is our Northwest Development Corporation, as well as the Mangusi market stalls. The project was slow in terms of the implementation, so we could not disperse the rest of the budget. We have also noted a contribution to by compensation of employees, as well as goods and services, which jointly contributed 2.2 million each due to vacancies, as well as cancelled trips for the SMEs and cooperatives exposure to international platforms. And the third program, which is the Development Finance Program, contributed 5.5 in the main due to vacancies that contributed 4.8 million, as well as 650,000 for the craft customized sector program, wherein the amounts could not be transferred to the trade and investment that is in KZN, amounting to 300,000 as their co-funding was withdrawn, as well as the Free State Development Corporation that had compliance issues wherein we could not disburse 350,000, adding up to that 650 that I referred to earlier. And the last program, which is the Enterprise Development Program, contributed 8.2 million, largely to vacancies. If we can move on to the next slide, Tuseni. The chairperson and honorable members, the spending is reflected in terms of our economic classification, wherein we are saying compensation contributed the highest value in terms of underspending at 21.8 million, which in terms of spending, we were allocated 203 million and we were able to spend 181 million. And as indicated earlier on, we have vacancies that we could not fill, and that money was part of the resources that we have to surrender to National Treasury after the audit. And in terms of the goods and services, we spent 138.4 million when we were allocated 141 million, with a variance of 2.7 million. And transfers and subsidies, which basically consume the biggest chunk of our allocation, we were allocated 2.175 billion. We were able to spend 2.15 billion, resulting in an underperformance of 19.5 million, whereas the least resource consuming classification is capital asset that is allocated 7.1 million, wherein we spent 6.7 million with a variance of 414,000. And the reasons for underspending in the next slide, please, Tuseni, in the economic classification, as indicated earlier on, COE, we do have a high vacancy rate on the basis of the new additional posts that the department has implemented or had implemented at the beginning of the financial year, but could not be filled throughout during the 2023-24 financial year. But we are well on track to trying to bringing in as many as possible of the human capital that we require. In terms of our goods and services, the reasons that we underspend to the value of 2.7 million, it was in the main on travel and subsistence. As I indicated earlier on, there were international trips that we could not undertake or take our SMEs to because they were cancelled. And we also had computer services contributing about 831,000. And we also have what we call, in terms of that computer services, it's actually the Microsoft licenses that we had expensed once off instead of making sure that we were trying to comply with the modified cash standard that National Treasury has implemented, that we only expense or match the expenditure to the financial year or when the services is rendered. So whatever it is that we have prepaid can only be expense in the following financial year. So we will be trying to ensure that when we get billing from Microsoft, we align that to the financial year, that is 12 months, starting from April to March the following year. In terms of the transfers and transfer payments, I've already explained this earlier when I was explaining the variances per programs, in that the product market contributed 18.8, as well as the craft customized sector program that contributed 650,000. And in terms of the capital expenditure, we just had an underperformance of 414,000, which is 5.8%. In the main, in there we spent on our finance leases, which is our photocopiers, cell phone contracts that we currently have. And as and when we require vehicles, that's where we purchase our vehicles and laptops. In the next slide, Bontuseni, that concludes basically on the spending. As indicated earlier on by DJ, Auditor-General as well, we do not have any unauthorized expenditure. We had incurred irregular expenditure of 88,000 that was not material. We also have fruitless and wasteful expenditure, which is 0. And in terms of the irregular expenditure, we basically had a contract or an employment contract that had lapsed, and the employee continued working before the contract could be renegotiated and concluded. Hence, the 88,000 was paid out and declared as irregular expenditure because the services were rendered without an agreement in place. Moving on to the next slide, Bontuseni, in terms of the audit action plan, wherein we track the audit findings at AGSA, issues to management. My apologies, Chair. We have, for the 22-23 financial year, only one audit finding that we could not conclude on, and it is one of those that in terms of the AGSA's report earlier on, there has been a marked improvement in the uptake of DSBD's programs, whereas the one issue that also hinders us from fully achieving that which we require is the filling of vacancies. And I have already spoken to the challenges that the issue that we've not been able to spend the COE budget in relation to the vacancies. But at the same time, I need to hasten to say that as a department, we are actively trying to make sure that vacant posts are filled as soon as we can possibly do so. However, our challenge is that we do have to contend with the fact that even as you recruit, some of the recruitment takes place from within, which is an upward mobility, whereas some of the colleagues that you have as existing staff do get employed elsewhere. So it's the tension of recruiting the incoming officials as well as those that exit the systems make it almost impossible to reach the targets that you set for yourself, but we continue in earnest. In terms of the current year that we are reporting on, which is 23-24, there were 8 findings that were made by AGSA, and the one that I've already spoken to is the COE regular expenditure of 88,000. And when we compiled the financial statements, we actually compiled 2 sets, one set on Excel and another set which is called the publication version. Here, there was a typo that AG identified where we had included an extra 4, and we had to just adjust that or delete the 4 for us to have a full set of financial statements, published financial statements, which was not considered to be material. And in terms of the 6 supply chain findings, they related to AGSA having an issue with us not giving suppliers adequate time to respond to requests for quotations, and where AGSA felt that the criteria that we provided in one of the RFQs was not clearly defined or consistently applied, and that we needed to, AGSA's view was that we had insufficient details on the publication of the bidders list, and that when we awarded, the information that was provided was not adequate in in AGSA's view, and as well as one of the control measures that we have in place is that we keep a register of all procurements, and when AGSA tested this, they felt that there were items that were included in the register that we should not have included. And lastly, from a compliance perspective, AGSA felt that came to a conclusion that on a deviation that we had awarded on, we did not report to National Treasury and the Office of the Auditor-General within 14 days. So the contention here is whether it's 14 calendar days or 14 working days, because when we looked at 14 working days, we were within, but AGSA's view was that it ought to have been within 14 calendar days. And I have spoken to the last one, which is the finding that we are still tracking from the 22-23 audit chairperson. And I'll hand back to DG to conclude with your permission, Honorable Chair.
Yes, you may conclude.
Yes, thank you very much, CFO. Chairperson, honorable members, this the last slide is slide number 47 of recommendation. And it's recommended that the Portfolio Committee on Small Business Development adopts the audited and table 2023-2024 annual report of the Department of Small Business Development. I thank you.
Okay, are you done, Mamazini?
Yes, Chairperson, I'm done. That was the last slide. Thank you.
Oh, okay. You forgot to write thank you on your last slide. You normally do that. All right. Thank you very much for a long presentation. I would go back to the members if ever they have something to say with regard to the presentation. But DG, allow me to say, in your presentation, you're talking about monitoring of the incubation. Make sure that that is done, because whatever we just saw in the Northern Cape, it looks like the incubators are, the incubatees are all alone. There is no monitoring. And again, in the presentation, you talked about, you and the CFO talked about the fraud and corruption. Is what we saw there. There is no prevention of anti-corruption. I know the whistleblower might be trying to whistle their whistle, but then there's no attention on that one. We did not see it. We've been singing a song on the issue of people who are acting on their positions. It is high time that we just assist those who are acting now and make them permanent. There's no need to go out and recruit on the people that should come and apply, and it's like there's a struggle of looking for those people. So there's no need for that. You have people who are acting, let them become permanent on their positions. Honorable members, on that note, I would like to allow, I see the hand of Honorable Chris Malimaja. You will be the first one to speak, and I can't see any other member. Okay, the hands now are coming. The hands are coming now. Honorable Malimaja, you'll start. Honorable Matsulo Molodzani, you'll follow. Honorable Singh, and then Honorable Sapo, and the last one will be Honorable Matulela. This time I started from the beginning going down. Okay, over to you, Honorable Malimaja.
No, thanks, Chair. Let me appreciate the opportunity given to me by you. Extend my on the presentations and say we welcome the presentations both. And when I start, I want to start by the department, because the department is the one that must lead by example. And if the department is not leading by example, obviously the entity will do as they wish. I will be straightforward to a number of things, DG, that if we don't deal with them, it is a problem. You see, once you can't spend on goods and services, it is a problem. It is a problem because some of the things that we'll mention, one will ask, where are they supposed to come? Are they supposed to come from other country? If you can't get a Microsoft, some other things that are very fixed, then the issue of the trip can be justified. But if you are to deal with that term, say for an example, you are talking to people who don't know what you are talking about, they're listening to you over the radio, they will think this thing of goods and services is a big term of very small things. And that goes to this aspect, Comrade Chair, which I raised it somewhere. And I wanted to raise it here in the presence of the AG. We are running a department in a country, if we are to say, the very same AGs in this country, and they are every day with us in the parliament. They must have a term that does not necessarily say where they know the reason. For an example, the cost containment measures, it must not spoil the good report. They must have a way to say, NB, this is the cost containment measure. That is why we have got this problem that is equivalent to high vacancy rates, because it's something that we are not going to change it today, tomorrow. Now, when it keeps saying, no, you did not get clean audit based on that, then you must explain, which is not right, because the AG itself, it says you don't need to explain. What we write must speak for itself. But the very same AG, they know this is a thing that is throughout the department. That I wanted to deal with it in the presence of the AG here, so that it must not spoil your good work, because I think you are happy that you have got a clean audit opinion. It's what you got. That one we are not going to dispute, and that one makes us happy. We are also happy with that. If you go to slide 41, that is where you begin your problem. The underspending in everything. That's slide 41. And the slide 42, the issue of compensation. You see, you speak indeed like government people. People in form of voters are tired of these talks. You come with this English, you come with risk management unity, whistleblower corruption. You went there on site, but you could not identify that this is a very low quality port that was bought by the money of the state. Now the whistleblower will say, but we are busy whistleblowing. Here is a port that you can see is not this amount. What is it that we are doing? So on that, one is not necessarily happy with these bodies that we are forming, because they become too many, and they don't necessarily bring the joy in form of results to what's supposed to happen. Instead of consolidating and have one report, one unit that can have these people and finish it, rather to be creating so many units that cannot see that this port is not a quality one. Chairperson, this committee, this department, it's like they don't know their mandate. They don't even know why we exist. We exist to craft the bills, the law, to pass these bills. But they are telling us here to say they have failed to submit the business amendment bill to the minister so that it be processed. Then why are they here Monday to Friday working? Now, the reason in a form of correcting measures, they are saying, and I quote, we've got lots of effort. We even went and outsourced a person to assist. We're not aware by the time you feel that really you are not capable enough to deal with that. Then are you saying this outsourced person is going to be permanent? Hence you are saying to us that it's like you are not capable enough to process these things. And now the question is, why do we exist if we cannot just submit that and be processed? I think that's another element that makes us not to be happy on that. And the answer to that and saying, after this one, what will this outsourced person do? Its function? Are you saying this is going to be now permanent as a loophole that you realize that you failed because you don't have that particular leg? Now you are saying it is there permanently, meaning that you will never fail to do the right thing. You can't fail to process the bill yourself where it's supposed to be submitted so that we deal with it. It means you are rendering us useless because we are waiting for such to come and go and argue in the National Assembly and the NSOP that it passed because you have realized that there is a need of this. I think there we are not even happy altogether. Now that you see that you are capable of meeting the small targets, because Chairperson, we must emphasize this. If the department is doing good by reaching its targets, it must say, portfolio committee, we are capable of setting the target of 20 and we meet it like nobody's business. Now, question will be, what is it that you want us as the portfolio committee to assist? For you to aim high so that going forward, you no longer have the 20, you have the 40, 50, because it must be a challenge on your side so that we meet the target I said earlier on. We are given millions and millions and billions, but we can't give just 1 million of our achievements in a form of targets. We can't give million jobs. So I'm saying I'm happy with the target you met, but I'm saying this target because now it's so low. At what point do you think you will need us to assist and what is it that we must assist with so that you aim high? And indeed you go and say we did not reach this target of 80, we aimed higher, then we say it was a challenge we accept. Because Chair, some other failures are accepted. In a real situation, a person who set a target of 8, who was setting and achieving at the target of 20, but did not make it to 8, but managed to achieve 60, that failure is accepted. That person is hard at work, can aim high, but that person has performed. Unlike a person who will every year set a target of 10 and they get 100%, target of 10, there shall be no any impact on that. And if you want me to give a simple example is this one. Matrics are going to write examination. Here is a school which has got 3 people. And here is a school which has got 120 people. This school, all 3 people pass. The school got 100% pass rate. The 120 pass only 100. And you are told that it not get 100%. But the department said, oh, there is a school. And indeed it is a school. Even here we had, even on your side, the target of 5, we achieved 3, and 3 is equivalent to 83. It's not what we want. We want to see numbers. So I'm saying here, in a positive manner, to say that you can achieve your 20. How do you increase 20 to the higher number? We'll take it from there. As I said earlier, we appreciate your clean audits. We are saying it must be accompanied by numbers. And one want to support you, the chair, when you were forcing that people must know their mission, their vision. Because if they don't know what they live for. And I was impressed with them saying that a caring organization. Then it seems as the department they are pushing there, but there are other things that I've raised. I think they must just consider them. On the issue of sefa, Chair, man, I'm still saying until there's this mesh, these other things is not necessarily assisting. But we are waiting to see the mesh and how will the mesh maybe change the lives and the living conditions of our masses. Thank you so much, Chair.
Okay, thank you so much, Honorable Malimacha. You know, when you were raising your issues, I could notice that the department behind big numbers, and these big numbers are supposed to translate to big changes in unemployment and economic growth. Those numbers, we don't even know as to how many were supported financially, how many were information sharing session, how many cooperatives were supported financially. Maybe they will talk to us on those issues. Really, this is not pleasing the ears of those who are listening. We just hope that maybe one day they will put what they are preaching into practice. We are moving to you, Honorable Molotsane. Over to you, ma'am.
Modulastulo, thank you very much. Chair, I think I have only 1 to 2 questions on sefa presentation. On the slides of loan book performance trends, I just want to check with sefa that those SMMEs who will come and request a loan from them, what kind of a business are they doing? So that we don't find ourselves that a majority of us, we are in the same business where we end up not making enough profit so that we can be able to pay back our loan. And secondly, on regarding of the co-location of the offices of sefa, I still don't, in fact, to me, I feel like some of the offices, they are only office on paper, but physically, so you don't find those offices. And the worst part is that I'm from Free State, and when we talk about offices in Free State, I can be able to get that on this place, we don't have such office. Unless they are only on paper, physically, we don't have those offices. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ma. The Honorable Member Singh.
Thank you, Chairperson. And I do apologize, my quality is bad because I am actually driving. So, Chair, I'm just going to start from the last point first, and that was an issue that I had raised originally amongst just the committee about adoption of the report, and that seems to be what was the last statement made by the presenter. And as advised by our secretary, we should be actually noting the report. That's the first point. The second point is that every member that is speaking is alluding to one fact, Chair, including yourself, is that all these numbers, all this reporting is not translating into the impact on the ground. So hence I had asked the question earlier, which was not answered, and I'd like an answer now, that are they going to change the targets, that's the department as well as the entities, are they going to change their targets to smart targets so that we can measure the impact of these programs, not just quantitative numbers that are just thrown at us. The third thing is that every year we have funding. We fund SMMEs in different ways, financially and non-financially, in terms of whether we give them actual funding or training and the like. But the question is, when we do this and we say that X number of jobs have been facilitated or retained, who goes back to the previous years to check whether those entities that we support are still in existence? Because I'd like to know what the actual success rate or failure rate of those startups are. Because in terms of, I think one report that came out from Stats SA, the failure rate is almost over 80% or something like that. So if every year we're going to keep making interventions to put numbers on the table, but everyone that we've helped, or 80% of the people that we've helped in prior years, have all failed, that's why we are getting nowhere. So I am extremely concerned about that. The other thing is that I accept the fact that people come and go in jobs, and people are not going to stay there for 30 years. But it would appear that our department and its entities seem to have a much higher turnover rate. That seems to be the perception. So I'm just wondering whether there's any exit interviews done as to why people don't stay with us. And I think it's important, because if we don't understand why people are leaving us, maybe there could be a reason why people don't want to, that we may not be regarded as a good employer, for example, and perhaps we should look at that. The other thing is regarding lifestyle audits. I'd like to know how far they go, and perhaps we can get something in writing to the committee to tell us at which level these lifestyle audits are conducted. And my last point, Chair, is that these discrepancies that we had when we went to the Northern Cape, I'm sure they just not discrepancies that relate to just the few beneficiaries that we saw. It must be more wide-ranging than that, where the amount allocated did not match the amount of equipment that was given. And I think a thorough investigation needs to be done on that, and what measures has the department as well as its entities have when they procure actual equipment, that they are actually paying market-related prices for what they are procuring, so that we as a department are getting value for money. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Singh. We are now going to give an opportunity to the Honorable Member Sapo. Over to you, ma'am.
Oh, thanks, Chair. Just a few things from my side. One, for sefa, I just want to check, because there's a slide that is indicating that they underperformed on the support of youth-owned businesses. I just want to check, Chair, what was the reason for that. The second thing, Chair, is on the support given to the Northern Cape. There's a slide that reflects the allocation for across all provinces. Now it shows that only 88 MMCs that were supported in the Northern Cape. I just want to check the reason. When you compared to other provinces, yes, we understand that Northern Cape is not that big, but look at the Limpopo, Eastern Cape, numbers are huge. But now when you go to the Northern Cape, it's only 88. I had the CEO clarifying that they tried to the officials on that site to pick up on that area. But I just want to know what was the reason, because I would want to understand why people will sit in the office and only assist 88 people. Or 88 companies for the entire financial year. Really, I will really need to have an answer on that. Yes, we do to align myself to the whip to say we do applaud the audit, both for the department and entities, the audit outcomes, but it goes back to what members are raising, that also must be equal or translate to the services that are rendered to the people. We can't clap hands for the fact that you got clean audit for the 12 years, 12 consecutive years, but when people are suffering on the ground, yes, it's good that that happened, but we must also take into consideration on what impact that clean audit has on services that are delivered to the people. Jan, I'm sitting here thinking one department that does not deserve any additional funding, I think it's this one. And now I see they are really, they don't. I see all of them now are hiding, especially on the areas of underspending. If they can't spend the little that they have, why would they then request for an additional funding? Now there is an issue of the high rate of vacancies. When you go to the justifications of underspending, most of them are attached to that. That we underspent because of that. Even in areas where, Chair, there was targets were met 100%, there is also underspending. Then you ask yourself, if for example, I think it's program 3 or program 4, yes, they achieved 100%, they met their target, but there's an underspending in that particular program. So you then ask yourself, if you then have a problem of the high rate of vacancy rate, then it becomes an area where they say we underspend because of that. What really are we doing? So I also wanted to ask for me on the reasons that were given on the underperformance. I think there's a slide where it also shows us the corrective measures. For me, they are not sufficient. They are really not sufficient. We are being told that the ESCO did not approved one and not approved the other. But when you go back to check the corrective measure, it just says the accounting officer approved, and then going forward, the ESCO will approve the other one. Really, you can go check 4 of them. For me, they are not sufficient, DG. Honestly, it's a way of just telling us, yes, we didn't meet our target, we didn't make our, we'll see as time goes by. To me, that's what it says. Yes, it's good, Chair. We appreciate where the department has done good, but we really need to look on areas where there is an underperformance. Last thing, Chair, it is on the issue of incubation. It's good that the department is indicating that they will intensify the monitoring of those incubations, but at the same time, we must really look, because I would just make an example on some of the incubation that we visited in Northern Cape. You can really say, yes, there's everything set up, but there is no incubation that is happening here. It's a totally different setup. But I think, Chair, when we got an opportunity to discuss our oversight visit in Northern Cape, there are really a lot of things that will move. It goes back to what I raised to say, at some point, we must go and revisit the concept of incubation, so that we can know what is an incubation and know what is not an incubation. Some of these incubations are not incubations. That is the reality. That is why you will see both the entities and the department struggling to explain some of the things, because even themselves, they know it very well, that some of them are not really aligned to the concept. It's good that they will do the monitoring. Let's hope that they will do it correctly, and when there is a need to correct some things, they will really do that. Those are the things, Chair, that I wanted to raise. But the last question, I know, Chair, it was not part of the presentation, but I will really need to hear from the CEO of the entity. you know, there was one thing that was raised on our visit that says provincial managers of Seda or sefa are allowed to sit in board, to be part of the board of directors of some of the incubation. And the reason for that, apparently the entity had an interest to know on what is happening or for the sustainability of that particular in incubation. I just want to check if that is correct. I'm not saying that the CEO must give an explanation. It's just to say that is correct or that is not correct. I will really appreciate, Chair, if I can get that answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sapo. You have raised a very important issue here because it was a question to all of us after Eric Melato did his presentation in Kuruman. And what I've noticed is that if ever maybe the rules are allowing them to sit in one of those as a board member, why are they not sitting in all the boards that are in the Northern Cape? Because if ever they are sitting in that board for maybe to, how can I put it? Maybe to advise. Yes, I must put it in this way. Maybe to advise the board members. Why are they not sitting in all the boards? Because I could remember Melato complaining about Mam Williams, who is sitting in the board that deals with jewelry. And also there was that advocate where we visited in the Northern Cape Agriculture. We will need a clarity in that one. If ever they're going to be choosy like this, and whereby it was alleged that they are receiving a stipend or whatever, and they're not declaring, then it's also a problem. But then, my dear one, I'm not going to agree with you when you are saying we shouldn't give them an additional funding. Remember Mrs. Mutopi, who is dealing with the coffee project. She's still in need of the money in order to finish off the site of her 2 hectares, whereby she need to have a very nice industrial area there where she can end up supplying the whole of South Africa or the whole world with her coffee. So if you are saying we're not going to give them additional funding, these people, poor people, are going to suffer. Though we are still waiting to hear as to what happened to, because she said she was promised 100,000 when she was signing the contract, but she was given 60,000 and 40,000 was, they said with the 40,000, they're going to take it to assist the other projects. And we are still waiting to get a clarification on this one. And also, when I was saying the issue of the fraud and corruption must really be taken into consideration, our DG, because people were showing us the equipment that when we make an addition, it looks like the price might end up being 3,500, and they were told that the equipments were bought with an amount of 10,000 rand, and on paper, the presentation that we got was that the project qualified to get 15,000 rand. So this is corruption at its best, because whatever is written on paper, it must be appearing even on the ground, but it is not. So the issue of fraud and corruption, but what I'm not agreeing to is that we shouldn't give them additional funding. Otherwise, these people will continue to suffer. And when we ask, it will be that no, the committee did not allow us to get an additional funding, so there's nothing we can do in order to assist these people. I would keep on saying that those who did wrong, they must go to court and face the music. But Reina Bailoring, we see that the need in order to assist these people, we must do our work. Thank you very much. I did not see any other hand. I would allow the responses from from the department and sefa. Over to you, Anabeshuri Arabing. Mama Nzini, are you still available?
Chair, maybe before they respond, I see the hand of Honorable Matulele.
Oh, I tried to check on air. I couldn't notice the hand. Over to you, Honorable Matulela.
Thank you very much, Chair. I've been raising my hand. I think when the system kicks you out, when you come back, maybe the hand was not noted, but I was the last person that you said I would speak.
Yes, but I went back.
Yes.
I went back and checked. I saw your hand down. I thought maybe you've changed your mind. But anyhow, you may speak, you may continue.
All right. Thank you very much, Chair. I think I've already alluded my dissatisfaction, more especially in the corruption that has happened in the name of the department itself. I don't want to lie, when we see the entities of the department like Cabo Sefa trying to improve from what we have experienced before, and then the department is taking a position to do the similar mistakes, because there is no difference between the spaza shop issue that was happening of the 350 instead of 10,500, 3,500 instead of 10,500. So the one that you just spoke to, I think I've alluded on those ones, but I just want to go to the issue of the donor funds from the European Union in page 69 of the annual report. That says there was a 75 million, but the department spent less than a half of the money. What is going on to happen? What is going to happen to the unspent funds? I just want to know that. Also, and what are the conditions that are attached to this European Union fund? What is in for them, for these Europeans? And what are we expected to do in return? Because we know how this bourgeoisie operates. Well, we are being, there's funds from Europe and America is the same thing. So we just want to know what is happening, and what about the unspent fund, because these funds were going to be told that in 5 years to come that there was a 75 million that was from the European Union, something like that. Secondly, kunaleke kudala sibuza ke question about intermediaries. Our intermediaries are being charged a very high interest rate by the intermediaries. Those small businesses are being charged more money, or if not double. But intermediaries get money from sefa in a very, very affordable interest rate. Why is the department not providing the services directly, financial services directly? If there are no micro lenders in the Northern Cape, why is sefa not providing the financial services there? Because we even said that you can even do the similar model where you say, okay, if this person you have lended some client money that is going to supply maybe government, and then it's very simple. If the client is not able to bring back the money, you are able to go straight to the services of government where the client should have money or should get money. I don't know why we keep on insisting on using intermediaries instead of providing services to our people directly. And I've just Chair mentioned that if in Northern Cape there is no micro lenders, why the sefa doesn't provide those financial services there? Why? We've got many questions, but we need answers, but also we need improvement. We need also accountability to be followed, as we have mentioned that also the ingalo yomthetho mayithathe indawo yayo. People must be arrested. It cannot be that we find some corruption elements there and no one is arrested on behalf of that. Some of them people, you see them changing caps. They are no longer now in our sefa thing. They are doing another thing now. They change names and they are taken somewhere else. And I was very surprised, Chair, to see Mr. Majinja in the Northern Cape. Last time I checked, it was the same person who was busy taking us to all the beneficiaries in the Northwest. And I was so shocked that he is now an acting regional in sefa in the Northern Cape. It means when we go to Eastern Cape, we are going to find him again, a new name. Everywhere in South Africa, it's like we are being managed or manipulated in this thing. Why same face, different provinces? Why? Let us get answers also in that one. But I want to say that the way they are trying to improve somewhere, somehow, it cannot be that the department now is taking a position of corruption. That one, we are not going to allow it. Someone must be charged. I know that program, Chairperson. I heard you saying that we were not sure that we were here even last time. I know that program of the department. The only person that goes and hand over, even if you can go back from this term, if you can even go back and check during August, September, you will see is the minister herself who goes and hand over those assets of the ones that we saw there, where people are saying is 10,000, but now we see them less than 3,000. And also in paper, they appear in an amount of 15,000. It's the minister herself. This one makes me very, very, very disappointed because it's the minister herself. Secondly, I want to put this to be clear. I don't understand why we have a deputy minister. We always, as EFF says, that there's no need for the deputies because there's no role or responsibility for a deputy minister. We have seen it now. The name was on paper that we are going to be with the deputy minister and the delegation that is directly from the department. But she was not there. And we want answers on that one. She was busy following the minister where she goes. I saw them, they were busy posing everywhere else. I don't know what they busy doing. With us, we want answers in the Northern Cape, and she is responsible to be part of that oversight. And then later we're going to be told stories that these people are operating. We know how these people operate. It cannot be a DA person hiding and doing hide and seek instead of delivering her duties and do what she was supposed to do. What is the use of following the minister where she goes while you are delegated your own responsibility to go to Northern Cape and do the oversight? What is the role of this deputy minister really? I want she to tell us why, and she must account on behalf of those things. There must be a fine here, Chairperson. A person who failed to deliver services, a month's salary must be taken away. It can't be only those people, or it can see the colors, this thing. These people must be fined. We must write a report and request that the deputy minister must account, and 1 month's salary must be taken back to SMMEs because she failed us most. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, honorable members. I'm sure everybody is in the house, in the room, is in the meeting. Whoever is supposed to respond to whatever Now this is the time for the department. Over to you, DG.
Sorry, for Department D, you know, Comrade Honorable Matunyel, I didn't even know we have a deputy minister. Sorry.
Who is this? Who is this? Who was in now? Is it Honorable Ngobeni?
Yes. No. Cheng, I apologize profusely. It's Carol.
Oh, Carol, you know that we have the deputy minister. We know the deputy
But
minister. That is why I was saying everybody's in the house. They'll
Oh,
be
I
able to respond. Everybody's in the meeting room. They'll be able to respond. We do have the DG, we have the CFO, we have the deputy minister, we have the minister who are doing their work. This one is it was just an oversight, and I'm happy he has apologized profusely. So she has apologized, and what we need to do is to be humans and accept the apology and take it forward, that we are no more going to allow these discrepancies to repeat itself. But anyhow, I'm not going to speak on their behalf. They are here, they will talk. Over to you, Mamanzini. DG?
Thank you very much, Chairperson and honorable members. The colleagues here on the call, from the CFO to the DGGs that are here, will quickly touch on the issues in the interest of time. But maybe before I do that, I want to say again, reiterate that as soon as we get the report, the PC oversight report, we will make sure that we respond accordingly to all the matters that must be responded to. In instances where a further investigation must be done, I want to promise, Chairperson, that we are going to definitely do that, and through the minister and the deputy minister, make sure that that particular report is then submitted accordingly. There was an issue about people acting. We are trying to address that particular matter by filling positions. We have a recruitment plan in place that we are busy with, and by the time we come back, there will be few acting this and acting that, because that is what we are doing, including also in the entity that we are we do oversight on, because now that it has started on the 1st, there will be some action that is happening there through the board. On the issue of the department leading by example, I fully agree. And hence, as a department, one of the things that we are doing is also to strengthen the issue of entity oversight. So we will be able to do so. And if at all we are doing something contrary to that, it is something that we will definitely be corrected. On the issue of the lifestyle audit, what we do is that the lifestyle process that we are currently following now, we do review this using the financial disclosure. There is a process in government of doing what you call financial disclosure. We do that for SMS members, which is directors and above, deputy directors, assistant directors, and level 9 and 10 that are part of OSD. But we also include the finance and SCM. They also disclose their financial interest irrespective of the level. And then we review the information to identify any red flags. And I personally sign that information for SMS members and others, and I submit that to the Public Service Commission and DPSA. But as soon as when we are signing, we identify red flags, the second step is to then do an investigation. But the people who will be subjected to that investigation more specifically will be those people who have unexplained wealth, because we all know that this is what we earn and this is the lifestyle. But when it is unexplained, there is no mother that has left this for you. There is wealth that really even yourself you cannot explain. Then we are able to zoom into that. So the lifestyle audit that we are busy with as a department, and I'm glad to say that DPSA the other day was releasing their report on lifestyle audit, in indicating departments that are complying, and we actually appeared as DSBD as part of those departments. I fully agree on the issue of smart target, because we are learning. and we will make sure that we continue to do so that we can be able to have those smart targets. And the issue of translating these numbers into impact, it's things that we keep on we are discussing. We do have also a research unit, which is something that we will definitely seriously look at to say, if we are saying this is a big number, what does that particular number translate to? And I'm just checking on the corrective measures. On the corrective measures, it's something that we can look at, but usually what we do is just to say that what is it that we will do moving forward in line with what has not been achieved. But I'm sure we can expand into that, and we don't want to justify. Or the last one by Honorable Matulelo, exactly those issues that will come up as part of the report. Again, we will then deal with that report and respond to each and everything, because we also don't want to leave any stone unturned if there is that, because we don't want the department to be tarnished, especially the image, by whatever that has been happening or uncovered. So hence the report will actually help and put everything into perspective, because I, for one, sitting here, I'm hearing some of these issues for the first time. And maybe before I give to the CEO, let me just finalize for the department by asking DDG Mahele to quickly touch on her areas. DDG Mahele, in less than a minute, because you didn't have a lot of areas. You in less than a minute, and DDG Muhoto, followed by Delwa. I will then ask the CFO, then I quickly move to, if there is something CFO or Ms. Mbata, then I'll quickly go to the CEO. DDG Mahele.
Thank you, DG. Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members. Just to respond to the issue of the business licensing bill, that what are the issues within the department, and if we do not have capacity, and if the capacity we have is indeed permanent. I think the issue of the business licensing bill relates more to just the capacity of the department, but the disconnection of the Department of Small Business from the then Department of Trade and Industry. The bill was transferred through to the Department of Small Business without consideration to the technical cross-cutting mandates of the two entities. That is why the department has been having this to and fro between itself and Oxlab, because there are key issues of sharing concurrent mandate that need to be addressed. And we have picked up on those. We went out for public comment on the policy, and we've received insights on how to address those issues. We are working on them. The support that we have acquired is a permanent position. It's filling of a permanent position that was vacant, that has been vacant since the department was actually established. It was the first time. So we have now put in the permanent capacity to address the issue of the business licensing bill as well as the business licensing policy. DG, just quickly, Honorable Kruger also raised the matter on the issue of the legislation, and that we are being shy on the legislation. Honorable Kruger, on that matter, we have just recently presented on the pieces of legislation that we are canvassing across the cluster, so that the colleagues that have just different pieces of legislation that affect small business know what exactly the problem is with regards to small business development that relates to that piece of legislation, knows what the recommendations are from the interprovincial task team that Ms. Minister spoke about earlier, and knows what the timelines are in an attempt to try and address those issues that we've highlighted in the regulatory reform implementation plan that we will soon be canvassing with yourselves once the cluster has adopted. Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, DG.
Thank you, DG Mahele. DG Muhoto.
Thank you very much, DG, and then good afternoon to Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members and colleagues in the platform and DM. Few things from my side, because DG, I think I tend to agree with you. Once we have received the report, mainly I think from the Northern Cape visit, we can able to respond comprehensively on the substantive issues that will be coming out of that particular report, and specific areas that are to be raised by honorable members in that particular report. so that we can be able to respond accordingly. Otherwise, we'll actually be fishing if we're trying to respond on the areas that are raised without having really the areas that specific areas that we need to respond to. But on other issues, maybe the issue of the 10,000 versus 15,000, I think we need to hasten to mention that normally when the applicants apply, you find that the equipment that they're applying for is less than 15,000. 15,000 is just served as a cap in terms of the allocation that is actually provided to individual enterprise. And therefore, if they apply for equipment that is below that, then they will get the equipment that is equivalent to the price that is below 15,000. And if they apply beyond for equipment that is more than 15,000, of course, that equipment will be reduced so that you can actually match the cap of the funding. I think that needs really to be clarified, but we'll also go by it in the report that is what we're going to be receiving and responding to from honorable members. And then in terms of the site visit, yes, the department is undertaking site visits in many of the projects, even before pre-funding and also after the funding. We do undertake site visits and check those projects. However, I think one would always indicate that the capacity issues, we cannot really round up all of these projects. For instance, if you look at the IMDP projects, it's quite a number. It's really a number of enterprises that we are supporting. Therefore, is to round them up, all of them, is actually not a really possible task to undertake. But we do quite a number of site visits just to check if those enterprises are still existing and they're still using the equipment that is available. I thought I should really raise those questions, DG. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you, DG. I'm going to just speak on the issue of the incubators, just to indicate that because of some of the challenges that honorable members have raised around the incubation program, last year we got an approval by EXCO on a sector-focused and hybrid incubation and digital hub support strategy. And in this financial year, we are implementing that strategy. We have had a meeting between the DG and the CEO of Seda, where we agreed on the alignment of the Seda strategy. At the time, it was Seda with this strategy that the department has developed, so that there can also be alignment in terms of the reporting. But maybe just to also indicate that the key focus of the new strategy is really creating high impact incubation centers and developing or deploying innovative solutions, and also establishing new incubators that are going to leverage existing innovation and IP, so that we have enterprises or businesses that are implementing more innovative business solutions. I think there is a member who spoke to the fact that currently our MSMEs are not very innovative. They all sell very similar products. So one of the things we would want to do is to encourage MSMEs to look at new or emerging sectors and really use existing innovation to do that. We are working on that with the Department of Science and Innovation, where we are finalizing an MOU that's going to allow us to collaborate with them to use publicly funded research to do that type of innovation promotion. But I think also what is important to indicate is that as part of that strategy, we have an incubation innovation program, which will focus on accelerating the development and growth of startups in new sectors. And we are hoping that with the sefa and their new strategy as well, with their establishment, we can begin at its initial stage to really look at existing innovation programs and funds and try and align those
post that funding to the acceleration and incubation program so that we can have higher impact. That would be my input, but just also lastly to indicate that working with SEFA, we are improving on the reporting in terms of the quarterly reporting, and we really want to be able to have more monitoring visits to the incubation centers so that we are aligning what we receive in the form of reports to what is verifiable on the ground as much as possible. Thank you, Chair.
Through you, Chairperson. I will respond to the questions that had to do with finances. Honorable Member Malemaja asked about goods and services, why we're sending back 2.7 million, which I had explained that 1.3 million of that was for international trips that were cancelled, that he said he understood. And on the Microsoft, just to clarify, this payment was made. It's just that when it came to accounting for it, because it included the 2 months that fell into the new financial year 24-25, which is April and May, we could not expense it due to the modified cash standards that says match the resources that you spend with the financial year on when you benefit from those services. So they were classified as prepayments and as asset in the balance sheet, but we could not expense the 830,000, which then leaves us with only 570,000. And it is for the various items such as your travel, local travel invoices that we would have received in the 24-25 financial year. So indeed, we do not send money to Treasury unnecessarily, but as and when there is a need to surrender funds, we do. When we do know that there are limits within which departments can request National Treasury to roll over funds, and some of these items, such as the 570,000, even if it was committed for travel, we cannot roll over as it is, according to National Treasury, a minimum amount. There was a comment that was made as well by Honorable Sapo on not understanding why we would reach and at times exceed targets whilst we claim we have an underspending that relates to vacancies. I thought maybe I should also then say through you, Chair, that whilst yes, vacancies exist and colleagues do their utmost best to achieve targets, it is not without a cost to the well-being of employees because they work long hours. They, to a point that at times they have to be booked off for burnout. So as an employer, we are mindful that we are not always, yes, we might be seen to be over exceeding our targets, but it's not always within your 8-hour day that one would expect to colleagues go over and above the normal work hours for them to be able to achieve the targets. And as DG said, in terms of filling the vacant posts, we as the department need to put in have a recruitment plan that hopefully will assist us in ensuring that we bring in the necessary skill sets. Lastly, why is it that we have vacancies? The department structure was approved, or at least concurrence was received from the Minister of Public Service and Administration in 2022. But not all the 357 posts were approved to be implemented in that financial year. They were staggered. So when we started 23-24, we started it with new posts that needed to first be uploaded on the structure and only then begin the recruitment process. And as members can imagine, you do not bring in an employee on day one of the financial year, which is April, if the structure is meant to be implemented from day one. You then have to set your advertise, recruit, and a process that at times takes you up to 6, 7, 8 months, which then means for the first 6, 7, 8 months, you do have a saving or an underspending that you will be forced to surrender to National Treasury because those resources cannot be reprioritized. I thought I should provide that context, Chairperson, but at the same time, we are more than willing as a department to make sure that the resources that we allocated are ethically applied and used for the intended purpose. And as DG said, where there are issues, we do investigate. And my members might not be aware, there were issues that we had as a department a few years ago. A forensic investigation was undertaken. About 5 officials were dismissed from public service because of the outcome of that forensic investigation. So thank you, Chair. I thought I should also give that as a background level.
Through you, Chair, and DG, I just want to touch on the question that was asked on whether the department does conduct exit interviews. We do conduct exit interviews, and in June 2024, we did then do an analysis of the reasons why we are having a large percentage of employees leaving the department. And in terms of that analysis, the large percentage was attributable to promotions and personal aspirations, and then 8% was in relation to the high workload, given that we are still implementing the structure and also filling critical positions, as well as toxic environment in relation to personal interrelations between management as well as employees, and in relation to programs that the department has started to implement and is implementing to resolve some of those challenges that we're experiencing as a department. We are implementing the organizational structure and the recruitment plan. I think the CFO and DG has elaborated on that more. We have implemented a program on the prevention of harassment and bullying in the workplace, where we have conducted workshops and also went further for everyone in the department to sign pledges in that regard to ensure that that is prevented and we create an environment that is conducive for our employees. And we also then do have a wellness program where we have appointed a service provider that conducts periodic training across the financial year in relation to providing wellness sessions as well as counseling on issues that are affecting our employees. And the department has further established a change management committee. This committee in the main monitors soft issues that are affecting employees in terms of projects and programs that we are implementing that we need to monitor how they impact on their productivity. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I will then request the sefa CEO.
Thanks, Chair. I would just respond to a few issues that needs our attention. Maybe starting with the issue of high staff turnover, even on our side, and the reason for high staff turnover within the entity is because as from 3 years ago, as we're moving towards the merged entity, we stopped hiring on a permanent basis so that we can rationalize the issue of the merger. So because there was directive that we should not hire permanently, we were then hiring on contracts. Started at 2 years, then we moved to 12 months. So we're not able to keep most of those employees who were coming in at that point in time, while some of our employees, because the merger or the amalgamation of the entities took longer, they were citing reasons as they exit on the exit interviews of they need to have stability. They don't know when this will be completed in terms of the merger. And so then they need stability. But on the temporal employees, where they were citing different reasons. For example, that their families to feed, they need to be in a position to secure their family in terms of houses and all these things, and are able to do on a contract basis. Hence, where then also those who came on a contract basis were losing them over a period. But as I said, we then are confident that we'll then be able to attract the right skills. And that chairperson brings me to the Northern Cape matter. In terms of the Northern Cape office, we have really struggled to keep employees in the Northern Cape office. Firstly, when we recruit for the Northern Cape, we hardly get local employees. They are, but they are few. Most of the employees that we get in that office, they're coming from outside the province, and they do not stay longer. Different conditions that exist in the province. For example, even the regional manager that we had hardly lasted 2 years, probably a year and a half to 2 years in that area. And he left, he resigned around May, June. Hence, we then asked Kahisho Manjinja to help us because that office was left with no regional manager. And the employees that are there, they also new and junior. So none of them could then act as a regional manager for the province. We only have about probably 7 employees, 2 investment offices, and 1 investment associate. Those were supposed to be looking after the entire province. Because of that, in terms of then getting into other areas of the province becomes a mission. We then, however, are saying that through what we're showing as a new way of doing business through the new entity, where we will have then access to even the Seda offices across the province, which would give us a wider reach. We should then be in the position to do more for that province. And maybe we need to have a different incentive method of incentivizing employees who are coming outside that province for them to stay in the province, and so that we can achieve the greater impact that we need. That is from a funding point of view. But from the other business point of view, Seda, we do have employees in the different offices across the province, and that reach will then be very useful for us as we move forward as the new entity to then allocate more resources in that province, and looking at that issue of the micro lending also in the province and how to implement it differently going forward. That is why then Mr. Manjinja was last day in Northwest. He's still the regional manager for Northwest. We just asked him to assist us. Actually, he just started in around July, August to assist us there since the resignation of Snetemba, who was the regional manager in that place. We will then be prioritizing and ensuring that that province, including Free State also, that the allocation of resources then becomes better and differently. We note and we take the members' input very seriously. So I was just answering a few of these that I thought were aligned and talking to the same thing. On the issue of the board sittings on the incubators, indeed, the only reason why the provincial manager was was asked, or provincial managers are asked to sit in the boards is because the decision was we need to have a representative in the board looking after the investment, and that is MOA driven with the incubators. So that then at least when there are red flags, we're able to pick them up early. However, we then quickly realized, actually not quickly, we've realized over the period that even though you have the PMs or project managers sitting in the board, they are bound by the board, the code of the board of the entity that they sit in. So we then said on an observatory note, we need to have the specialist then sitting there from an observation point of view. But we're looking at the Companies Act and how that would happen, because in the past we had found that we only got to know about problems in a later stage where we had no means to correct the
Hey!
where we had no means it was too late to provide corrective action, but they do not get paid a single cent for sitting in those meetings at all, and they doing it on behalf of the entity, which is Seda in this case. In some instances, you find that we can't have the PM sitting in all boards because they also have work that they need to do, execute within the province. So there's been that stretch. Hence, we're looking at also the advisors, but we are consulting in terms of the Companies Act and what is right and what is wrong in terms of additional resources there. There was an issue about the youth fund. At SEFA, we have the Youth Challenge Fund, which comprises of SEFA's own contributed money, plus the money that we get from the department via the EU. And what has happened is that because of the Northwest investigation, some of that money was then suspended, and we haven't been then able to access that pot for the youth fund, while we always deplete or utilize our portion all the time. Even now, we're at the point where we're saying we need to really look at how we're going to engage and deal with this issue of youth fund, because those funds we can't access them for now as per the original agreement of how we're going to fund youth, where it was a 50-50 between us and the EU. So then internally we're looking at adding more funds into the pot so that we're able to fund the youth-owned businesses. But that is really mainly the challenge that we're facing around that area. Chairperson, from the issue of what kind of businesses are we funding? If we look at our portfolio, it varies, from services and retail sector to manufacturing to construction, agro-processing, agriculture, and a little bit into the mining space. But we can always provide then the percentage split amongst these industries for the previous financial year, but we're funding our SMEs. They fund representation across these different sectors. And what we're watching on the trap is just to make sure that then we don't have, for example, all the applicants in the township and rural areas applying for Shisanyama, and bakeries and all that. Hence, we are saying a new method then needs to be developed of program-based lending that then we are going to be following in the new entity. But we have a variety of clients across all these sectors. So to make sure that also they don't cannibalize on each other. I will leave it there, Chairperson. Hopefully I've answered. I think also on the issue of the collocation, I agree to some extent with Honorable Moletane. However, I wanted to say that the problem has been the presence in those spaces, because when the entities are operating individually, the rule was they must visit the other Seda locations, because those talk to other Seda locations, and on particular days of the week, the main office is in Bloemfontein, but they were meant to go and visit so that they can address SEFA related issues, and because of also the Bloemfontein office staff issues as well there. We had some also resignations in the previous 2 financial years. Currently having someone acting also as a regional manager in that space, but not based in Bloem, because we haven't been able to attract the right skills, due to the contract period that we're offering. I think currently there is about 2 investment officers also there, and about probably 2 or 3 IAs and then administrators. So we're looking at those 2 offices, really, the Free State and the Northern Cape office, for further reinforcing in the new entity to make sure that we've got the right skills there to serve the people. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you very much to honorable members as well.
Thank you very much. Are you done, DG, with the responses?
Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson. We have covered all the questions. I think.
Okay, thank you very much. I must say I'm impressed in the manner in which you and your team managed to respond to all the frustrations that we had, especially. Hello? Mute, please. Mute. Thank you very much. I was saying I was touched by the manner in which you managed to respond to the questions, especially on the issue of the monies that are appearing when on the papers, when people are promised the tools, and whereby when we check with them, they were told that they were paid 10,000, and as we do the calculation is 3,500. What you are saying is the truth, and it cannot change. So I'm also happy that you are ready to respond to our report from the Northern Cape. Please, when it comes to the figures, especially where we talk monies, would also want the invoices in order to support your argument. On that note, we will be happy and we'll see that there was no an activity of corruption that happened there. But if we can get the stories whereby we're not going to get the invoices, then it will be a problem. And also, next time when you go, DG, I would request that next time when you go and do the oversight visit, you also invite the contractor to come and be with us, because if ever the department is using the contractor who is taking 10,000 and end up issuing out equipment that maybe amount to 4,000, then it's a problem. It will continue to be a problem. I would advise that next time when we go out, we have everybody who will then respond. Honorable Deputy Minister, 2 minutes. 2 minutes, ma. Over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And indeed, we would like to appreciate the committee for the robust engagement, and we appreciate all the inputs and all the comments, and led by yourself, Honorable Chair, and we will attend to the issues raised, particularly when we receive the Northern Cape report. I must also thank our new established agency, sefa, led by the acting CEO, for all the information and responses today, and also our department led by DG Manzini. And particularly, we appreciate the responses that were given. We continue to account to the committee, and we expect the committee to continue to be robust so that we are able to make sure that we add value to the country, and particularly to the GDP, and most of all to the unemployment rate. I think the questions that were raised by the committee are very much appreciated, and we'll make sure that they are responded to. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our Deputy Minister. I'm sure those who did not know that we have the Deputy Minister now, they are aware that the GNU is working. It's work in progress. Okay.
Chair.
On that note, hello.
It's King. I just wanted you to know that the minister is also back in the meeting.
Oh, okay. Welcome back, Minister. But now we're not King. We are not going to allow the minister to say anything, because we are on the program whereby we need to deliberate on what transpired today in the meeting, and also to adopt the report. Honorable members, are we adopting the report? Let me see by show of hand. I see the Honorable Chris Malimacha. Over to you, sir.
No, thank you so much. Let's also follow suit and say their comprehensiveness and adequateness of answering the question and their willingness to correct where they feel they've made mistake, and they supported by the AG. Clean report. It's very clean. And the target met. And even when we advise that now, because you can play on the 20, are you willing to increase? And they are giving us that they are willing to increase. I will want to lobby the committee that let's adopt this report. It's a workable report. It can be put to test for accountability and transparency. Indeed, we are proud of this department. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Matsulo Molotani.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will support the proposal that has been made by Honorable Malemacha.
Thank you very much, Ma. I'm also touched by the way the people who are working with the DG and the minister and the deputy minister, they are so humble, you know. We did not see any form of arrogancy in their responses where they made a mistake, they managed to humble themselves and apologize. I think we are working with the people who respect their integrity, really. We are thankful. It's been a long day. DG Minister,
It's
welcome
not
back.
me, Chair. Seems like we are closing. I've been
Hello?
raising my hand.
I didn't see your hand, Ma.
My hand was even before Mrs. Mbelekan.
Okay, even now I can't see your hand. Oh, yeah. All right, now I see your hand. Mema Tulelo, I did not see your hand before, Ma. You know, it's not my style to ignore the honorable members of this committee. Over to you, May, and I see the hand of Honorable Singh. Over to you, Mama Tulelo, and then Honorable Singh will follow.
Thank you, Chair. No, I can see that you are closing, but there is a critical question that I asked that appears in page 69 of the annual report, where it says that there was 75 million from donor funds, European Union. We know these people, they don't do anything for free. European and American, they work closely and they are doing same thing. I asked the question there that the department spent less than a half of that money. One. Two, what is going to happen with this unspent funds? And then number three, what are the conditions that are attached to the European Union fund? What is in for them, the European? And what are we expected to do in return? Thank you, Chair. That one was not answered in any corner. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Ma. Okay. Thank you, Honorable Matulelo. I really appreciate that follow-up. The Honorable Member Singh, I see your hand.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm just seeking clarity that specifically what was I appreciate the responses and the willingness to change in terms of targets and other concerns that we had. But I did actually raise the point earlier about the recommendation of adopting, and you also said if we need to add recommendations, we must do that. But we were advised that we would have to adopt the report next week, which would be the committee's report. These reports are only for noting. So please, I'd like clarification on that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Singh. We'll get a clarity from the Secretary. The Honorable Member Malimacha, I saw your hand. I don't know whether it was a legacy hand.
Chairperson, I wanted to cover in particular members who did not get their answers responded to. Then let's advise the department or the entity to also write, to give response in writing so that everybody is happy. We are not competing to beat anyone here. Instead, if member indeed is not satisfied, there's nothing wrong to touch base with the secretary and submit those questions so that they be answered to. Because indeed we want answers of every question. I said, let's not just leave it that way, whereas the member is indicating that he was not answered to.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable Matulela, allow me not to enter into a discussion and say to the DG, the honorable member was not satisfied, if ever maybe because her questions deals with the numbers. If ever you don't have the exact numbers, can we request that you do it in writing? And if ever you have the responses, can I give you a minute to respond to that? Honorable DG. Honorable DG, are you still available, ma?
Yes, I am available. Chairperson, the DTG responsible for the EU funding is DTG Deloitte, who is also in the platform. I don't know if DTG you have the figures to respond on the issue of the EU funding, and also touch on the issue of the LRRD projects that were delayed. Thank you very much.
Over to you, DTG. Hello.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think the EDSE project has a number of projects under it. One of the projects that have been slow in performance is a project that is being run by DALRAD. There are two projects under DALRAD. One is on the livestock tracking system, and the other one is on the laboratory information system development, as well as the agri-value chain mapping. There has been delays in the DALRAD project because of their procurement process. And so that has resulted in part of the underspending in that project. So what has happened is that we have extended the period of the project until next year, March 2025, and we are monitoring the expenditure. And one of the meetings we have had, which happens to have been this week, we have agreed that any amount that is not spent is going to be directed to the other streams of the projects that have been spending well, but that also are a priority. But of course, we don't have approval of that on that recommendation, but we'll be making a recommendation to the DG and the minister to say any unspent funds should be directed to projects where we think they are needed the most. And one of them includes the digital transformation project to create the one-stop shop, which is under the sefa. We anticipate that we can maybe contribute into that. The other project we are looking at is the cannabis project to also see if we can't allocate further funding. But we will definitely ensure that any underspent fund is allocated to areas that where it is needed the most. And then I think On the benefits, I do think that it's important to highlight that the partnership with the EU is in line with South Africa's foreign policy objectives, and we have really benefited from this initiative to the tune of close to about $1 billion in terms of the amount that the EU has brought in to develop the MSME ecosystem, dealing with a number of areas in that sense. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm sure now all the answers, the questions have been answered. Now I would want an advice from the secretary of the committee. I was of the opinion that we adopt the report, and Honorable Malemaja did understand that and moved for the adoption of the report. Honorable Molozani supported, but there was a question from the Honorable Singh. Secretary, can you please advise the committee?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon again. Chairperson, it is a legally and statutory obligation of the department to present an annual report together with quarterly report. So with this annual report, then the committee develop its budget. It's a budget review and recommendation report. So now the committee has to accept, not really, because it's not the report of the committee, it's the report of the department. So the committee knows and accepts the annual report so that it can develop its own budget review and recommendation report. That is the report that the committee then adopts as the committee report that goes then to the House for adoption. And all the recommendations, findings and recommendations are sent to the minister for the minister to respond on them. I think I'm clear. I'm done.
Okay, thank you very much for the clarity. Note then, honorable members, it's been a long day. It was my first time chairing the committee for the whole day since I've been a chairperson of the committee. And I'm happy that all of us has got the energy to do our work. So on that note, I would like to thank everybody who managed to attend the meeting, starting with our Honorable Minister, who showed the commitment by being in the meeting in the morning, address us, and also come back when she's done on that other side. Our Deputy Minister, who was with us the whole day, thank you very much, DG. We appreciate your commitment and your work as the department. Thank you very much to the agency, sefa, Seda. Thank you so much. We've been with Honorable Majinja when we were in the Northern Cape. Those people are so humble and they were ready. They've been with us from day one up until the end. And they were so humble. They were not arrogant. We worked with them so well. Only that we did not get the responses when we were looking for the department. But anyhow, that will be rectified. On that note, I would want to say, let us close this meeting and have a good night. Go and have your supper, honorable members. Bye. The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Thank you, Chair.